resurgence of spiritual energy had been ongoing for 130 years, and the world had completely transformed. 130 years ago, countless portals suddenly appeared across Blue Planet, connecting Earth to numerous spiritual realms. From these realms emerged a variety of beasts, demonic creatures, peculiar plants, and many bizarre life forms. Initially, they only occupied territories and wiped out nearby hostile beings, but soon, they began to pour into human cities on a massive scale. At first, humanity managed to hold off low-level creatures from the spiritual realms with traditional thermal weapons. However, as more powerful entities began, human weapons became almost useless against them. Just when all hope seemed lost, people discovered a unique substance in the air. The first person to identify this energy named it spiritual energy, and those capable of harnessing it were called awakeners. From that moment, humanity officially entered the new era of spiritual energy technology. With the emergence of awakeners and the development of weapons modified by spiritual energy, humanity gradually launched counterattacks, successfully driving the creatures from the spiritual realms back to their territories and defending their homes. As time passed, powerful individuals paved the way, and scientists developed new technologies. Awakening became a standardized process. After children were injected with gene optimization serums, their bodies would automatically absorb spiritual energy from the air. Their spiritual energy would accumulate to a critical point. With the help of awakening devices, everyone could awaken their unique innate powers. Thus, the era of universal awakening began. In this era, everyone aspired to awaken powerful abilities and become top-tier awakeners. Abilities were strictly categorized, ranging from the lowest F grade to the highest SSS grade, with each level representing an almost insurmountable barrier. High-level abilities were as rare and dazzling as the stars in the sky, corresponding to the ability levels. Cultivation realms were divided into 9 tiers, each further split into early stage and late stage, becoming the ultimate goal and dream for countless people. Even low-level abilities could greatly enhance daily life. Spiritual energy and awakening had deeply integrated into everyone's existence. In this magical yet challenging era, among a group of students about to take their college entrance exams, there was an unremarkable and almost invisible boy in you. Yet hidden within him was a grand dream to become the center of attention at the upcoming awakening ceremony. As the morning sunlight tried, as usual, to wake Lin Yu, it was his mom's piercing shout that shattered the gentle moment. Lin Yu, the sun's already high in the sky. Get up now. Today's your big awakening day. If you're late, you'll regret it. Her voice thundered like a storm in Lin Yu's ears, dragging him back from his dreams to reality. Lin Yu shot up like he'd been electrified, rubbing his bleary eyes while muttering, oh no, I'm definitely going to be late this time. He hurriedly dressed, almost putting his pants on backward, and finally got ready. Running to the table, he grabbed a carton of milk, held a piece of bread in his mouth, and dashed out the door without waiting for his mom to say more. Mom, I'm leaving, he mumbled through the bread. On the street, Lin Yu watched the people around him using their abilities, his heart filled with envy and longing. He saw an uncle by the roadside gesturing with both hands, while chanting, water manipulation, whirlpool prison. Instantly, the river water seemed to respond, as if summoned by magic, swirling into a vortex several meters wide, trapping a runaway garbage truck within. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Why using an ability like that on a garbage truck? What a waste of talent. That truck's probably thinking, what did I do to deserve this? You actually used your powers on me. Not far away, in a civilian training ground, a girl about his age stood at the center, her cheeks puffed up as she shouted, wind blade, sky splitter. Immediately, countless sharp wind blades shot out like arrows from her hands, precisely slicing the targets on the training field into fragments, which scattered like raindrops. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he murmured, if this girl weren't doing this, it would be such a waste of her hands. She's faster at cutting things than a pair of scissors. With that, he quickened his pace, silently wondering, what ability will I awaken? I hope it won't be too disappointing. Clenching his fists, his steps grew faster as he headed for the school. Finally, Lin Yu arrived at school, panting heavily. The campus was bustling like a marketplace, with senior students gathered in groups, excitedly discussing the upcoming awakening ceremony. I heard that Li Yan Xian from a neighboring class comes from a family of awakeners with a long lineage. The classmate, full of envy, looked on with a mix of jealousy and anticipation in his eyes. Dante, believing this too much. Awakening relies heavily on luck. Those classmates who usually seem insignificant might suddenly explode with unexpected and powerful abilities. Another classmate retorted coldly, tried to calm everyone down. When you listen quietly, feeling both nervous and excited, a storm of emotions churning inside him, he stepped into the class lineup. His eyes fixed on the awakening platform at the center of the field, radiating a mysterious glow. His palms were drenched in sweat, and the sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears like a drum, so loud he could barely hear anything else. Dear heavens, please let me awaken a powerful ability. Even to be level 1 would do. I'll light incense for you every day, Linyu silently pleaded in his heart. Standing at the back of the line, he heard the teacher announce, "The awakening ceremony officially begins. Students, please step forward one by one to awaken." The student at the front of the line walked quickly up to the awakening platform and placed their hand on the colorless, diamond-shaped crystal floating in midair. This was the awakening crystal, made from the rebuke-free spiritual energy minerals combined with various auxiliary materials, containing pure spiritual energy to awaken the latent power within. During awakening, the crystal would take on a color, with its shade and depth reflecting the attribute and potential of the awakened power. One by one, the students stepped forward like soldiers heading into battle, their hearts filled with both tension and anticipation. For some, the crystal flared brightly upon contact, dazzlingly radiant. They waved their hands in excitement, as though they had just won the lottery. Others, however, left with dark expressions, as if drenched in cold water, their heads hung low, their heavy steps evoking sympathy. The principal and teachers watched the results with bated breath, as these outcomes would directly impact the school's resource allocation for the following year. The teachers cowled and hid their joy, though such cases were rare. "Next, Linyu," the teacher called out, their voice ringing clear amidst the noise, like a bell piercing through Lin's ears. Linyu took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement and nerves, but his legs still trembled slightly, beyond his control. He walked toward the awakening platform with heavy yet resolute steps, each one feeling as though it landed directly on his heart, making it hard to breathe. When his hand touched the awakening crystal, an electrifying sensation coursed through his entire body. Like countless ants scurrying through his veins, his mind buzzed, and it felt as though the entire world had frozen, leaving only the rumble in his ears and the chaos in his mind. He was pulled into a pitch-black space, where a drop of red liquid appeared before him, glowing faintly like blood as it hovered in midair. Suddenly, the droplet expanded rapidly, growing to the size of a human and beginning to take shape. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into Linyu's likeness, then continued to swell. Finally, it became enormous, like a mythical giant, tall enough to hold up the sky, its feet trampling the 18 levels of hell. Then, the blood droplet extended a colossal finger, pressing down toward Linyu. He cowled in move, forced to watch as the massive finger crushed down on him. His eyes instantly turned blood red, yet strangely, he felt no pain. Was this the sensation of death, the form of a soul? Before Linyu could feel sorrow, the situation changed rapidly once again. After losing consciousness, I woke up again, feeling nothing unusual. Could it have all been just a dream? I wondered silently. Suddenly, the teacher's voice rose several octaves, shouting, "Wait, there's something wrong with this data." His tone was filled with shock and confusion, as if a huge boulder had been cast into a calm lake, shattering the silence of the scene. Everyone turned their eyes toward me and the awakening crystal. The data on the crystal flickered wildly, erratic and completely unlike any previous awakening. The teacher frowned deeply, his face filled with puzzlement as he leaned closer to the crystal to examine it carefully. The other teachers and students gathered around, whispering among themselves, and the scene grew lively. "What's going on? I've never seen data like this before. Did he awaken some unprecedented special ability? Could be a malfunction in the equipment?" Speculations buzzed back and forth as I stood on the platform, my emotions a whirlwind of confusion and hope. On one hand, I was thrown off by the sudden change. On the other, I felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation, as though destiny was within reach. I stared intently at the crystal, my eyes filled with tension and expectation, waiting for the verdict of fate. The teacher restarted the awakening crystal less detection system. The crystal emitted a faint buzzing sound and lit up again, but the data remained as chaotic as before. The teacher turned to me and said, "Lin Yu, based on the current data, your ability is highly unusual. It is beyond the scope of our existing classification system. This might be a completely new and unprecedented ability. Can be considered very unique." The professor said it's unlike anything before, so I still need to figure it out myself. Hearing Miss, the classmates became even more curious. Some couldn't hide their excitement, while others appeared skeptical. Deep down, he clenched his fist, silently vowing no matter what this ability is, I will uncover its secrets. If it's truly extraordinary, I'll prove my worth to everyone. It's strange, even the professor finds it headache-inducing. At this moment, Su Yao walked over. Her hair casually draped over her shoulders, resembling a fairy stepping out of a painting. She gently asked, "Lin Yu, are you okay? Did the ability test go smoothly?" Looking into her concerned eyes, Lin Yu felt a faint warmth in his heart. "I'm fine. It's just that this ability is a bit complicated and needs more research." The surrounding classmates noticed their closeness and began easing them. Su Yao blushed shyly, covered her face, and ran away. After school, Lin Yu didn't head straight home, but went to the library instead. He wanted to look for clues, even though the professor had no leads. Perhaps he could discover something. The library was filled with the faint scent of aged paper. The bookshelves were stacked with all kinds of books, ranging from ancient ability tomes to modern research reports. Lin Yu wandered through the shelves, flipping through book after book, his eyes scanning each line carefully, afraid to miss even the slightest clue. Hours passed, his back ached. His eyes were tired, but he found little of value. He sighed silently. If even the professor couldn't figure it out, how could I? Standing up, he patted the dust off his clothes, his gaze turning firm. No matter what, this is my ability, and I can't change that. If there are no precedents, then I will be the trailblazer. My fate is mine to decide, not the heavens. His eyes burned with determination. This way, the challenge becomes even greater and more exciting, doesn't it? Night fell, and moonlight poured into the room through the window. Lin Yu sat on his bed, closing his eyes, carefully feeling the gradually surging power of his ability within. Everything seemed the same as before. The power was still difficult to control. Running around aimlessly didn't help, but just as I was about to give up, I suddenly felt that the power inside me responded to my call. There's a reaction. My heart leapt with excitement. I kept my eyes fixed and focused my energy on guiding it. Gradually, that power began to obey me, flowing steadily within. Although it was still weak, for me, it was already a major breakthrough. I found that as long as I thought about the seeing I saw during my awakening, the ability became clearer and clearer, filled with excitement. I knew that as long as I could release it, I would understand what this ability truly was, whether it was cunning like a fox or fierce like a tiger. As time passed, I became more focused. The ability grew increasingly stable. The duration of its glow extended, and its power steadily strengthened. Finally, a faint flame began to rise from my body. No, it seemed more like the vitality surging within my blood. The power of ability users, physical strength, and the number of times they can release their abilities are all related to this blood energy. Blood energy is like a battery, storing energy, while abilities are like appliances, releasing that energy. There are two types of blood energy: innate and acquired. Innate blood energy is like the blood in your body, gradually increasing through training, but generally not casually usable. Acquired blood energy is the energy stored within, derived from spiritual energy. With training, the reserves of blood energy increase, enhancing the power and frequency of ability usage. I suddenly realized that blood energy could be transformed. My mind stirred, and I tried gathering blood energy into my right hand, and suddenly punched the training apparatus beside me. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the training apparatus was pierced through by my punch. I stared wide-eyed in disbelief. After all, that training apparatus could withstand up to 500 kilograms, yet I'd have punched through it. But before I could react, my body swayed, and I collapsed, my consciousness fading. The last thought in my mind was, damn, I'm completely drained. The next morning, as daylight broke, I woke up in a daze, looking around. As my eyes fell on the destroyed training apparatus beside me, my memory came rushing back. I raised my right hand, staring at it in disbelief. This is my power? It seems my ability is to transform blood energy into attack power. First, didn't know how to control it at first and used up all my blood energy in one go, which is why I fainted. But I have a feeling this ability isn't that simple. As I was pondering, my mom's angry voice suddenly came from outside the door. Lin Yu, you little rascal, do you know what time it is? Get up right now, or I'll skin you alive. Looking at the mess around me, panic crept into my heart. If Mom finds out, I'm definitely in for it. I better get up quickly and not delay. I hastily got dressed, grabbed a carton of milk and some bread, and dashed out the door. My mom, still grumbling, opened the door to my room to tidy up, only to be stunned by the sight before her. She stared at the training apparatus, emitting faint wisps of smoke, her face instantly darkening. You little brat, I'm going to skin you alive. Already out of the neighborhood, I heard her furious roar and instinctively shrank my neck in fear. Then, quickened his pace and slipped away. You ask, what about going home at night? Let us worry about tonight later. Surviving today is the real priority. When I arrived at the classroom, I immediately spotted my desk mate, Su Yao, who was also looking up at me. Lin Yu, did you discover something new yesterday? You look like a completely different person, she asked, curiously. I nodded. Yeah, I tried something last night and gained a bit of control. Su Yao's eyes lit up. That's amazing. You found a method so quickly. I believe you will fully master this ability and become a true powerhouse. Our words filled me with strength, and the future suddenly seemed much brighter. But reality wasn't so simple. Some jealous classmates started deliberately giving me trouble and even tried to provoke me. During the break, a few classmates blocked my way. Lin Yu, we heard your ability is impressive. Show us a demonstration and let us see what you've got. A tall guy sneered mockingly. I frowned. I don't want to waste time talking here. If you have the guts, meet me at the training ground. An MPH, acting arrogant. Huh? Just hope you don't think you're so great just because you have a special power. It might just be a flashy gimmick. Another classmate jeered. Who knows? Maybe this so-called power is just a new low for abilities, like an additional Leo level skill. Standing beside me, Su Yao cowled and he take it anymore. She stood up and walked to my side. Lin Yu, these people are so annoying. I nodded slightly and headed straight for the training ground. Perfect. I wanted to test the power of my blood energy conversion anyway. By the time I arrived, a crowd had already gathered around the training ground. Everyone wanted to see how powerful my ability really was. All classmates nodded. Lin Yu, today I'll show you, and having an ability doesn't mean you can do whatever you want on campus. With that, he launched the first attack. He was a DL-level ability user with earth-based powers. With a wave of his hands, several stones flew up from the ground, hurtling toward me. I remained calm and mobilized the limited energy within me. Faint light glimmered in the palms of my hands. His blood energy was finite and had to be used carefully. I didn't mean dodge or smash the stones. Instead, I opened my hands, catching each one steadily before hurling them back with force. How is this possible? How did his strength suddenly increase so much? The surrounding students gasped. The stones weren't small, nor were they slow. Catching them was impressive enough, but to then throw them back with ease, how strong was he? The stones flew back even faster than before, and before the tall guy could react, one struck him in the face, knocking him out cold. The remaining stones weren't wasted either, pelting his body until they formed a small mound over him. The other two classmates, both shocked and angry, quickly launched their attacks. One shot fireballs while the other unleashed wind blades. I cowled and dodged in time, and was hit hard, sent flying backward. Lin Yu, Su Yao screamed in alarm. The two attackers paused, then began to laugh mockingly. So much for being impressive. This so-called special ability isn't much after all. Their laughter didn't last long. As the dust settled in the distance, I emerged completely unharmed, chuckling occasionally. So that's how it is. This special ability isn't as simple as I thought. I understand now. Su Yao shot me a fierce glare. This guy had made her worry so much. Feeling her piercing glare, I quickly stopped laughing and turned my gaze to the two attackers. The two of them tensed up under my stare and unleashed even more attacks. A cold glint flashed in my eyes as blood energy surged around me, even stronger than before. My speed suddenly increased several-fold. I easily dodged their attacks and, in an instant, appeared in front of them. With a serious expression, I asked, "How do you want to be knocked out?" "Tried to slap you both." Before they could respond, I had already delivered 2 heavy slaps. "That felt great," I exclaimed, feeling immensely refreshed after the hits. The surrounding students were stunned by the scene before them. No one had expected my ability to be this powerful. Those who had previously been jealous of me now kept their heads down, too afraid to say a word. Suddenly, I remembered something and quickly walked toward the edge of the crowd. Su Yao had already returned to the classroom, clearly ignoring me. This guy had made her so nervous earlier. Out of nowhere, a hand gently patted her head. Startled, Su Yao turned to see me standing there. There was a hint of apology in my eyes. Su Yao pouted and turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge me. I hurriedly turned her face back toward me, excitement evident in my voice. "Su Yao, I think I've discovered the secret of this ability." Su Yao's sulking mood. Overwhelmed by curiosity, I couldn't help but ask, "Really? You're not lying to me, right?" Lin Yu chuckled mischievously, pulling Su Yao into a secluded corner. "Just now when those 2 guys hit me, I was ready to take a beating. But instead, after the hit, I felt like my blood energy increased a bit, and I didn't have any injuries." Su Yao's eyes lit up. "That's amazing. Does that mean the more you get beaten, the stronger you become?" Lin Yu scratched his head. "Something like that, but I still need to study it further." I felt that this superpower was a treasure trove that I had only just begun to tap into. Su Yao blinked her big eyes, smiling. "So does that mean you'll have to get beaten up a lot from now on?" I replied irritably. "Don't just blurt out the truth like that." She smirked slyly. "Want to make some money?" My eyes immediately brightened. My family's financial situation was average, and to quickly grow stronger, I need spirit beads and various magical treasures which required a lot of money. But I grew suspicious instantly. Staring at her mischievous grin, "You're not planning to trick me, are you?" Hearing my words, she immediately put on a righteous expression. "What are you talking about? I'm Su Yao, the kind-hearted friend who always helps others. And you dare doubt me?" My mouth twitched. That overly serious face was totally a cunning fox's disguise. Her ride was definitely plotting something shady. "All right. Fine, spill it. I'll think about whether or not to agree." Su Yao grinned. "Here's the deal, you need to be my human punching bag." My eyes widened. "Human punching bag? How could you even come up with that? What grudge do you have against me?" She huffed internally. No grudge. She had always been the one making moves, yet I remained indifferent. "Serves me right to get beaten. This is for your own good. You getting hit will make you stronger, you learn money, and I can better control my ability. Everyone wins." I forced a bitter smile, staring at her in disbelief. She squirmed under my gaze, then quickly changed tactics, clinging to my arm and acting coquettish lie. "Come on, just agree, pretty please." Dizzy D, by her antics and soft voice, I somehow foolishly agreed. By the time I snapped back to my senses, she had already darted away with a mischievous grin. Shaking my head helplessly, I chuckled. This girl really knows how to play her cards. Even though I agreed, I couldn't help feeling a tinge of regret. But since I had already said yes, I had no choice but to see it through. After school, Su Yao dragged me straight to her house for training. Her home screamed wealth, located in the city's top luxury villa district. It was lavishly decorated with a dedicated training area and cultivation room. It was stocked with all sorts of advanced equipment that left me drooling. As we walked, I couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is anyone home?" She frowned, crossing her arms. "What are you planning?" Outwardly, she said that. But inside, she was thrilled. Was I finally noticing her charm? Did I want to make a move? Should she accept or play hard to get? Better lock the door, just in case I chicken out halfway. I shook my head in exasperation. "I meant, will your family allow you to bring a guy home?" Relaxing her arms, she smiled. "Don't worry, I have some authority around here. Besides, you're here to be a punching bag, not for anything inappropriate." She said that, but internally, she was cursing me out. I think, "H, can't you be a little more proactive? Even forcing things would be better than this." I got all excited for nothing. "I'm definitely going to promo you later." After changing into training gear, we stood facing each other. Watching her warm up with enthusiasm, I started feeling nervous and couldn't help but remind her, "Su Yao, don't hit too hard. Don't actually end up injuring me." She patted her chest confidently. "Relax, I know what I'm doing." But her eager expression made me doubt the credibility of that promise. Su Yao began her attack. As a water element ability user, she waved her hands, sending a water arrow flying toward me. I didn't dodge, bracing myself to take the hit. The water arrow splashed against me, instantly turning into a puddle. My body felt cool, and at the same time, I noticed a faint increase in my blood energy. Heh, it actually works. I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, my earlier apprehension fading away. Seeing I was unharmed and even smiling, Su Yao grew bolder, launching water balls and water blades in quick succession. I stood there like a target, letting her attacks at me. As the hits piled up, I could clearly feel my blood energy rising faster, and I was getting more adept at controlling my ability. Watching me and her grinning like an idiot, Su Yao grew increasingly annoyed as she recalled my earlier clueless expression. She quickly formed a massive water ball and hurled it at me with all her might. I was still laughing, ready to take on the next challenge. Turning my head, I suddenly saw a gigantic water ball came hurtling toward me like a cannonball. My chest tightened, and I quickly tried to dodge. Did think that just because I have a protective aura of blood energy, I can withstand such a ferocious attack? This water ball was clearly no joke. But it was too late. The water ball hit me directly. Boom, with a deafening explosion. I was violently thrown back and crashed hard onto the ground. Su Yao's face instantly turned pale. She rushed over anxiously. Lin Yu, are you okay? I didn't even mean to. She was overwhelmed with guilt. Just moments ago, in her fit of anger, she had unknowingly unleashed her most powerful S-rank water ability, Boundless Water. Even for someone as skilled as her, it was any guaranteed that she could fully withstand it at full force. I lay on the ground, my entire body aching, but strangely, the blood energy within me began surging wildly, becoming even stronger than before, like a raging storm stirring inside. Startled, I quickly activated my ability, desperately trying to control this surge of power. As if it had been roasted, thick waves of blood energy radiated from me. Su Yao stood frozen beside me, completely dumbfounded. After a while, I finally managed to stabilize the blood energy within me and slowly stood up. I felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through my body, the blood energy merely overflowing. Su Yao asked softly, Lin Yu, are you really okay? You look terrifying just now. I grinned. I am fine. Actually, I feel a lot stronger now. Looks like taking that hit was NT for nothing. This unexpected incident revealed a unique mechanism in my ability. The more damage I took, the faster my blood energy grew, and it even unlocked new potential in my powers. Su Yao still seemed worried. Are you sure you're okay? I patted her head and laughed. Don't worry, I am perfectly fine. Seeing her breathe a sigh of relief, she quickly urged me to leave. It's getting late, you should go now. My parents are coming back soon, and I don't want them finding you here. I teased her. Oh, where's that feisty little girl from earlier? Almost had me fooled. Su Yao's face flushed red, embarrassed to the point of nearly steaming. She shut me up, hurriedly pushed me out the door, and locked it firmly behind me. I rubbed my nose helplessly, thinking to myself that this little girl's fiery temper would need some patience to handle. It wasn't good to be so hot-headed. As I stepped outside, I noticed a black executive car slowly pulling in. Inside sat a middle-aged man. He was reading a book and didn't pay attention to the view outside when a car passed by me. The man seemed to sense something, glanced at me briefly, and then returned to his book. I felt a little uneasy, as if I'd seen this man somewhere before. Without dwelling on it, I hummed a tune and headed home. The days that followed were routine. School, Su Yao's place, home, a simple 3-point cycle. During a regular training session, a thought struck me. Since my ability could convert damage into blood energy, could I channel that energy into even stronger attacks? I decided to test it out. After enduring another round of Su Yao's fierce attacks, instead of suppressing the blood energy like before, I gathered it in my palms and swung it out with all my might. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the massive boulder in front of me shattered instantly, fragments scattering everywhere. Everyone around was stunned. Su Yao was utterly shocked. Lin Yu, your ability is like cheating. One classmate couldn't help but exclaim. I smirked, feeling a little crowd inside, but I also knew that my strength was still far from enough. No matter how strong the ability, without solid skills to back it up, it was nothing more than a paper tiger. Still, my high-profile display of power inevitably attracted some unwanted attention. 3 troublemakers in the class set their sights on me, feeling that I was threatening their status. Their leader, Zhao Erhu, stopped me in the hallway one day. Lin Yu, Have you heard your ability is pretty impressive? Today, let us see just how good you really are. Zhao Erhu said with a provocative smile. I frowned. I don't want to fight you. Be smart and get lost. But Zhao Erhu and his gang clearly weren't planning to let me go. His face turned red with anger as he spat. Lin Yu, stop pretending. If I don't beat you to the ground today, I'll stop calling myself Zhao Erhu. He waved his hand, and his lackeys immediately formed a semicircle, surrounding me. I glanced at them and instantly assumed a combat stance. The three of them had malicious grins on their faces. They were clearly not to be trifled with. Zhao Erhu smugly introduced the burly man next to him. This is Liu Meng, a first-tier ability user who controls her threat barrier. He can manipulate tracks to form solid defensive walls and turn them into spikes to attack his enemies. Then he pointed to a nimble-looking girl. This is Liu, also a first-tier ability user. Her wind shadow maneuver makes her incredibly fast. She can teleport behind you for a sneak attack and create sharp winds that strike silently. Finally, Zhao Erhu patted his chest proudly and said, As for me, Zhao Erhu, I'm a first-tier, second-level superhuman. My ability, Blazing Impact, can summon raging flames to bombard enemies on a large scale. Its heat is so intense, it can turn people to ash in seconds. We are bona fide rank superhumans. Hearing this, I didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. I cracked my neck and said with a grin, just these little tricks. Today, you guys have run into Iron Man. After pausing for a moment, I sneered, by the way, Zhao Erhu. Your name isn't fitting. You should have the surname Lin, because I am your dad. Zhao Erhu snorted coldly, ignoring my taunt. He and the other, to quickly form their battle formation. Liu Meng stood at the front, Zhao Erhu behind him, and Li Yu at the side. Liu appeared relaxed, but was clearly poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. This small group's strength could not be underestimated. Their teamwork was seamless. If they had a support member, they'd be the perfect lineup. No wonder these three dominated in this academy full of superhumans. But today, they were up against me, Lin Yu. I stepped back a few paces and snapped my fingers. Immediately, a surge of thick blood energy coursed through my body. This was my newest ability. Releasing blood energy not only enhanced all my physical attributes, but also converted the damage I received into more blood energy. The more severely I was hurt, the faster my blood energy increased, and sometimes it even triggered hidden powers. After a period of training, I had mastered its use and developed several practical skills. Liu Meng was the first to attack. He roared, Earth Barrier Rocks Pike Eruption. The rounds surged upward, sharp rocks pikes shooting towards me like arrows. Incredibly fast, and they reached me in an instant. I remained calm, gathering blood energy in front of me to form a shield. The rocks pikes collided with the shield, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Though the shield trembled slightly, it held firm. I felt the impact resonate through me and was secretly delighted my blood energy was increasing rapidly. The most crucial part was that this energy was innate blood energy. This type of energy was closely tied to my health and physique. Even if I ran out of regular blood energy in the future, I could rely on this without endangering my life. The more I got hit, the stronger I became. I sneered, That's all you've got, weak. Liu Meng's face darkened as he activated his ability again. The rock spikes multiplied, growing much larger, and came at me like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Li Yu's figure flickered and disappeared using her wind shadow shuttle ability, clearly looking for an opportunity to ambush me. While I focused on fending off the rock spikes, I kept an eye on my surroundings. As expected, in the next moment, Li Yu suddenly appeared behind me, conjuring sharp wind blades in her hands that slashed toward my back. Wind blade, rift slash. The blades gleamed coldly as they hurtled towards me, about to strike. The corners of my mouth curled into a subtle smile. This was exactly the chance I had been waiting for. Just as the wind blades were about to hit, I spun around, channeling all my blood energy into my arms to form protective gauntlets. With a squelch, the wind blades struck the blood energy gauntlets, splattering blood but leaving me completely unharmed. Having absorbed the wind blade's power, my blood energy surged within me. I momentarily abandoned defense, concentrating all my blood energy into my right hand and legs, and charged at Liu Meng. But it was futile. My speed was astonishing. My fist, wrapped in blood energy, slammed into him like thunder. Boom! My blood-infused punch smashed into Liu Meng's face. His face twisted as he was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Zhao Erhu was enraged. Lin Yu, how dare you hurt my brother? You'll pay for this. Blazing impact, infernal hellfire. As his words fell, countless flames erupted from his hands, swiftly forming a raging sea of fire that surged towards me. Within the firestorm, massive flaming fists materialized and pummeled me relentlessly. This was Liu Meng's first-tier ability, Endless Flame Fists. An average person would have already lost, but I was different. I grew stronger the more damage I took, even hoping for the fiercest attacks. In the inferno, my blood energy churned wildly, absorbing the damage from the flames. I could feel the blood energy in my body rapidly expanding, and a confident smile crept across my face. My ability to absorb damage had its limits, but as long as the damage stayed within my tolerance, I could become stronger with every hit. What I loved most were sustained attacks like this, where each strike was manageable but relentless. This infernal hellfire was practically tailor-made for me. I silently calculated I should provoke Zhao Erhu more often in the future. It wouldn't just boost my blood energy, but also force me to improve to birds with one stone. The stronger the enemy, the stronger I would become. Come on. Bring it on. Hit me harder. I roared into the flames. Under the relentless impact of the flames, the blood energy radiating from his body grew stronger, and the blood energy shield became increasingly robust. After absorbing a large amount of damage, Lin Yu felt that a breakthrough in his abilities was imminent, and his understanding of his powers deepened further. It has time to end this farce. Try my new move, Charge Punch. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu gathered all the blood energy in his body into his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch. A massive crimson fist suddenly appeared, tearing through the sea of fire in an instant. The punch has power, it not diminish as it hurled straight toward Zhao Erhu. While the giant fist passed, the sea of fire split apart, and the ground was left with a deep gash for its trajectory. Zhao Erhu's expression changed drastically. He wanted to flee but cowed and react in time. No, he shouted in despair. Boom! The fist struck Zhao Erhu's face with a resounding impact, twisting his head violently. The sheer force sent him flying dozens of meters, slamming heavily into a wall, leaving a large, human-shaped crater. Zhao Erhu lay in the crater, coughing up blood, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. Liu, seeing Zhao Erhu gravely injured, was terrified and immediately tried to flee the scene. Lin Yu snorted coldly, trying to run. Not so easy. His blood energy burned fiercely, enveloping his body in a fiery aura, boosting his strength significantly. He caught up with the fleeing Liu. Standing before her, Lin Yu looked down at her and said, "Now you raise cared? You caused this mess yourselves, so you must take responsibility for today." Liu trembled in terror, stammering, "Lin Yu, we were, please, let's go." Lin Yu glanced at her pitiful appearance with disdain, but didn't make things more difficult for her. He turned to the fallen Zhao Erhu and Yu Meng, shouting loudly, "Consider this a lesson. Don't mess with me again, or I won't be so merciful next time." After taking a few steps, Lin Yu suddenly stopped and turned to look at Zhao Erhu, who was struggling to get up. Zhao Erhu was so frightened that he trembled all over and collapsed again. Lin Yu sneered, crooked-mouthed warlord Zhao Erhu. "From now on, you should change your surname to Lin." The surrounding classmates, witnessing this scene, gazed at Lin Yu with admiration. Lin Yu is incredible. He single-handedly crushed Zhao Erhu and his gang. Exactly. His abilities are practically invincible. He is a true powerhouse. The classmates' chatter stung the three deeply, supporting Zhao Erhu and Liu Meng. Liu hurriedly left the scene, unwilling to face further humiliation. Back home, Lin Yu reflected on the day's battle, feeling a surge of confidence and anticipation. During the fight, I kept pondering the weaknesses in my abilities. Although Blood Energy Body Shield is excellent at absorbing damage and converting it into attacks, it still lacks speed and agility. If I encounter a swift opponent with unpredictable moves, I might be at a disadvantage. For the next 2 weeks, aside from attending school and visiting Su Yao's home for training, I dedicated a significant amount of time for improving my speed and agility. I practiced dodging in a simulated training ground, battling small spirit beasts to hone my reflexes. I also use Su Yao's specialized training equipment to perform high-difficulty exercises, enhancing my flexibility. Honestly, I couldn't afford this equipment myself. It was all thanks to freeloading at Su Yao's place. As I immersed myself in this daily routine, the school suddenly announced a new activity of first-level Spirit Ruins Expedition. After all, the Spirit Ruins are full of unknowns and opportunities, but they're also fraught with danger. Although the teachers would be there to protect us, complete safety was never guaranteed. Every year, students lose their lives in the Spirit Ruins. The annual Spirit Ruins expedition usually takes place a month before college entrance exams. But this year, it was moved up by over a month. Hearing this, my eyes lit up, and I thought to myself, the Spirit Ruins are essentially a gold mine. I might just strike it rich. I was thinking about improving my skills, and all my mind was preoccupied with how to make a fortune in the ruins. On the day of departure, I packed my things early, carrying only a small bag filled with various seasonings, cumin, chili powder, Sichuan pepper, you name it. I also smuggled a specially crafted small knife hidden in my shoe. To put it plainly, I was seriously prepared for this treasure hunting trip. When I arrived at the school sports field, most of the students were already there. Several specially designed buses were parked, reinforced with armor and equipped with special glass capable of withstanding certain levels of energy attacks. The teacher stood nearby with stern expressions, reminding us to check our gear and bring the essentials. Safety first during this Spirit Ruins expedition, they emphasized. As I listened to the teachers, my thoughts drifted to the sandy town outside the Spirit Ruins. I'd heard it was bustling with activity, filled with stalls selling spoils from the ruins. The buses sped along and eventually stopped near the entrance to the Spirit Ruins. In the distance, a massive black vortex hovered in the air, shrouded in faint mist, exuding an air of mystery and danger. Strange lights flickered within the vortex, as if beckoning us. Surrounding the entrance was a barren desert, with yellows and stretching endlessly. A howling winds blew so fiercely that I could barely keep my eyes open. This place is called Huang Shadao, and the name perfectly matches the environment. The bus slowly entered the town, and through the window, I saw streets lined with various stalls, bustling with people. There were vendors selling spiritual lures, spiritual beast furs, and all kinds of strange minerals, a dazzling array of goods. Come take a look. Freshly dug 100-year-old spiritual lures from the Spirit Ruins that can enhance supernatural abilities. One stall owner shouted loudly. Freshly processed spiritual beast inner cores. Consuming them will boost the power of your abilities. Don't miss out. Another vendor called out, unwilling to be outdone. My eyes sparkled with excitement, and I could hardly wait to get off the bus and hunt for treasures. Finally, the bus stopped at the town square, and the teacher led us out. Students, you have 1 hour of free time. Meet back here in an hour. And then we all head into the Spirit Ruins together. Upon hearing this, I immediately dashed toward the densest area of stalls. Winning through the stalls, I kept scanning the various treasures. Suddenly, a small dagger caught my attention. It had a sharp blade gleaming with a cold light, and its handle was embedded with a mysterious gemstone. Boss, how much is this dagger? I asked. This dagger is a treasure I painstakingly acquired from the Spirit Ruins. Since you seem destined for it, I'll give you a discount $500, the stall owner said with a smile. 500? That's way too expensive. I'll give you 100 at most, I bargained. 100? Are you joking? This dagger has special abilities. It can break through some basic supernatural defenses, he said, widening his eyes. It is still not worth 500. The most I'll pay is 150. If you don't want to sell, I am leaving, I said, pretending to walk away. Hey, don't go. Fine, 150 it is. The stall owner quickly relented. Just 150. And I am selling it at a loss, the stall owner said helplessly. Linyu was overjoyed, paid the money, picked up the dagger, and walked away. He believed this dagger would come in handy in the Spirit Ruins. An hour passed quickly, and Linyu returned to the meeting point with his new treasure. After the teacher counted the students, they led the group toward the entrance of the Spirit Ruins. A nearby accompanying teacher stared at Linyu with a strange expression. Feeling uneasy, Linyu directly asked, "Teacher, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" The teacher hesitated for a moment but finally said, "Student, why are you carrying a fake dagger?" A fake dagger? The vendor said this dagger has special abilities. How could it be fake? It is your first time entering the Spirit Ruins, so you might not know. A gemstone on this dagger is actually a common stone you can find anywhere in the spirit ruins. And the dagger's material is so pure rust in just 2 days of soaking in water. If you use this dagger in a fight, you'll definitely suffer. Why don't you look at the riverbeds when you raid in the spirit ruins? You'll all find plenty of those stones there. Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. He'd been scammed. When he came out, he'd make sure that vendor paid the price. Finally, everyone arrived at the entrance of the spirit ruins. The teacher spoke in a solemn tone. Students, the spirit ruins are full of dangers. Stay alert and follow instructions. Spiritual beasts are divided into ordinary, advanced, lord, and king levels. Kings are the strongest, with only one in each spirit ruin, and they can calm and all other spiritual beasts. If you encounter a spiritual beast, avoid it if you can, and if you can use your abilities to fight for your life, though the effectiveness might be limited. After entering the spirit ruins, you'll be randomly teleported. Use the map to head toward 100 herb plains for the meeting point. With that, the teachers stepped into the spirit ruins first, and the students follow one by one. Lin Yu took a deep breath and stepped into the mysterious spirit ruins, silently shouting to himself, "Here I come, treasures." As soon as he entered, Lin Yu felt like he had stepped into another world. Lush green trees and flourishing flowers formed a stark contrast with the desert outside. The air carried a fresh scent, along with faint waves of spiritual energy. Lin Yu looked around but didn't see any other students clearly. The teleportation was random. He opened a map, which was provided by the school in advance, determined his target direction, and began moving. Not far into his journey, Lin Yu spotted a thorn-armored beast drinking by a stream, and its triangular eyes exuded ferocity. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He'd heard that thorn-armored beast meat was not only tender, but also incredibly chewy. Grilling it would surely be delicious. He approached quietly, but the thorn-armored beast was highly alert. It immediately locked its eyes on Lin Yu, letting out a low growl as the spikes on its back stood on end. Realizing a sneak attack was out of the question, no, it quickly channeled his blood energy into his fist and aimed a punch at the beast's back. Burst punch. The impact sent the thorn-armored beast flying several meters, crashing heavily into a nearby boulder with a dull thud. The thorn-armored beast turned back, glaring angrily, and suddenly launched an attack. Its sharp spike shot toward Lin Yu like hidden weapons. Lin Yu swiftly condensed a shield of blood energy, and a series of clang sounds echoed if a spike struck the shield, sparking on impact. He searched for an opportunity to counterattack, seizing a gap in the beast's assault. Lin Yu concentrated his blood energy in his legs, quickly moving to the side and delivering a heavy punch to the creature's leg. His fist, imbued with blood energy, made the thorn-armored beast's leg buckle. The thorn-armored beast roared in pain, attempting to crush Lin Yu with its body. Lin Yu nimbly dodged and continued attacking its blind spots with blood energy. After an intense exchange, the thorn-armored beast finally collapsed. Exhausted, excited, Lin Yu hoisted it onto his shoulder and continued on his journey. He didn't encounter any more spirit beasts along the way, and successfully reached the 100 herb plains before nightfall. Lin Yu didn't set up a tent. Instead, he found a thick tree branch, skewered the thorn-armored beast, and lit a fire to roast it. Skillfully, he applied oil, sprinkled cumin and chili powder, and soon an enticing aroma filled the air. The outer skin turned golden and crispy, the sizzling fate released smoke, and the spices blended perfectly. Passers-by, drawn by the fragrance, stopped in their tracks. "Lin Yu, what are you roasting?" Lin Yu responded proudly, "I'm roasting thorn-armored beast meat, a top-tier delicacy from a spirit ruins. War skewer, 500 spirit stones per skewer. Fair trade." "What? 500 per skewer? That's way too expensive." Some classmates thought the price was outrageous. Lin Yu's merchant said, "Expensive? This thorn-armored beast meat isn't just delicious, it might even help your abilities run more smoothly. Don't regret it later if you don't buy." As soon as he finished speaking, the alluring aroma made everyone's mouths water. The steep price still left them hesitant. "Lin Yu, can you lower the price? $10 a skewer sounds reasonable." Someone tried to bargain. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. $10. Go check the towns outside the spirit ruins. You can't even buy it for a few hundred there. And this is inside the spirit ruins, where prices multiply. I'm already being generous. Take it or leave it." The classmates gritted their teeth in frustration, but the irresistible aroma was too tempting. who didn't get along with Lin Yu, and his group came over, staring at the fragrant, sizzling skewers, their stomachs growling. Zhao Erhu said, stiffly, Lin Yu, there's nothing special about this. It's just unarmored beast meat. Lin Yu grinned, mischievously. Zhao Erhu, if you think it's so ordinary, then stop standing here. Your drool is about to drip onto my skewers. Zhao Erhu's face turned red. You. Lin Yu impatiently interrupted, enough nonsense. Pay up if you want to eat. If not, move along. Don't waste my time doing business. In the end, the classmates couldn't resist and eagerly handed over their money. Even Zhao Erhu's group, though unwilling, had to buy a few skewers. Watching his wallet bulge, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed with satisfaction, his expression smug and mischievous, making the classmates both love and hate him. Making money is so easy, Lin Yu said contentedly, counting his earnings. After selling out of the foreign armored beast skewers, Lin Yu decided to hunt for more. While wandering the spirit ruins, his keen sense of smell led him to a herd of wild-fanged boars. These boars were massive, with coarse skin into sharp tusks, their movements shaking the ground. Lin Yu quietly approached, planning to use his usual method to catch them, but the wild-fanged boars were already alert, forming a circle to protect their piglets and watching him warily. Realizing he couldn't attack head-on, he observed their movements, waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, one wild-fanged boar charged at him with surprising speed. Lin Yu concentrated blood energy in his legs and nimbly dodged. More wild-fanged boars joined the fray, using their hefty strafe and sharp tusks to attack him. Lin Yu dodged while seeking a chance to counterattack. Spotting a boar turning, he focused his energy and struck its side. The boar let out a pained cry but grew even more ferocious. Knowing he couldn't drag it out, Lin Yu gathered all his strength and unleashed a crushing fist, a massive blood-red fist projection hurling toward the boars. The impact sent dust flying, knocking down several boars. The remaining boars hesitated, and Lin Yu seized the moment to press the attack. After an intense battle, he successfully captured a few wild-fanged boars. Lin Yu cut the boar meat into large chunks, skewered them on thick branches, and started roasting them over the fire. He used special spices he had found in the spirit ruins, making the aroma even more enticing. The smell wafted through the air, attracting even more classmates. Roasted wild-fanged boar meat, $888 per skewer. Eat it to strengthen your body and enhance your ability comprehension, Lin Yu shouted. Classmates gathered around, drawn by the aroma. Lin Yu, that's too expensive. Can you lower the price? Over 800, are you robbing us? Lin Yu replied innocently. Classmates, wild-fanged boars are extraordinary. They absorb the spirit ruins energy, making their meat rich in power and highly beneficial for its ability users. Plus, I prepared the seasoning myself. You won't find anything this good elsewhere. Although they saw him as a profiteer, the aroma, the irresistible taste was too much to resist, and many people still paid to buy it. Zhao Erhu and his gang watched as everyone was drawn to Lin Yu's grilled skewers, jealousy burning fiercely in their hearts. No, we can't let Lin Yu be so arrogant. Zhao Erhu gritted his teeth. Li Yu and Zhao Ming nodded in agreement. They huddled together and began plotting. Zhao Erhu's group decided to sabotage Lin Yu when he went out to capture spirit beasts, aiming to ensure he returned empty-handed, or even better, to get rid of him entirely. Lin Yu, completely unaware of Zhao Erhu and the others' steam, was happily counting the money he had earned, planning his next spirit beast hunt for grilling, while roasting some barbarous pig meat. He hummed a little tune, thoroughly immersed in the joy of making money. Meanwhile, Zhao Erhu, Li Yu, and Zhao Ming gathered in a corner, whispering about their plan to deal with Lin Yu. How are we going to handle Lin Yu? Zhao Ming scratched his head, looking naive as he asked. Zhao Erhu's eyes darted shrewdly, a vicious expression appearing on his face. Keep an eye on him. Next time he goes out to catch spirit beasts, we'll lure a group of spirit beasts of varying strength to him, overwhelming him. If he dies at the hands of the beast, that will be perfect. Li Yu frowned with concern and said, Don't let this backfire. If the master finds out, we'll be in serious trouble. Zhao Erhu sneered dismissively. What are you afraid of? As long as we raid clean and quick, the master won't notice. The spirit ruins are huge. As long as we raid careful, no one will ever know. The three of us understand. And only we know. Once their plan was finalized, they began secretly tailing Lin Yu. After selling all his roasted barbarous pig meat, Lin Yu held a fixed stack of cash in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. Sell it for a few times the price, and no one would care. No, I need to find some new ingredients soon and make a fortune. Packing up his things, he set off once again in search of prey. Before long, Lin Yu spotted his target, a massive herd of steel bristle bulls. These steel bristle bulls were as towering as small mountains, their bodies covered with bristles as hard and shiny as steel, and curved, exuding deadly power. But in Lin Yu's eyes, these steel bristle bulls were walking treasures. Rumor had it that their meat, when stewed, was not only tender and juicy with a rich flavor, but also subtly enhanced the physical abilities of ability users. This meat must be worth a fortune. Lin Yu cautiously approached, making sure not to make a sound. However, one of the steel bristle bulls sensed something amiss. It swung its massive head around, its eyes as big as copper bells locking onto him, growling lowly as it pawed the ground with its hooves, ready to charge at any moment. Lin Yu didn't dare take it lightly. He knew steel bristle bulls weren't easy to deal with and had to wait for the right opportunity. In the distance, Zhao Erhu and his two companions observed the scene. Zhao Erhu was secretly delighted. Finally, the opportunity had come. Liu, use Wind Shadow Shuttle to lure the nearby gale wolves here. Xiaoming, are you ready? Once the wolves arrive, we'll act together to force Lin Yu into the middle of the steel bristle bulls and gale wolves. Zhao Erhu whispered orders. Liu and Xiaoming nodded a response and quickly began their actions. Liu activated her Wind Shadow Shuttle ability to teleport, and before long, distant howls of wolves echoed in the air. Behind her appeared a pack of agile gale wolves, their green, glowing eyes exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Xiaoming quietly circled behind Lin Yu, ready to strike at any moment. An insidious smile crossed Zhao Erhu's face. Lin Yu was fully focused on the steel bristle bull and completely unaware of the danger behind him. Suddenly, the howling of wolves reached his ears, startling him. Turning his head, he saw a pack of gale wolves charging toward him. Before he could react, Xiaoming gave him a hard shove from behind. Losing his balance, Lin Yu stumbled toward the steel bristle bull. The steel bristle bull, thinking Lin Yu was attacking, became furious. Lowering its head, it charged at Lin Yu with its sharp horns, like an out-of-control tank. At the same time, gale wolves arrived, surrounding Lin Yu and the steel bristle bull. Cursing in his heart, Lin Yu thought, Zhao Erhu, you bastards dare to plot against me. But there was no time for anger. He quickly concentrated his blood energy, forming a blood energy shield in front of him. The steel bristle bull's horns slammed at the shield with a deafening crash. Lin Yu's entire body shook as he struggled to stay steady, preparing for the life-or-death battle ahead. A numbing sensation swept over him as the blood energy shield trembled violently on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, gale wolves were idle either, baring their fangs and unleashing sharp wind blades that shot toward Lin Yu at high speed. Lin Yu was caught in a whirlwind of attacks, fending off a steel bristle bull while dodging the incoming wind blades, immediately plunging into a vortex of assault. To make matters worse, the old bull let out a thunderous roar, summoning the surrounding herd. Its cry was so overwhelming it seemed to shake the soul itself, as if Lin Yu had provoked their leader. Numbering in the hundreds, leading the herd was their chief, its size double that of an ordinary bull. The bull leader's eyes turned red after hearing the old bull's complaint. He stared fiercely at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's heart tightened. As expected, the bull leader raised his head and let out a loud moo, meeting the herd in a frenzied charge toward Lin Yu. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu activated his blood or shield, feeling as though it was a tattered cloth in a storm, ready to be shredded at any moment by steel like quills and sharp wind blades. He cursed Zhao Erhu and the others harshly at his mind, but no matter how frustrated he was, escaping from the current predicament was his top priority. Not far away, a familiar figure dashed toward him like a wind. It was Su Yao. So she discreetly trailed after them. At this moment, upon seeing Lin Yu besieged, she was as anxious as ants on a hot pan and shouted toward him. Lin Yu, hang in there, I am coming. She waved her hands swiftly, chanting softly, water elements, heed my call. The surrounding moisture gathered rapidly, foaming water arrows as thick as barrels in the blink of an eye. With a sharp whoosh, the arrows shot at the wind wolves. The water arrows pierced through several wind rills like sharp blades, making them howl in pain, throwing the encirclement into chaos. Seeing Su Yao's timely assistance, Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart, and his fighting spirit was instantly reignited. Su Yao, You came just in time. Let us finish these guys off today," he shouted. At that moment, his blood energy surged like a breached dam, boosting his strength and speed. He turned into a blood-colored shadow, darting and weaving between the steel-coiled bulls and the wind wolves. The bull leader, enraged, let out a series of furious moo roars. The enormous creature turned abruptly, its body covered in steel like quills radiating an imposing aura, and charged fiercely. Lin Yu, quick-eyed and agile, seized the moment when it turned, pooling blood energy into his right fist and roaring. Blood energy shattering fist. A massive crimson fist shadow, carrying devastating power, smashed into the bull leader's side. With a loud boom, the impact shook the ground, and the steel-coiled bull leader staggered, nearly losing its footing. Meanwhile, Su Yao was in T-idle. She manipulated streams of water to form a massive water sphere, the same move that had once left Lin Yu in a tough spot during their earlier encounter. She yelled. The water sphere shot toward the wind wheels like a cannonball. Splash, the sphere burst, scattering water everywhere. Several wind wolves were knocked flat, while others were stunned by the water shockwave, lying on the ground whimpering. However, the sheer number of bulls and wolves, combined with their battle experience, allowed them to gradually recover their strength. The steel-coiled bulls charged again, and the wind wolves launched wild assaults. Both Lin Yu and Su Yao were beginning to struggle, accumulating injuries one after another. Suddenly, the exceptionally massive steel-coiled bull leader let out an earth-shaking roar, seemingly challenging the wind wolves, unwilling to back down. The Wolf King howled in response, its green, glowing eyes brimming with killing intent. Bulls and wolves were natural enemies, initially united against Lin Yu and Su Yao. Their alliance broke down due to a few provocations, leading them to turn on each other. The steel-coiled bull leader struck first, lowering its head and charging at the Wolf King with its sharp horns gleaming coldly. The Wolf King, agile and nimble, dodged the attack and swiftly lit its pack in a lightning quick assault on the steel-coiled bulls. The bull herd immediately formed a tight defensive circle, shielding their calves in the center, with their quills raised like a porcupine's spines. The Wolf King directed the wind wolves to launch attacks from different angles, baring their fangs and striking at the bulls' vulnerable spots. The bulls retaliated with their strong limbs and sharp horns. Roars and howls filled the air, creating a chaotic and intense battle scene. At this moment, the Wolf King and the steel-coiled bull leader, two pinnacle first-tier beasts, were locked in a life-and-death struggle. The presence of these two formidable creatures made the fight exceptionally fierce. The steel-coiled bull leader, with its massive size and impenetrable quills, charged relentlessly. Meanwhile, the Wolf King relied on its agility and powerful wind-based abilities to evade attacks and seek opportunities for counterattacks. Seeing the situation, Su Yao and I quickly retreated for a brief respite. Wiping sweat from my brow, I said to Su Yao, they were evenly matched, which is a great opportunity for us. But even if they were injured, these are no pushovers. We need a meticulous plan. Su Yao nodded, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. You're right. I'll hold them off first. You find the right moment and use your blood energy ability to deliver a fatal blow. But be cautious, Donnie, taking necessary risks. One strike must end it. With the plan set, Su Yao took a deep breath and charged forward again. Instantly, countless streams of water emerged around her, forming invisible chains that tightly bound the Wolf King and steel-coiled bull leader. Though they struggled desperately, both beasts felt their strength waning. Despite their immense power, the two beasts had sustained injuries and were visibly exhausted after the prolonged fight. Water-based abilities excel at control, and Su Yao's Water Myriad Forms was an S-class ability. She herself was also at the third stage of the first tier. She had no trouble temporarily restraining these two formidable foes. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed into the midst of the wolf and bull herds, deliberately taking hits to build up energy. Without the two pinnacle tier beasts, the threat of the summit, my blood energy ability can almost absorb ball attacks, which is the super advantage of blood energy ability. While enduring the attacks, I kept a close eye on the battlefield, calculating the best time to strike. Watching the two leaders struggle in the flowing water, their wounds bleeding continuously, I silently planned my move. Suddenly, a wind wolf broke free from the water currents, while Su Yao was fully concentrating on controlling the Wolf King and the steel-maned bull leader. It lunged straight at Su Yao. Seeing this, my heart raced, and I shouted, "Su Yao, watch out." As soon as the words left my mouth, I grabbed nearby Wind Wolf with my bare hands, gathered my blood energy, and threw it with all my might, slamming it hard into the wolf attempting to ambush Su Yao. I didn't use the blood punch because it required charging and was an area attack, which might have accidentally hurt Su Yao. Su Yao gave me a grateful look and said, "I'm fine, but focus on preparing your fatal strike." I nodded and continued to keep my eyes fixed on the Wolf King and the Steel Mane Bull Leader, waiting for the perfect opportunity. At that moment, the Bull Leader desperately thrashed about, breaking free from several entangling water currents, glaring angrily at Su Yao and roaring furiously. The Wolf King was equally unrelenting, its sharp claws tearing through the water currents as it attempted to break free and disrupt Su Yao's ability. I knew I couldn't wait any longer. Gathering all the blood energy in my body, I prepared to unleash my most powerful strike. Suddenly, I spotted a flaw exposed by the Bull Leader's overaggression and shouted, "Now's the time." The long charged blood punch burst forth instantly. My right fist, enveloped in intense blood energy, surged toward the Bull Leader with earth-shattering force. The fist shadow sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sizzle. This was the strongest punch I had ever thrown. The enemy sensed the danger and tried to evade but was immobilized by the water currents. It could only watch helplessly as the fist shadow smashed down. Boom! The fist shadow struck heavily, sending the massive Bull Leader flying and toppling several Steel Mane bulls in its wake. The Bull Leader lay on the ground, vomiting blood, struggling to rise but utterly powerless. Even the Bull Leader, renowned for its defense, was left in such a sorry state. A Wolf King, with almost no defensive capabilities, was already covered in wounds, battered all over. Taking advantage of the chaos among the cattle and wolf packs, I quickly shouted to Su Yao. "Su Yao, quickly from a big water bubble and trap me, along with half of the cattle and wolf packs inside. I need to absorb attacks to grow stronger. With enough numbers, I can efficiently convert blood energy without overloading." Without hesitation, Su Yao began manipulating the water elements. The surrounding moisture quickly gathered, and a massive transparent water bubble formed instantly. Inside the bubble, the Steel Mane bulls' eyes turned blood red, charging at me with fury. Their sturdy limbs kicked up a cloud of dust, their sharp horns gleaming coldly as if they intended to pierce me through. The Wind Wolves were equally relentless, their green, glowing eyes radiating killing intent as they bared their fangs and lunged at me from all directions. But I wasn't afraid at all. Instead, I was exhilarated, my eyes glowing with excitement. The Steel Mane bull charged at me, lowering its hand to stab with its horns. I didn't dodge but faced it head-on. The horns hit me, and I felt a surge of power flowing through the horns into my body, swiftly converting into blood energy. Instantly, I felt invigorated. Next, several Wind Wolves pounced on me, their sharp claws scratching my body, their fangs biting down hard. But I clenched my teeth and endured, thinking, "Come on, bring it on. Let's see if you can kill me, or if I grow stronger." The force from their attacks continuously transformed into boiling blood energy within me. Outside the bubble, Su Yao wasn't idle. She kept an eye on what was happening inside while manipulating water currents to disrupt the cattle and wolf packs, ensuring their attacks didn't interfere with my rhythm of absorbing energy. Watching me endure the attacks, she knew I was growing stronger through battle. She couldn't help but shout, "Lin Yu, be careful." Enduring the pain, I shouted back, "Su Yao, don't worry, I'm fine." This feeling, it's incredible. By now, my body was covered in wounds, my claws stained with blood, and the blood energy within me boiled like a pot of water, surging and growing stronger. Although I could absorb damage, the pain was very real. Apart from enduring the external attacks, the rapid surge of blood energy brought an aching sensation that swept through my entire body. Inside the water bubble, the cattle and wolf packs seemed to sense something was wrong. They realized that not only was I not running away, but I was also becoming increasingly difficult to deal with under their attacks. Their assaults grew even more frenzied. The Steel Mane bulls charged at me one after another, while the Wind Wolves abandoned solo attacks, grouping together to launch wave after wave. Surrounded by the cattle and wolf packs, I was like a perpetual motion machine, continuously absorbing their attacks and converting them into blood energy. My body gradually adapted to the high-intensity assaults, and with each hit, I felt my strength increasing, my speed accelerating. Finally, the rate of blood energy growth began to slow down, and the body ache index skyrocketed, and I sighed inwardly. Is this all the blood energy my body can handle right now? The feeling of growing stronger was too exhilarating I didn't want to stop here. Although blood energy could enhance physical strength once the burst ended, the remaining energy wouldn't be enough to support a stronger body. At that point, I might just explode. Since I couldn't absorb any more, it was time for me to counterattack. My gaze turned fierce in an instant as I roared and unleashed at least 90% of my blood energy. Heat. A powerful wave of air burst out from me, sending the herds of steel-maned bulls and gale wolves sprawling. Many were directly blown to the ground. Then, they looked on in terror as a massive, blood-red fist hurtled toward them. The steel-maned bulls and gale wolves scrambled to stand and flee, but found their legs too shaky to even support them, let alone run. All they could do was stare helplessly as the fist grew larger and closer. This or a far surpassed that of their leaders, casting the shadow of a second-tier being. Boom! The blood fist mashed into them mercilessly. The surface of the water inside Su Yao's bubble was instantly shattered by the shockwave. Su Yao was utterly stunned, worried that I might have accidentally pushed myself too far and ended up killing myself. Looking up, the spot where the water bubble had been was now a scene of utter devastation, thick with a fog of blood. The steel-maned bulls and gale wolves had been pulverized in nothing but mist, leaving no corpses behind. Su Yao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Just how overpowered was this attack? Tap, 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 tap. Footsteps echoed. A figure emerged from the blood mist. It was me. At that moment, my upper body was shirtless, revealing chiseled muscles and an 8-pack, with a few bloodstains on my body and eyes as cold as blades. Su Yao snapped out of her daze and teased. Lin Yu, can you stop drooling? You raged, ripping it all over the ground. Lin Yu was just about to reply when Su Yao shot him a fierce glare, and then swiftly turned her head away, ignoring him completely. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered inwardly, this guy was way too attractive just now. Lin Yu looked at her, puzzled, and wondered silently what with this woman. Why does she kick me for no reason? Could it be menopause? But she's not that old yet. Menopause something for elderly women. Before his thoughts could finish, 100 meters away, the remaining steel-maned bulls and gale wolves suddenly snapped to their senses and charged at them with frenzied roars, completely disregarding their lives. These spirit beasts had suffered such a tragic loss that they should have retreated immediately. However, with both of their leaders instantly eliminated, the entire group was thrown into chaos, unable to withdraw. Worse yet, most of the ones Su Yao had saved earlier inside the water bubble were females and younglings. Su Yao had intended to make things easier for Lin Yu, but this instead gave the enemy even more reason to fight to the death. With their mates and children targeted, who would retreat willingly? Lin Yu frowned, rubbing his slightly sore wrist. Su Yao, stop stalling. Let us finish them off together. Got it. Let us see how we can take them all out in one go. Their eyes locked, and they charged at the remaining steel-maned bulls and gale wolves, preparing for the final battle. Lin Yu infused blood energy into his legs, his speed surging instantly as he turned into a red flash streaking toward the bull herd. He targeted one steel-maned bull, leapt onto its back, and grabbed its two horns tightly. Feeling someone on its back, the bull thrashed its head wildly, trying to throw him off, its fur hooves stomping and spinning erratically on the ground. Lin Yu held onto the horns firmly and twisted hard. With a loud crack, he snapped the horns off with sheer force. A steel-maned bull howled in pain and charged madly to the side, knocking over several of its companions. Nearby, Su Yao controlled streams of water with one hand, shaping them into sharp water blades that shot toward the wolf pack. The water blades sliced through the air, accurately striking several gale wolves. The wolves howled in agony after being hit. This technique was supposed to be an advanced conversion skill exclusive to water elemental users. But Su Yao wasn't just any water user, she was an S-class water manipulator with the ability of water polymorph. For water techniques, what endlessly versatile who could stand against her? Su Yao had thought this might temporarily intimidate the wolves. But instead, the remaining gale wolves became even more frenzied, charging at her recklessly. Their minds were consumed by vengeance, leaving no room for retreat. After finishing off the steel-maned bull, Lin Yu swiftly weaved through the herd, each punch infused with his collected blood energy, unleashing staggering power. The bulls he struck either staggered back or collapsed outright. Meanwhile, Su Yao faced the oncoming wolves with calm precision, first creating a wall of water to block their attacks, then forming water balls that she hurled at the pack. The water balls exploded on impact, sending waves crashing out and stunning many wolves. Lin Yu shouted while fighting, "Su Yao, hang in there. I'll finish this soon." He locked his sights on the strongest bull in the herd, gathering blood energy through his fist and roaring, "Take this." As he lunged forward, his steel-maned bull charged at him head-on, lowering its remaining horn to bore him. But just as Lin Yu closed in, he suddenly changed direction, circling behind the bull and delivering a powerful punch to its hind leg. The bull's leg snapped, and it collapsed to its knees. With the strongest leader down, the bull herd fell into disarray. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to unleash a relentless assault, and in no time, the remaining cattle were utterly defeated. Su Yao had also wiped out most of the wolf pack. The few remaining wolves, sensing the danger, tried to flee, but Su Yao raised several water whips, lashing them. A water whips precisely entangled the escaping wolves, forcefully dragging them back. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately charged forward and launched a ferocious attack. In truth, any creature consumed by hatred becomes the most vulnerable. After an intense battle, both the cattle and the wolves were finally dealt with. The two of them collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Looking at the ground littered with spirit beast corpses, Lin Yu laughed and said, "Su Yao, I really have to thank you this time. Without you, I don't think I could have managed to take them down." Su Yao wiped the sweat from her forehead and rolled her eyes at him. "Don't get cocky. It's not like you're not strong yourself. Fighting to grow stronger really isn't wrong. If you hadn't suddenly become so powerful, who knows what might have happened to us today." It rested for quite some time before Lin Yu finally recovered enough to sit up from the ground, surveying the chaotic battlefield before him. He vividly recalled the fierce battle that had just taken place, feeling deeply moved. Su Yao also sat up, patting the dust off her clothes, and said, "Lin Yu, we've finally dealt with the steel bristle bulls and the gale wolves this time, but Zhao Erhu and his group will definitely come looking for trouble again. We need to stay alert." Lin Yu snorted coldly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "If they dare to come again, I'll make sure they regret it. But for now, let's see if we can find any good loot." With that, the two began scavenging through the piles of spirit beast corpses. Lin Yu walked to a particularly robust steel bristle bull. The bull, which he had fought fiercely earlier, was now lifeless. Squatting down, he carefully searched around the bull's head, muttering under his breath, "I've heard that steel bristle bulls usually hide their spirit pearls near their heads. Hope this isn't a waste of effort." After some time, Lin Yu finally felt something hard near the bull's forehead. With some effort, he pried it out, revealing his spirit pearl, radiating a yellowish-brown glow. The surface of the pearl was smooth and slightly worn, with a faint power flowing within. "Su Yao, look, I found the steel bristle bull's spirit pearl," Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Su Yao, who was frustrated by her own search among the gale wolves, responded without much enthusiasm, "You're really lucky. When he struck earlier, those spirit beasts inside the water bubble didn't even leave intact corpses behind, making it impossible to find any spirit pearls. I've been rummaging through these gale wolves for ages and only found this one." As she spoke, Su Yao held up a light blue spirit pearl. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Yu scratched his head and chuckled. "While I was in a rush to finish the fight and didn't think about those details. Maybe that's a good thing. My punch probably shattered them, and their power might have been absorbed by me." Su Yao rolled her eyes at him. "You always have excuses. Hurry up and keep looking for more treasures." Although she complained, Su Yao was secretly pleased. The combined power of all the shattered spirit corals from the first-tier spirit beast could exceed an entire large tier. Even if it was just a temporary burst, delivering second-tier damage with first-tier second-stage strength was an unprecedented, extraordinary feat. The stronger Lin Yu became, the happier Su Yao felt. Carefully putting away the steel bristle bull's spirit pearl, Lin Yu turned his attention to the bull's steel hard bristles. He thought these bristles might be useful for crafting powerful weapons, so he pulled out a small knife and spent quite some time cutting off a small bundle, his forehead beaded with sweat. Meanwhile, Su Yao was busy skinning several gale wolves. The wolf pelts were softer yet tougher than the steel bristle bull's bristles and carried wind-type attributes. If made into clothing, they might even enhance speed. She skillfully skinned a few and neatly packed them into her backpack. Watching Su Yao at work, Lin Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. Su Yao, selling these wolf pelts and steel bristles could make us a lot of money. While folding the pelts, Su Yao nodded. Of course, these are valuable materials. The two continued scouring every corner of the battlefield. Lin Yu managed to find a few long, sturdy bull horns that were incredibly durable, perfect for crafting weapons. He picked them up one by one, bundled them together, and carried them on his back, resembling a mobile weapons rack. Su Yao discovered some sharp fangs dropped by the Gale wolves, faintly imbued with wind-type spiritual energy, making them ideal for crafting hidden weapons. She carefully collected them all and stored them in a small pouch. After an exhausting search, they finally gathered all the treasures they could from the battlefield. Lin Yu contentedly squatted by the campfire, holding a skewer of golden brown, sizzling wild fang boar meat. The oil dripped. The fire crackled, sending tiny sparks into the air and releasing an irresistible aroma. He took a deep breath, utterly satisfied. With a contented smile on his face, he stretched out his tongue and exclaimed, "Ah, the breeze of Lingzhou is so refreshing, the meat of Lings, and so fragrant. And the money in the pockets of those unlucky guys in Lingzhou is really not bad either." You asked where Su Yao went. She asked to shy to follow a shameless rascal like me selling skewers. More importantly, Lin Yu's strength has made her feel a sense of crisis, fearing she won't be able to keep up with me in the future. So she left early to find spirit beasts for training. Just after reciting the spell, I suddenly remembered something and pulled a crumpled notebook from my backpack. The cover looked like it had been chewed by a god, with crooked handwriting on it that read Lingzhou Hermé Guide and Wealth Secrets. Opening it, I saw it was densely filled with my culinary strategies in Lingzhou. Steel main bowl of meat is firm and perfect for slow roasting. Add cumin and chili powder, and the taste is simply amazing. But this creature has a fiery temper, so it is best to knock it out first, otherwise the odds of you getting hurt are much higher. Blazing rhino, the meat is slightly dry, ideal for slicing and hot pot. Its horn is ridiculously hard and can double as a skewer stick. But be cautious, the rhino horn tends to explode when exposed to fire, so you need to recool it with ice type abilities, or you can forget about grilling in peace. Thernomer beast, the meat is chewy, bouncy, and flavorful, making it great for barbecue. Or you might end up looking like a human porcupine, which would be tragic. Brother Yu, your skewers are more expensive than loan sharks. A bespectacled young man leaned in, shaking his head as he stared at the menu listing savage tusk pig meat skewer 50 yuan per skewer. I smiled mysteriously and dramatically pulled out a piece of paper from under the grill, waving it in front of him. Take a look. This is the special grade barbecue master certificate from the Ling's Gourmet Association. So of course, it is pricier. Upon closer inspection, the scribbled words on the certificate were clearly written by me. The bespectacled guy froze for a moment, not daring to argue further. After all, these skewers were originally made from top-tier, powerful spirit beasts in Lingzhou, and they had already witnessed the fate of those who dared to cross me. Brother Yu, you truly are a master. Of course I am. Just as I was about to brag about my secret recipes, there was a sudden rustling sound from the distant bushes. My ears perked up, and I grabbed the chili powder jar as a weapon, shouting warily, "Who is there? Spying on trade secrets, the fine one be a joke." A few wilted banana leaves slowly emerged from behind the trees, revealing Zhao Erhu's flushed face. Stammering, he said, "We were just passing by. Ling, do I into your private property? Why do you care?" "Tighter, bro, you messed up your lights." Liu crawled out from under the banana leaves, cobweb stuck to her head, making her look comical. "You were supposed to say, we're here to admire the moon." Liu Ming, holding a banana leaf tilted at a 45-degree angle on his head, added, "But tonight tests a new moon, there's no moon to admire." Looking at the three of them, heads dripping with dew and appearing utterly ridiculous, I laughed so hard my stomach hurts. Teasingly, I said, "Brave three putting on a mobile potted plant show. Wanting to sprinkle some human growth fertilizer on you." I even pulled out a seasoning jar from my pocket and shook it, saying, "Freshly sprinkled and grilled, honest business." Zhao Erhu's face turned red with anger. He stomped on the banana leaves on a foot and gritted his teeth, saying, "Lin, don't be cocky. Tonight, we'll show you how dangerous Lingzhou can be," as he turned. The villain mess strategy manual hanging from his waistband fell to the ground. With a plop, the cover was dirty and stained. And on the inside page, the words dominate the entire school plan were scrawled so messily it looked worse than chicken scratch. I cowed and hold back my laughter. Villain mess strategy. I wonder who you think the real villain is. Could it be me? As I spoke, I walked toward them, the smile on my face growing more sinister. I hadn't forgotten how they once tricked me. The three of them, seeing me approach, wisely crouched down and covered their heads. After a series of smacks and scuffles, I stretched out contentedly and returned to my stall to continue my barbecue business. As for Zhao Erhu's group, they should still be alive. Half an hour later, the three of them huddled in a tree hollow, holding a secret meeting. Zhao Erhu pulled out the crumpled villain nest strategy manual. It's covered dirtier and redder than before. On the ground were some black stains that looked like footprints or maybe nosebleed. Plan A. When Linyu goes to capture spirit beasts, we'll use beast lore powder to attract a pack of desert lions. But he has already subdued a herd of bulls and a pack of gale wolves, so the chances of this succeeding are slim. Zhao Erhu pointed at the messy writing in the manual. Plan B. Add something to his roasted meat. Adding laxatives to the meat secretly. What about Plan C? Where's Plan C? I can't find it. Liu helplessly held up a crumpled piece of paper and said, Tiger, you accidentally used Plan C to wipe your nose earlier. Liu Meng pulled out a pack of spicy sticks from his pocket, the packaging emblazoned with "Buy one more" in promotional text. Excitedly, he said, how about we just go hand-to-hand with them? I brought a weapon. He waved the spicy sticks in his hand for emphasis. Zhao Erhu stared at the mischievous smiling face on the packaging inside. Forget it. Let's just go with Plan A. So the three of them sneaked into the yellows and lions' territory. Looking like my stealing grease. Liu shivered as she pulled out a pink, heart-shaped box labeled Magic Club powder from her bag. Inside was the so-called beast-attracting powder. Tiger, are you sure this is beast-attracting powder? Liu sniffed and frowned. Why does it smell like expired perfume? Stop talking nonsense. I spent a fortune buying this from the black market. Zhao Erhu snatched the box impatiently. It only works if you sprinkle it downwind. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu suddenly let out a huge sneeze. Achoo. The pink powder dispersed like fireworks. The yellows and lions, seemingly provoked, all raised their heads, baring their fangs. Their eyes filled with vigilance and anger. Run! Zhao Erhu's face changed as he quickly grabbed the other two and bolted. His pants got caught on a bush and tore, revealing red Pikachu-printed underwear. A curious young lion cub sniffed the lightning tail design and, frightened, let out a moo before darting into its mother's embrace. Liu's wig got snagged on a tree branch, fluttering like a white flag of surrender. Tiger, didn't you say this powder works on lions? How was I supposed to know your nasal spray powder and the beast-attracting powder look exactly the same? Zhao Erhu had lost a shoe, revealing a sock with a hole in knee on green toenail polish, cutting a sorry figure as he replied. Things got worse downstream. I heard a flame rhino's drinking water suddenly went berserk. When Liu fell into the river, the chili powder in her pocket dissolved into a hellish red soup, drifting downstream. The unsuspecting flame rhinos drank this devilish beverage, their eyes bloodshot, and the sparks from their nostrils could practically roast mosquitoes. Enraged, they charged toward Zhao Erhu and his group. Meanwhile, Linyu was squatting by the river, happily munching on a beggar's chicken, savoring the delicious meal. Suddenly, he heard an earth-shaking rumble, as if the entire spirit realm was trembling. While the flame rhinos charged like fiery dragons from the northwest with terrifying momentum. It's over, I need to charge more for this joblin, he muttered to himself as he fumbled in his pocket and pulled out an ancestral plastic megaphone. On its side, 50% off sale was written in correction fluid, making it look utterly ridiculous. Taking a deep breath, he rooted his voice in his diaphragm and shouted loudly toward the beast hordes and any nearby classmates. Attention, everyone. The ultimate all-you-can-eat BBQ party is now open. Yellows and lion fangs are 20% off. On one flame rhino tenderloin, get one free. The first 50 customers even get a free secret recipe sour plum juice. Strangely, the beast hordes immediately stopped in their tracks, as if under a spell. The yellows and lion king snorted, a droplet of saliva hitting the ground with a plop, clearly enticed by the aroma of grilled meat. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Linyu thought to himself, So even yellows and lions like BBQ. What happened next was astonishing. When you picked up the megaphone and shouted at the yellows and Lion King. Brother Lion, the best grilled tenderloin is over there on the rhinos. Don't let them get away. The yellows, then Lion King, seemed to understand human speech, tilting its head thoughtfully before slowly turning its gaze toward the flame rhinos. The flame rhinos immediately felt a chill down their spines, and suddenly their mouths didn't feel spicy anymore. The yellows and lions were their mortal enemies. With a mighty roar, the yellows and Lion King made a pack into action. Needless to say, chaos ensued. It was a complete bloodbath. The scene turned into something straight out of a fantasy movie. I stood on a massive rock, flames blazing behind me, waving my arms like a general commanding thousands of troops. I shouted to the yellows and Lion King, Brother Lion, keep an eye on this. This marbled tenderloin needs to be slow roasted over through wood, and the heat must be as gentle as first love. Then, like performing a magic trick, I pulled out a laser thermometer and smugly said, look, the core temperature is 68 degrees. This is when the meat is at its most tender and flavorful. The yellows and Lion King seemed to understand, obediently squatting to one side, gently fanning the grill with a banana leaf. Not far away, Zhao Erhu and his companions were tied up like dumplings, hanging from a tree by vines. Can only watch helplessly as I handle various cooking utensils like a master chef, methodically and skillfully. And even a tiny rotating spit, I had everything at my disposal. Are you here to fight or open a Michelin restaurant? Zhao Erhu's face turned red with anger as he trembled, tightly bound by vines, gracefully sprinkling some rose salt. I replied calmly, a true warrior must first conquer the enemy through their stomach. As I spoke, I handed a piece of roasted tenderloin to the yellows and Lion King with a smile and said, sister, try this cumin-flavored one. They say it even helps regulate hormones. After a series of events, dawn finally arrived the next day. The lion pride had left, and the yellows and Lion King seemed very satisfied, even gifting me a present and promising to return in the future. In high spirits, I sat in the middle of the camp, counting my spoils of war, unable to suppress a chuckle. First was the fang gifted by the yellows and Lion King, which shimmered faintly, clearly extraordinary. Next was the flaming horn obtained from slaying the fiery rhino beast. It gleamed like flames in the sunlight, both beautiful and mysterious. It felt warm and soft to the touch, perfect for giving to Su Yao as a hand warmer for winter. As I basked in the joy of my harvest, back at the school outside Lingzhou, the disciplinary director was trembling as he reviewed accident reports, his hands shaking as if he had late-stage Parkinson's. The report titled Explanation of a Student Taming a Tier 1 Stage Free Spirit Beast into her Barbecue Assistant even included a copy of the yellows and Lion King chef certification, which was identical to my certificate I had whipped up yesterday as a souvenir for the light. Then there was the mental damage assessment application for Zhao Yuhu and others, which included 9 photos of bruised and swollen faces along with 100 corny emergency medical records. In the photos, Zhao Erhu, a group looked utterly battered, clearly traumatized by yesterday's events. The disciplinary director shakily called the principal, his voice full of helplessness and despair. Cirque, and we moved next year's field practice to the zoo instead. Lingzhou is just a chaotic, and the students' antics are getting more and more outrageous. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before the principal finally let out a deep sigh. Forget it, let him continue, but tell him the school will take a 30% cut. Okay. Meanwhile, in Lingzhou, I was gleefully contemplating how much right treasures could sell for, completely unaware that the principal was already planning to milk me like a cash cow. At noon, I suddenly discovered that my book had climbed to 22nd place on the new bookability rankings. I sincerely thank all the friends who supported me. This chapter took a bit longer to write, from 2 p.m. to 5:40 and I plan to work hard to update another chapter tonight. Thank you all for your support. Please add it to your bookshelf. Leave a good review. A cast a must-read vote. I promise to reward you all with even more updates. In the principal's office, the balding principal repeatedly watched the footage of my battle with the beast horde. When he saw me enduring the water sphere's relentless attacks from countless spirit beasts without a scratch, he fell silent. No matter how many times he watched it, the principal remained astonished. This kid was unbelievable. What was even more shocking was when a blood-ray fist filled the screen, instantly annihilating all the spirit beasts within a water sphere in one strike. The principal looked up at the sky and smiled bitterly, muttering to words. Freak. He can convert any attack into his own vitality, and his vitality reserves are absurdly high, stronger than someone an entire major rank above him. Could it be that getting hit makes him stronger? It's like he is cheating. I muttered to myself. He can transform damage dealt into his own vitality, doesn't he? That means his vitality is practically endless. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he becomes. This kid might actually be perfect for this experiment. With this thought, my eyes sparkled with excitement. I immediately picked up the phone and made a call. On the other end of the line, a calm voice answered. This is Wang Ji speaking. Who is calling? Deputy Minister Wang. It's me, Zhang Dahai, the school principal. Oh, Principal Zhang, what is the matter? From Deputy Minister Wang, a tired tone. I knew I couldn't waste any time. I directly sent him the video of Lair Battle. Minister, please take a look at this video. Deputy Minister Wayne sounded puzzled, but opened the video anyway. Before long, waves of emotion stirred in his heart as he keenly noticed Lim's unique ability. Su Yao, standing beside him, was instead completely overlooked. Principal Zhang, the student. Who is it? A newly awakened student from our school's senior year, named Lin Yu. What is the purpose of sending this video? Wang Ji asked knowingly. He understood Zhang Dahai's intention, but this matter couldn't be initiated by him. If the plan failed, his position would be at risk if it succeeded. Zhang Dahai would take the credit. As an experienced player, he knew the game, avoiding risks for himself while not giving others too much benefit. Zhang Dahai wanted to use this opportunity to climb up the ranks. I am willing to help him, but responsibilities must be clearly divided. I can't be the only one taking the fall. Although he felt aggrieved, Zhang Dahai had no choice but to brace himself and speak up. Minister, do you think this kid is suitable for the blood search project? Wang Ji pretended to ponder for a while before responding slowly. You're right. This kid is perfect for that plan. I'll apply for approval from above immediately, and we'll get a response soon. And delete all the video backups. Don't leave anything behind, understood? After finishing, he hung up the phone and began reporting to higher-ups, encrypting the video and sending it over. At the school, Zhang Dahai also started thoroughly deleting all related videos and data. When students awaken, the state provides a tactical watch used for receiving missions, sending distress signals, recording footage, and tracking location. During their first entry into the spiritual ruins, they must keep the watch's recording and tracking functions on at all times for emergency rescue purposes. After deleting the videos, Zhang Dahai fell into contemplation. This Wang Ji truly deserved his position as Deputy Minister of the Education Bureau. His moves were shrewd. He slaps you in the face while secretly giving you a candy, a brilliant tactic. Even though he could shift the risk onto someone else, he insisted on making everyone share the responsibility, forcing you to owe him a favor. He muttered, these old foxes. So full of schemes. Wang Ji had already received orders from higher-ups. Recognizing the importance of the matter, he immediately convened a meeting to coordinate with the military. Ultimately, his application was approved. The higher-ups believed you had a very high chance of success. The military even decided to elevate Yu's confidentiality level and secretly assign personnel to escort him. Wang Ji, you did a great job this time. Once I am transferred, the ministerial position will be yours. His superior told him. Excited inside, Wang Ji maintained a polite and composed demeanor outwardly. After hanging up the phone, he finally allowed a rare smile to creep onto his face. Waving his hands triumphantly, he shouted, it's in the bag. Meanwhile, inside the spiritual ruins, I had just dealt with Xiao Erhu and his two companions, earning a hefty sum of money. In high spirits, I decided to look for Su Yao. After all, hunting spiritual beasts without a woman around is just too exhausting. The environment in the spiritual ruins was both complex and marvelous. Plains, deserts, and snow-capped mountains, three seemingly unrelated terrains, existed side by side. Su Yao, being a water-attribute ability user, naturally went to the snowy mountains for training. I also planned to find her after not seeing her for quite some time. I surprisingly missed her. The snowy mountain was home to a heavenly pool, hence it was also called Heavenly Pool Mountain. Currently, Heavenly Pool Mountain was closed to outsiders. Rumors have been circulating about sightings of a spiritual ruins king on the mountain. Regarding the bloodline ranks of spiritual beasts, they are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, general, lord, and king. This was in T mentioned earlier, so he rests some additional explanation. Among them, the king is the highest rank of spiritual beast, with a combat power several levels above the rest. For example, a second-tier, first-stage beast king would at least require the strength of a third-tier ability user in match. To stand a chance against such an opponent, one would need at least 3 third-tier ability users working together. At the foot of the mountain, a military force guard the area. Allowing no one to enter casually, Lin Yu arrived at the mountain base in rows of fully armed soldiers with high alertness, as well as fortifications and bunkers securing the area to perfection. Looking up, the summit of Heavenly Pool Mountain was shrouded in mist, completely obscured from view. At the entrance, a long queue of ability users was lined up, clearly here for spiritual ruins hunting. However, not all ability users could enter, only those of at least first tier. Second stage could qualify. This level was considered mid-tier in the Yellows and spiritual ruins, ensuring that one team be easily eliminated. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Lin Yu's turn to scan his ID card. However, the machine beeped 3 times, no record found. Nearby soldiers immediately fixed their eagle-like gazes on him. Lin Yu, a bit helpless, scanned his card again, but the result was still no record found. Normally, scanning an ID card would display the ability level and identity information. This time, 3 soldiers instantly aimed their guns at him. "Who are you?" one soldier questioned coldly. Lin Yu cupped his hands and replied inferently, "I am a student from First High School." As soon as he said this, the ability users in line behind him erupted into commotion. "Hey student, what are you doing here? Get lost and stop blocking the way." "No record found. Could he be a ghost? Hurry up. I've been waiting forever." Mockery and impatience filled the air, turning the scene into chaos. At that moment, a rugged-looking officer strode over quickly, sternly asking, "What's going on here?" A soldier responded, "This kid and he can't be found, no record." The officer frowned, carefully examining Lin Yu and his ID card. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he quickly brought over a military-grade device and scanned the card again. Beep, beep. Beep identity archive level A. Access restricted to military race below curl. The cold, mechanical voice instantly plunged the room into silence. Some even drew sharp breaths. The crowd's gaze toward Lin Yu became one of awe and respect. This ID card required special military clearance to access, and only personnel of colonel rank or higher were permitted. What did this mean? It meant Lin Yu's identity was deeply concealed and highly classified, almost reaching the level of a military secret. The officer's expression changed drastically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He immediately straightened up, saluted solemnly, and said, "Safe travels, you may pass." The 3 soldiers followed orders, lowering their guns and saluting Lin Yu as well. The tense atmosphere vanished, replaced by one of solemnity. Those who had previously mocked or rushed him instantly fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Even Lin Yu himself was stunned. How had he become someone with a classified identity? Could it be that his parents had been hiding this from him all along? Clenching his teeth, he silently cursed, feeling both frustrated and amused, determined to demand an explanation from them when he got back. Humming a tune, he stepped into the Tian Kai Mountain. "I am a second-generation soldier. I am a second-generation soldier," Lin Yu thought proudly. As he walked, he noticed that most of these ability users had come with specific task objectives. Since he had recently advanced to Stage 1, Grade 2, and could easily defeat Stage 1, Grade 3 opponents, he couldn't just wander around aimlessly. After all, if we're out, he'd be a laughingstock. Moreover, completing tasks here could earn him money quite a lot. Actually, he opened a mission hall on his tactical watch, a feature they had been taught how to use back in school. The screen displayed a variety of missions. Mission name: Collects no condensation grass. Mission difficulty: difficult. Mission details: collect no less than 10 pounds of fresh no condensation grass within 10 days. The grass must have condensation beads intact. It was said that snow condensation grass was a rare plant found in Yangkai Mountain. It could be made into snow condensation pills, which help calm the mind and increase the chance of enlightenment. However, it had to be fresh once a day passed. Its effects would diminish significantly. Lin Yu continued swiping through the screen to check other missions. Mission name: Hunt the Falcon. Mission difficulty: dangerous. Mission details: the employer sought to hunt a Stage 1, Grade 3 falcon in Yonkai Mountain and needed ability users to assist. Mission requirements: Stage 1, Grade 3 ability users, preferably with experience hunting in spiritual domains. Mission name: Capture Eye Snake. Mission name: Capture Snow Falcon. Mission name: Investigate the Beast King of Tian Kai Mountain. Clearly a death mission, not taking that one. Mission name: Locate and hunt the Snow Rabbit leader. Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to contact the staff. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? Excuse me, what happens if I fail to complete a mission? So we're accepting a mission. You allow me to pay a deposit, which is 20% of the mission reward. If you fail to complete the mission, half of the deposit will be forfeited. Got it, thank you. You're welcome. Sir, if you have time later, please consider giving us a 5-star review. Lin Yu looked disappointed. He thought to himself that if only missions didn't require a deposit, he'd take them all. And as a poor guy, he simply couldn't afford that. Just as he was about to close the mission interface, his eyes lit up when he noticed something written under the Snow Rabbit mission: no deposit required. Immediately, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept the mission, afraid someone else might snatch it. He then eagerly searched for other free missions, like a puppy hoping for scraps of meat to fall from a table. Unfortunately, there was only this one free mission. Well, Lin Yu clicked his tone in frustration. Oh well, even a little reward is better than nothing. He muttered under his breath, cute little bunny, here I come. And with that, he headed up the mountain. After walking for a while, Lin Yu plopped down on the ground, completely unbothered by his lack of decorum. He grabbed a snow pear and took a big bite, juice dripping everywhere, while studying the mission details on his tactical watch. Mission name: Hunt the Snow Rabbit leader. Mission difficulty: extremely high danger. Mission details: a Snow Rabbit leader has recently been spotted in Yonkai Mountain, leading a group of snow rabbits in frequent attacks on a garrison base. This special hunting mission has been issued, with no acceptance requirements. Mission reward: 300 Zhuohuaxia coins. Mission challenges: first, the Snow Rabbit leader's whereabouts are difficult to track, with vague information suggesting it operates in the mid-level of Tian Kai Mountain. Second, the Snow Rabbit leader is extremely powerful, requiring at least a Stage 1, Grade 3 ability user, supported by multiple Stage 1, Grade 2 ability users to take it down. Third, the leader, the Lord Cancun, and the Ice Snow Rabbit population. Lin Yu briefly glanced at the task information and quickly dismissed it from his mind, finding it was almost a matter of luck, let alone dealing with it. A single Ice Snow Rabbit Lord required a first-tier, third-level ability user, and he was far from qualified. Moreover, the Lord came with a gang of underlings. Once surrounded, he'd be in serious trouble. Forget it, he thought. Enter to meet up with that girl Su Yao first, and seize the chance to collect some valuable materials and hunt the few spirit beasts to sell these spirit beasts for his money trees and needed to be cherished. A sly smell crept on Lin Yu's lips as he silently declared, "Get ready, Tiankai Mountain, here I come." Crack. A snow-laden branch suddenly broke and hit Lin Yu on the head, making him roll his eyes on the spot. Accidental. Let's do this again. Lin Yu casually tossed the core of a snow pear he'd been eating, which happened to hit a squirrel on the head. But he paid it no mind. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and strode into the mountains with determination. As Lin Yu stepped on the snow, it crunched beneath his feet, and his breath froze into ice crystals on his scarf. He pulled out the school-issued map, where Su Yao had marked the training locations. What kind of weird symbols has this girl drawn? Lin Yu scratched his head while staring at the crooked markings, and then noticed a piece of sesame candy stuck in the corner of the map, clearly evidence Su Yao had been snacking while drawing. This girl definitely doesn't come from an ordinary wealthy family. Before awakening, students were not allowed into the spirit realm. Yet Su Yao knew the place like the back of her hand, even planning training locations in advance. As night fell, wolves howled in the distance, and a misty Tian Kai Mountain became even more mysterious and eerie. Lin Yu shrank his neck but quickly regained confidence, thinking about the wind wolf he had recently defeated. He rubbed his reddened, frozen hands and muttered, "It's really cold out Yonkai Mountain at night." Wonder if Su Yao packed warm enough clothes. I'm so careless. I used my blood energy to strengthen my body, and I immediately felt warmer. Ice water was nothing to me. Since I was on Su Yao's level as a water element expert, how could I possibly fear the cold? I must have been froze unsilly earlier. Lin Yu patted his head, igniting a faint flame of blood energy within. This blood energy is truly an essential treasure for travel, I exclaimed. Suddenly, a white shadow emerged from a snowbank. Instinctively, I swung my fist to prepare for an enemy. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small, fluffy pink squirrel with a bushy tail. It tilted its head, gazing at me curiously with sapphire-like eyes. A pine needle stuck on the tip of its tail, likely just emerging from its tree hole. I failed to notice that this squirrel was identical to the one I had accidentally hit with a snow pear earlier. Breathing a sigh of relief, I was about to continue on my way when the squirrel remained, tilting its head and staring at me curiously. Waved, and asked with a smile, "Little squirrel, are you lost?" It seemed to understand, chirping to me before darting off in a direction, stopping after a few steps to look back at me as if signaling me to follow. Curiosity filled me, so I decided to follow. The little squirrel, seeing me obediently trailing behind, revealed a cunning smile in its eyes. I didn't notice. After a short walk, a hidden cave entrance beneath a snowy cliff appeared before me. The squirrel scurried inside. I hesitated for a moment, but decided to go in and take a look. The cave was filled with a strange smell, a mix of blood and herbal scents. The walls glimmered faintly with embedded stones, illuminating the entire cave. Deeper inside, I found a patch of snow-condensed grass growing on an icy rock, its leaves adorned with crystal-clear snow droplets. This was exactly the material I needed for my task. Excited, I rushed forward to collect it. The moment my hand touched the snow-condensed grass, a sharp screech echoed from the shadows. A snow eagle slowly emerged, its body larger than mine, exuding a bone-chilling aura as its fierce gaze locked onto me. I cursed inwardly. It turned out that little squirrel had tricked me. I never expected the snow-condensed grass to be guarded by a snow eagle. The snow eagle spread its massive wings, letting out a piercing cry that made my eardrums ache. And it flapped its wings, generating a fierce wind, and charged at me. With no time to think, I quickly concentrated all my blood energy into my legs, dodging the frontal assault with agility. But I was still blown out of the cave by the powerful gust. This is bad. The snow eagle was definitely a first-tier, third-level expert. Its strength in the cave was already impressive. But now, in the open air, it was even more formidable. What should I do? I swore myself not to let that damn squirrel trick me again. The snow eagle let out a deafening screech and dove toward me. I knew I couldn't withstand it through sheer force and could only desperately evade. The snow eagle missed its first strike and immediately climbed higher, preparing for another dive. Again and again, my stamina and blood energy were rapidly depleting. If I don't come up with a plan soon, I'm finished. Worn out, I panted heavily, nervously staring at the snow eagle in the sky. It accelerated again, dodging sideways. Taking advantage of the moment, I threw a punch, landing it hard on the snow eagle's head. This strike left the snow eagle disoriented, unable to return to the air for the time being. I seized the opportunity, lunging forward and grabbing its wings tightly, preventing it from taking off. The snow eagle, unwilling to give in, pecked at me relentlessly with its sharp beak. I can withstand dives, why would I fear regular attacks? I sneered, as the blood energy in my body rapidly restored my strength. The snow eagle let out an infuriated screech, its entire body glowing in intense white as it unleashed its signature move, Ice Seal. However, this skill lacked penetration and posed little threat to me. Instead, it accelerated my blood energy recovery. As I regained more and more strength, the snow eagle's movements gradually slowed. Seizing a moment, I gathered all my blood energy, forming a powerful punch with my right hand, and struck its head fiercely. Rising punch. The force in a punch was immense. The snow eagle's head burst on the spot, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. After a brief struggle, it lay still. Wiping the sweat off my brow, I silently thanked my continuously regenerating ability for allowing me to finally take down this troublesome guardian beast with sheer strength. Without pausing to rest, I hurried to collect the snow-condensing grass. To my surprise, as I ventured deeper into the cave, I stumbled upon the snow eagle's nest. In the nest were 6 snow eagle eggs. A mischievous squirrel that had tricked me earlier was holding one of the eggs, busy trying to move it. So engrossed was it in its task that it failed to notice my approach. I stealthily moved closer and suddenly grabbed it, startling the little squirrel into letting out a sharp squeal. Upon seeing it was me, it immediately began struggling furiously, seemingly protesting my abrupt ambush. Annoyed, I asked, "You little rascal, how dare you trick me? Almost lost my life because of you. Spill it, why did you betray me?" The squirrel waved its tiny front paws frantically, chittering incessantly as if trying to explain itself. I frowned, attempting to decipher its gestures and sounds, but I couldn't make sense of them no matter how hard I tried. Helpless, I set it down. It immediately darted back to the snow eagle eggs, patting one with its paw, and then looking up at me with a pitiful expression. I almost burst out laughing, miss. Little thing clearly wanted the snow eagle eggs. It was smart enough to recognize their importance. Squatting down for a closer look, I examined the eggs. They were sizable, their surfaces emanating a pale blue glow, with a faint chill radiating from them. Thinking to myself that these snow eagle eggs must be special, I decided not to give them away so easily. I needed some answers first. I said to the squirrel, "All right, tell me what's so special about these snow eagle eggs. If your answer satisfies me, I'll let you have one." The squirrel seemed to understand. It circled the eggs twice, pointed at one with its paw, and chittered at a few times. Then, it drew strange lines in the snow figures that resembled both patterns and characters, though they were incomprehensible to me. Shaking my head in exasperation, I said, "What on earth in a drawing? I'm not a mind reader." "You know," the squirrel jumped up and down in frustration, but couldn't explain further. Sighing, I asked, "All right, have you seen this person? Take me to her, and I'll give you one of the eggs." Taking out a photo of Su Yao, I showed it to the squirrel. All right, let me finish collecting the snow-condensing grass first." After packing up, I headed out of the cave. The moment I stepped outside, a gust of icy wind hit me, making me shiver. Though I could reinforce my body with blood energy to resist the cold, this frozen landscape was still unsettling. Following the squirrel, I trudged through the snow. The biting wind felt like knives against my face. The squirrel, however, was full of energy, hopping along without a care for the cold, occasionally turning back to urge me to hurry up. Panting, I grumbled, "You little rascal, why are you in such a rush? Look at my 2 legs, they're not as nimble as your 4. The squirrel ignored me entirely and continued bounding forward. As the sky darkened, the surrounding fog thickened, and the rugged mountain paths became harder to navigate. A sense of unease crept into my heart. Getting lost in this place was a real possibility. I called out, "Hey, little one, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? Something feels off." The squirrel stopped, tilted its head to glance at me, and chittered, its expression seemingly saying, "Relax, leave it to me." I trudged on through the snow, the eerie silence around me making my skin crawl. The crunch of my boots in the snow seemed to be my only companion. I felt as though someone was watching me. A sensation of being secretly observed left me uneasy. Halting in my tracks, I glanced around cautiously. All I saw was endless white snow and distant frozen trees, like icy sculptures, with no sign of movement. A faint sound. Could it be that something had changed recently? I rubbed my eyes, unsure. Am I just tired, or was that feeling absolutely not an illusion? But the further I walked, the stronger the sensation of being watched became, like I was tightly entangled by an octopus with 8 oars, unable to shake it off. My heart tightened. I quickly gathered all my blood energy and gritted my teeth, thinking, no matter what kind of monster you are, I'll take you down with one punch. If there's a pair, I'll knock both out. I'll hang you all on a tree to play the piano. Suddenly, a group of snow-white shadows darted out from the woods like ghosts, instantly surrounding me completely. Looking closely, it was a pack of snow wolves. These snow wolves were smaller than regular wolves, but their entire bodies emitted a biting chill. Their glowing green eyes looked like a small light bulbs, fixed on me with a fierce intent to devour me alive. But with the confidence of the rampaging Gale wolf behind me, I wasn't afraid at all. The snow wolves slowly circled around me, growing low, as if discussing how to make their move. Seeing them hesitate, I took the initiative and charged at them. As soon as I rushed over, they immediately went berserk like they'd been injected with adrenaline, launching a frenzied attack. I concentrated all my blood energy into my fists. It punched straight into the head of one snow wolf, like smashing open a watermelon. The other snow wolves were scared off instead. They became even more ferocious, attacking one after another as if I owed them several lifetimes of debt. I flailed around in the pack like a headless fly, dodging left and right, muttering in my heart, "Come on, bite me all you want. Let us see if you can take me down or if I end up absorbing your power." Their claws and fangs landed on me, but I was like a human sponge, completely unscathed. Instead, I grew more and more energized, thinking to myself, if I keep training like this every day, I could level up 3 times a day, 5 levels in a week, and max out in 80 days. But the wolves kept coming at me without end. I began to feel overwhelmed. Panic set in. This is too much. Are these snow wolves just here to overwhelm me with numbers? If this keeps up, I'll be eaten alive for sure. Although my abilities were godlike, they had their limits. Now I couldn't even escape. Their collective skills pinned me down, and the more I fought, the deeper I sank. Just as I was on the brink of despair, a massive surge of water came rushing in, scattering the snow wolves surrounding me. I quickly seized the opportunity to break free. Su Yao, controlling the water, shouted, "Lin Yu, you Ray rolling around on the ground like a fool. This is so embarrassing. Don't tell anyone you Ray with me when we Ray out." While dodging the wolves' attacks, I yelled back, "Auntie, quit making snide remarks and help me out already." She shot me a glare, then waved her wrist, summoning even more water to converge into a massive water sphere. With a shout, she hurled the water sphere at the wolves. The wolves didn't even have time to react before the sphere smashed them to the ground, knocking several unconscious on the spot. After that, we used the same strategy as last time against the Dale wolf, slowly wearing them down. But this time they got smarter. The Snow Wolf King led a few of the stronger wolves to the front, giving us a cold glare before turning to flee. We didn't need chase after them. Reckless enemies weren't worth pursuing, especially since we were in poor shape. Chasing them could lead to injury, which was worth it. Su Yao withdrew the water and walked over to me, scolding, "It is candy, stay out of trouble, can you?" I chuckled sheepishly, "Thanks to you this time. If it weren't tea for you, I'd eat me toast." She rolled her eyes at me. "Thick-skinned as ever," she muttered. "What is that saying? Thick-skinned people can't survive anywhere." Su Yao, I followed the snow-covered trail up Tiankai Mountain, heading slowly toward the mysterious ruins. The surroundings were eerily silent, like a ghost town. The only sound was the crunch of our footsteps in the snow. Su Yao frowned. "Strange. Where I came here to train before, there were so many spirit beasts, it was terrifying. He walked to steps without running into one. Why is it so quiet now?" Just as we both started feeling uneasy, a series of howls suddenly broke the silence, echoing through the area. Su Yao and I exchanged a glance. Puzzled, what is making that sound? Following the noise, we saw a group of yellows and lions, the same ones we'd roasted meat with before. No wonder there were no other spirit beasts around. With such powerful yellows and lions in the area, no other creatures would dare roam about. Well, if it isn't our old friends," I exclaimed excitedly, like running into long-lost buddies, and greeted them warmly. The yellows and lions seemed to remember me too. They surrounded me, nuzzling their heads against me and purring softly, as if to say, "Brother, long time no see. Hey, since fate brought us together, how about a barbecue?" I suggested, wrapping my arm around the massive head of the Lion King with a grin. Of course, they were more than happy to oblige. Who wouldn't want free food and drinks? Even Su Yao, who usually acted all aloof, showed interest this time. She pouted and said, "NPH. Fine, let us. My mood is pretty good today. Let me give you a hand." I got to work right away, quickly setting up the grill and pulling out various ingredients from my backpack to start cooking. Su Yao helped by passing me the seasonings, but she had no idea what was in those bottles. She casually grabbed one, didn't check it carefully, and assumed it was cumin powder, sprinkling it generously over the skewers. In reality, the bottle was clearly labeled special laxative, but in the chaos of the moment, no one noticed. I took the skewers with the seasoning and turned them over on the grill, noticing nothing unusual. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. I handed the cooked skewers to the desert lions. Starving as they were, they devoured them greedily, letting out satisfied grunts as they ate. I pulled out 2 bottles of Sprite, handed one to the Desert Lion King, and we started drinking together. "Bro, why aren't you staying in the desert? Why did you come here?" Roar, roar. "What? You're here to worship the Beast King?" Roar, roar, roar. The Beast King lives in this heavenly lake and is a white jade lion. Wait, aren't you guys related then? The Desert Lion King nodded proudly. Su Yao was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand how the creatures of different species could have such a smooth conversation. The heavenly lake is just beside us. So if the white jade lion king lives there, why hasn't it come out to see me? Roar, roar. The Desert Lion King looked at me with disdain. Even Su Yao understood now. It seemed we were weak, and the Beast King didn't think we were worth its attention. After a few rounds of drinks, the Desert Lion King staggered, preparing to leave. It had to hurry to worship the Beast King, or it would face serious consequences. However, the surrounding desert lions suddenly looked unwell, clutching their stomachs with painful expressions. This isn't my fault. The ingredients were fine. I quickly defended myself. I'm not a bad guy. How could I do something like this? Not only were the ingredients fine, even the seasonings. My words trailed off as I saw the large label special laxative on the bottle. I immediately turned to Su Yao. She was whistling nervously, avoiding eye contact. Her face as red as a ripe apple. She looked exactly like a little rabbit caught red-handed. The desert lions had no time to bother with us. Even the Desert Lion King had been affected and was desperately holding back. However, the white jade lion was known for keeping its territory impeccably clean. Being so close to its home, any accidents here would surely lead to chaos. Going home wasn't an option either. If they left now, they'd miss the worship ceremony and face severe punishment. After much deliberation, the Desert Lion King decided to complete the ritual first and then rush home immediately. And so, a group of staggering desert lions, with anxious faces, wobbled their way toward the nearby Heavenly Lake. The so-called Heavenly Lake was a small, crystal-clear lake surrounded by immaculately clean grasslands. The group of desert lions, racked with stomach pain and looking pale, finally arrived. Grumble, grumble. A few lions' stomachs growled audibly as they struggled to hold back. But this was the Beast King's territory they had to endure. The Desert Lion King led its tribe in a worship ceremony. Unfortunately, the ritual movements seemed to exacerbate their discomfort, pushing their tolerance to the limit. The breaking point approached. 7 or 8 desert lions couldn't hold it any longer. Ignoring where they were, they roared in unison and began relieving themselves. The Desert Lion King frantically tried to stop them. But once it started, it was like a domino effect, unstoppable. Seeing their companions give in, the other lions with stomach aches couldn't hold back either. They dashed to the lake's edge and unleashed their relief. The overwhelming sense of release made them let out low growls of satisfaction. The splat-splat sound spread like a contagious virus, and soon all the desert lions joined the celebration. The entire lake was surrounded completely. As for the Desert Lion King, it had long forgotten the warnings etched into its bloodline and joined in, with a pungent stench spreading everywhere. Little did they know, this was the pinnacle moment of their lives as desert beasts. Happily swaying their hips, they prepared to leave, but suddenly, the lake water began to boil violently. Glug, glug, glug. Steaming hot bubbles erupted, intensifying the foul smell. The desert lions turned their heads, puzzled and unsure of what was happening. The Desert Lion King's mind was blank, with only 2 words echoing were dared. The depths of the lake suddenly lit up like daytime. As if a blazing sun had risen from below, the blinding radiance made all living creatures avert their gaze. Sensing imminent danger, the desert lions instinctively prepared to flee. Suddenly, a burst of intense light erupted. Shii-ai. The lake surface glowed brilliantly, dispelling the night. The sand lions disappeared without a trace, leaving no signs behind. Only the strongest, the Sand Lion King, managed to escape by sheer luck, but it was gravely injured. With a splash, the terrifying beast emerged. It resembled a lion, but radiated a blinding white light, like a scorching sun, exuding an unparalleled, overwhelming pressure. Roar! The white lion caught the pungent stench in the air and was filled with uncontrollable fury. Who was the audacious fool daring to wreak havoc on its territory? Its roar shook the heavens and earth, reverberating for tens of thousands of meters, making the very world tremble. In the distance, spirit beasts knelt one after another, seemingly subdued by its bloodline's might. Clearly, this was a true beast king, its presence dominating all else. The white jade lion glared angrily at the Sand Lion King, demanding to know why it had dared to cause trouble in its domain. Under the immense pressure, the Sand Lion King struggled to utter the words humans before being struck dead by a single slap from the White Jade Lion. The White Jade Lion then fixed its fierce gaze on the students' camp in the distance and let out an enraged roar. In an instant, countless spirit beasts followed its command, charging directly toward the students' camp. Boom! The violent crashing shattered the night's tranquility. Clearly, the White Jade Lion misunderstood, believing that humans had sent the Sand Lion to provoke it. Hiding in a snowdrift, Su Yao and Lin Yu exchanged glances, swallowing nervously with only one thought in their minds. It's over. Soon, a piercing alarm sounded from afar, like the wails of ghosts. The 10 turned, ready to rush back to the camp to help, but as they looked toward the path, they found it completely blocked by a dense horde of spirit beasts. There was no way through. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. The road is completely blocked. Charging through would just be suicide." Su Yao's eyes darted around as she raised her head and said, "If we can't return to the camp, why not bypass them and head to the White Jade Lions and its clan's lair? Maybe we can make them think twice and ease the pressure on the camp." Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned and said, "Great idea. Who knows, we might even find some treasures in their lair and make a fortune." Without hesitation, they set off, guided by a small squirrel. The two sneaked off stealthily in the opposite direction of the beast tide. The small squirrel, familiar with the terrain of Tian Kai Mountain as if it were its backyard, led them through twists and turns until they reached a concealed cave. Above the cave was Tian Kai, clearly the White Jade Lion's home. As they stepped into the cave, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. Looking around, the cave walls were covered in rare medicinal herbs, adorned with shimmering dew. Lin Yu felt as if he had struck gold, rubbing his hands in excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, so many herbs. We're definitely hitting the jackpot this time." With that, he pounced on the herbs like a hungry wolf and eagerly began collecting them. Carefully, Lin Yu started picking the herbs. Meanwhile, Su Yao seemed to have noticed something and ventured deeper into the cave. While Lin Yu, the treasure-obsessed one, continued madly harvesting the herbs, muttering, "We're rich, we're rich." Just as Lin Yu finished picking the herbs and was about to look for Su Yao, her startled cry echoed from the depths of the cave. "Ah!" Lin Yu immediately dropped the herbs and dashed inside. He found Su Yao unharmed, staring intently at a few plants, whispering, "Solar grass and lunar grass. Why did you scream so loudly? You scared me to death." Lin Yu complained. "You don't understand. These are solar grass and valuable divine herbs that can enhance fire and water elemental abilities." Su Yao rolled her eyes at him and explained. Lin Yu was left speechless in astonishment. Enhancing elemental abilities, these really were divine herbs. Su Yao carefully took out a jade box and placed the herbs inside. While the two were busy collecting, the White Jade Lion, commanding the battle from afar, suddenly turned blood red in the eyes. It realized things had gone terribly wrong. Someone was raiding its home. Glancing at the human struggling to resist the attack, the White Jade Lion took a third of the spirit beast and rushed back to its lair to catch the intruders. In the camp, teachers and soldiers formed a defensive line, protecting the students hiding within. Many teachers and soldiers had already sacrificed themselves to protect the students. A few brave students also joined the defense, charging at the oncoming spirit beasts with roars, but their numbers were too few to make a difference. As the situation became increasingly dire and reinforcements failed to arrive, the commander was on the verge of despair. Suddenly, he noticed the spirit beast numbers dropping drastically, and even the Beast King had left. Hope flickered in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, "Hold on, everyone. The Beast King has left, and the beast tide will soon disperse." The words acted like a shot of adrenaline, rekindling the spirits of the exhausted teachers, soldiers, and students. They fought back with renewed vigor. Under the commander's organized instructions, the defensive line gradually stabilized. Feeling a sense of relief, yet simultaneously puzzled by why the Beast King suddenly left and why the beast tide erupted so abruptly. Inside the Beast King's lair, just these few herbs are worth a fortune. This trip was totally worth it. Su Yao rarely showed such excitement. "Let's go. Next stop, let's grab another haul." Lin Yu's greedy nature fully surfaced, and he couldn't wait to continue looting. The little squirrel seemed particularly familiar with the surroundings, leading them on a wild plundering spree. After navigating a few twists and turns, the little squirrel brought them to a hidden valley. As soon as they entered, they saw spirit pearls piled like a small mountain, dazzling with a myriad of colors, and were all low-grade spirit pearls, so bright that Lin Yu's eyes almost went blurry. When he pounced on the spirit pearls like a starving tiger, his eyes filled with greed for wealth. Su Yao, however, calmly observed the surroundings and muttered, "Don't get too excited yet. This is definitely the lair of some beast clan. There must be spirit beasts guarding it. Don't end up losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds." Just as she finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the valley. A group of massive spirit beasts, resembling giant camelins, came charging out. Their scales shimmered with a metallic sheen. As if clad in armor, their low growls inspired fear, and they quickly surrounded Lin Yu and Su Yao. Looking at the spirit beast, Lin Yu curled his lips into a sly grin. "Perfect timing. Let me show you who's boss." With that, he gathered all his blood energy, his fist trembling with power, and charged at one of the pendulum-like spirit beasts. The beast immediately curled into a ball, resembling a massive iron sphere, and rolled rapidly toward Lin Yu. Quick on his feet, Lin Yu sidestepped and countered with a punch to the beast's back. A loud clang echoed, like striking iron. Lin Yu's fist ached from the impact, shaking his hand. He cursed, "Damn, these scales are really tough." Su Yao wasn't idle either. She wielded her water element ability, conjuring countless ice spikes mid-air, which rained down on the pendulum like spirit beasts. The ice spikes shattered into icy fragments upon hitting the scales, unable to cause any real harm. "This won't work. These creatures' scales are like iron lumps," Su Yao said. Frowning, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he smacked his forehead as an idea struck him. He charged at one of the pangolin-like spirit beasts again. But this time, instead of attacking directly, he dodged its assaults while looking for an opening to infuse his blood energy into the beast's body. Lin Yu suddenly poured his blood energy in. One pangolin-like spirit beast curled into a ball again, rolling rapidly toward Lin Yu. The beast sensed the invasive energy and struggled violently, finally uncurling. Lin Yu seized the opportunity and landed a powerful punch right on its philtrum. A loud crack echoed, as if an eggshell shattered. The pangolin-like beast clutched its philtrum, letting out a sharp cry before collapsing motionless, tears streaming silently from its eyes. "Su Yao, now's the time," Lin Yu shouted. Su Yao snorted disdainfully. "Do I need you to tell me, you pervert?" She immediately focused her ice spikes, attacking the beast's broken philtrum with pinpoint accuracy. The ice spike spears through its scales effortlessly with soft puff-puff sounds. The other pangolin-like spirit beasts hesitated, their steps faltering, clearly reluctant to experience that same despair being shattered. But soon, as if driven by some invisible force, they lunged toward Lin Yu and Su Yao once more. The two worked in perfect sync. Lin Yu used his blood energy to pin down the beasts, while Su Yao seized the chance to target their weak points with ice spikes. After an intense battle, they finally defeated the entire group of pendulum-like spirit beasts. Clearing out the guarding spirit beasts, Lin Yu and Su Yao excitedly ventured deeper into the treasure zone, frantically searching for loot like madmen. In the depths of the valley, and discovered a pile of spirit pearls, even larger than before, faintly glowing. These pearls were about the size of grapes and clearly laughed by high-grade spirit beasts. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled like light bulbs as he shouted excitedly, "Wow, so many spirit pearls. We're rich, like a child." He began stuffing them into his backpack, one by one, muttering, "Mine, all mine." Su Yao shook her head with a smile and crouched down to help gather the pearls. These spirit pearls were essentially his dowry fund, though she had no idea which girl he'd end up marrying with them. But she said nothing and continued packing the pearls. Just as the two were gleefully sorting their treasures, the valley suddenly began to quake violently, and ground trembled as if it had been blasted apart, as though a colossal beast was charging toward them. "This isn't good. The Jade Lion must have realized we stole its treasure and is furious, heading straight for us." Lin Yu's face turned pale as he spoke nervously. Su Yao quickly stashed the spirit pearls, shaking her head. "Run." With the little squirrel in tow, the two bolted for the valley's exit. But just as they reached it, a massive, majestic white tiger blocked their path. Its presence was overwhelming. This was none other than the Jade Lion. The Jade Lion glared at them fiercely, its eyes seemingly ablaze. It roared thunderously, its open maw shaking the valley to its core. "How dare you, humans of the heavens, How dare you intrude upon my territory and steal my treasures? Today will be your end. These advanced spirit beasts were highly intelligent and capable of speech. Lin Yu and Su Yao stood back to back, warily staring at the white jade lion. Lin Yu whispered, Su Yao, this guy isn't easy to deal with. We have to be careful. Su Yao snorted lightly, got it. I'll use my water-based abilities to restrain it. You find an opportunity to attack its weak point. With that, she waved her hands, and the moisture in the air quickly condensed, forming a towering wall of water that surged toward the white jade lion. The white jade lion daphneally swatted its front paw, instantly dispersing the water wall into countless splashes. Lin Yu seized the opening, focusing all his blood energy, and swung his right fist fiercely toward its head. The white jade lion moved nimbly, dodging with ease. Its tail then swept powerfully, sending Lin Yu flying. With a heavy thud, he hit the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. This was Lin Yu's first injury indeed. The white jade lion was no ordinary foe. Seeing this, Xu Yao quickly manipulated eye spikes, shooting them like raindrops toward the white jade lion. The lion moved gracefully, dodging effortlessly as if nothing had happened. This white jade lion is too powerful. Even with the two of us working together, we can't harm it at all, Lin Yu said helplessly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Su Yao responded calmly. Don't panic. Let me try another tactic. Furrowing her brows, her mind raced to find a solution to the crisis at hand. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Lin Yu, use your ability to absorb its attacks. While it's caught off guard, we'll make a run for it. Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Great idea. At that moment, the white jade lion launched another attack, charging at Lin Yu and Su Yao with a speed so fast it closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu didn't dodge instead. He rushed toward the lion's paw, taking the hit head-on. With a sickening thud, the lion's paw pierced Lin Yu's shoulder, blood gushing out. But Lin Yu didn't retreat instead. He smiled lightly. He quickly converted the lion's power into blood energy, and his wound healed rapidly, almost instantly. Su Yao. Run, Lin Yu shouted as he grabbed Su Yao and turned to flee. Hesitated momentarily before roaring in fury and giving chase. This white jade lion's basic attacks can already break through my defense. If it uses its special skills, I'm doomed. Lin Yu cursed inwardly. Lin Yu and Su Yao dashed desperately through the dense forest, their speed like that of two rabbits. The white jade lion chased relentlessly. Every time it nearly caught up, Lin Yu would stop to take a direct hit, absorb its power to strengthen himself, and then run even faster. Thus, the chase continued. Several times they were cornered by the lion, but Lin Yu's unique ability always enabled them to merrily escape danger. The white jade lion was furious. It knew its precious medicinal herbs must be with Lin Yu and Su Yao. If it used its special skills, the herbs would surely be destroyed or lost. The two fled for their lives, while the lion remained cautious. This can't go on. We need a way to shake it off completely, Su Yao said, panting as they ran. Lin Yu's eyes darted around. He took out two glowing medicinal herbs from a jade box. These were the lion's most prized treasures. He then pulled out two more. Gathering his blood energy, he hurled the four herbs in different directions. The white jade lion seethed with anger but had no choice but to order its spirit beast minions to stop and retrieve the herbs. The scene became chaotic. If the herbs were left on the ground, they could be trampled or eaten by other beasts, making things even worse. Let's see how you plan to keep chasing us now. Lin Yu smirked, watching the white jade lion search for the herbs. The four herbs were thrown far apart, scattered in different directions, buying them precious time to escape. Still, Lin Yu felt a pang of regret over losing the valuable herbs. Gritting his teeth, he pulled Su Yao along as they continued to run. Run faster. Behind them, an endless wave of spirit beasts pursued, with the ranks constantly changing like a relay race, refusing to let up. Finally, we see the camp. The two breathed the sigh of relief, knowing they were temporarily safe. The camp, with the military support, had already driven away the spirit beast. The commanding officer, the same one who had previously let Lin Yu and Su Yao leave, looked gravely at the two as they sprinted into the camp. But what shocked him even more was the wave of spirit beasts behind them, surging forward like a tidal wave. Their deafening roars made the ground tremble. What was going on? This was like a scene from a battle royale. The onlookers were all dumbfounded, their words failing them as they stood in silent, overwhelming shock. My God, the spirit beasts are really after you too. Is that Lin Yuan? A Din Zhao heir who recognized Lin Yu. Yavu's eyes sparkled, and his entire demeanor transformed. The officer frowned, unable to comprehend how a high school student could attract so many spirit beasts. It simply defied logic. As the army quieted down and prepared to respond, Lin Yu and Su Yao didn't return to the camp directly. Instead, they suddenly turned around and began circling around the camp. Roar! A spirit beast horde roared ferociously. Although they were intimidated by the camp, under the Beast King's command, they were forced to relentlessly pursue their targets. And so, the spirit beasts and Lin Yu played a game of cat and mouse. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Erhu and the other two were dumbstruck. Instead of returning to safety, he asked, running in circles just to show off how many spirit beasts he has got following him. At that moment, the officer finally came to his senses. His gaze shifted sharply, and he quickly walked toward the camp. Elsewhere, Lin Yu stomped hard on the ground, and a large number of ferocious beasts bled from their noses and mouths, collapsing unconscious in an instant lifeless. What was originally just a control skill ended up annihilating them entirely due to the overwhelming difference in levels. The officer shouted loudly, "Damn it. Get back to the camp immediately, or I'll court-martial you." Lin Yu froze for a moment, then immediately led Su Yao back to the camp. At that moment, 3 third-tier experts joined forces and instantly wiped out over 1,000 spirit beasts, forcing the seemingly endless beast horde into a full retreat. In the command post, Lin Yu and Su Yao stood like students caught misbehaving. The officer, slicing an apple with a tactical knife, let the blade glint coldly under the light. "Start talking. From the moment you used the laxative to ambush the Yellows and Lion King, what on earth happened?" Lin Yu swallowed nervously and said, "We honestly didn't know the bottle was a super-strength laxative." The officer questioned coldly, "And then you lured the diarrhea-stricken Yellows and Lion Pack into the White Lion King's territory, didn't you?" He suddenly stabbed a knife into the table, the blade quivering slightly next to a specimen of yin-yang grass. "Do you have any idea how many military regulations you've violated? Article 17, Article 39 of the Spirit Battlefield Management Ordinance. Is this why half of Tai Mountain was raided because of you?" The officer wiped the corner of his mouth before suddenly grabbing a communicator and shouting, "Logistics. Dispatch 3 biochemical cleanup vehicles to the Tian Kai battlefield immediately." In reality, Lin Yu and Su Yao both knew the communicator wasn't even turned on. After venting, the officer turned back only to seal and use secretly stuffing spirit beads into his pocket, while a small squirrel perched on his shoulder, crunching on a first-tier, second-grade spirit bead. The officer suddenly chuckled and pointed at the surveillance footage of the famed snow evil flock. "Do you know why didn't he bring you to a court-martial? Under the guise of clearing out the beast tide, we were showing those creatures in the spirit field just how powerful the Chinese military is. Let them think twice before causing trouble again. You too you to feel too guilty. In war, who has made mistakes? If fear of implicating teammates stops you from confronting spirit beasts, that's the real problem. Now take the formula for your super strength laxative to the supply department and claim 20 crates of supplies. Clean up the eastern battlefield." Lin Yu and Su Yao's faces lit up with joy. They understood that this was the officer's way of letting him off the hook, even subtly acknowledging their contribution this time. After all, when they returned and saw so many injured and fallen comrades, along with other students, they had internally blamed themselves countless times. The officer's words finally lifted the weight off their hearts. Just as Lin Yu was about to celebrate, the officer suddenly lowered his voice. "And tell that little squirrel next time it's teal spirit beat. Eat them under the military surveillance cameras. The whole scene has already been broadcast to the staff department." Lin Yu and Su Yao, who had been chased all over the place by the lunatic Beast King and its followers last night, were now penalized by Officer Shen Yan to clean up the eastern battlefield. The two of them knew full well that this was actually a covert reward. They were asked with cleaning the battlefield, a word he told where to hand over the spirit beads, collected blood essence, and special materials from the spirit beasts. It was clearly an unspoken agreement that they could keep whatever they gathered for themselves, a free for all to take as much as they wanted. While the rewards were plenty, the workload was just as overwhelming. The eastern battlefield was piled high with the corpses of thousands of spirit beasts. Exhausted as they were, they had to meticulously clean up everything. Everything from a spirit beast's body was a treasure. Spirit beads could be used to absorb skills and accelerate cultivation. Relying solely on absorbing spiritual energy from the air would result in painfully slow progress. Spirit beads were essentially condensed spiritual energy. Moreover, spirit beads could grant skill absorption. On the market, even a low-quality first-tier, second-grade spirit bead would sell for over 1,000 yuan. A better quality one could fetch at least 5,000 jia currency. Not to mention there were plenty of first-tier, third-grade spirit beast corpses. Aside from spirit beads, the blood essence of spirit beasts was even more valuable. Blood essence, also known as heart blood, could yield only about 100 drops from a first-tier spirit beast. Even with the thousands of corpses on the eastern battlefield, the total wouldn't exceed a liter. Blood essence could serve as a catalyst in certain pills and was a crucial ingredient in crafting blood key pills. It can significantly enhance vitality. Wealthy individuals even use essence blood for baths, claiming it is particularly effective in boosting vitality and physical fitness. However, such expensive bathwater is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lin Yu knew he certainly couldn't afford it, but Su Yao might be able to. There are also some special parts of spirit beasts, such as rhinoceros horns and the wings of flying spirit beasts, which are excellent materials for crafting various weapons. These parts are far harder than ordinary alloys and have a high compatibility with spiritual energy and vitality, making them particularly suitable for creating weapons for ability users. It has said that some wealthy people even pay high prices for the second male organ and testicles of spirit beasts for unique purposes. Though Lin Yu only heard about this. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu and Su Yao's partnership was seamless. All the dirty and tiring work, such as extracting spirit beads and dissecting corpses, was done by Lin Yu, while Su Yao was responsible for collecting essence blood, spirit beads, and special body parts. Although both of them were first-tier, second-stage ability users and much stronger than ordinary people, the intense and high-density work still exhausted them. However, the rewards were astonishing: over 3,000 spirit beads, more than 800 milliliters of essence blood, and various materials and organs, most of which came from first-tier, second-stage spirit beasts. After turning in 50% as required, the market value translated into over 5 million yuan each for Lin Yu and Su Yao. Lin Yu had finally achieved temporary financial freedom. It was temporary because, as soon as he saw the equipment in the army, he couldn't help but drool. To be honest, what man doesn't teal of advanced weaponry? He immediately approached Shen Yan, hoping to buy some equipment. Shen Yan, meanwhile, was regretting his impulsive decision to reward the duo so generously, fearing he'd get scolded by the instructor when he returned from leave. Hearing that Lin Yu wanted to buy equipment, Shen Yan's eyes lit up. This kid had money now, so he intended to milk him hard to cover his losses. Thus, Shen Yan began introducing top-notch equipment, including grade launchers, laser rifles, Longxing tanks, and anti-material sniper rifles equipped with suppression rounds. These suppression rounds were specifically designed to target ability users, temporarily sealing their spiritual power and rendering their abilities useless. Although weapon sales were officially prohibited in the military, Shen Yan had some authority, so selling a bit to the meritorious Lin Yu was a problem. At first, Lin Yu, a novice in society, was no match for the slick Shen Yan and was completely hoodwinked. In the end, Lin Yu spent nearly 5 million yuan to purchase a military-grade pickup truck, the standard Tang swords, each with a hardness equivalent to second-tier spiritual weapons, capable of lasting until graduation exams when battling beasts, and more. Let us talk about the college entrance exam system. Written and physical exams are separate. Those aiming for liberal arts universities only need to pass the physical exam, while those aspiring to martial arts universities must pass both. This is because the nation needs experts in all fields. The physical exams are generally conducted in specific assessment sites within spiritual ruins. These are areas where China has completely cleared or eliminated spirit beasts and introduced designated ones to create a specialized testing environment. Besides the truck and swords, Lin Yu also bought two assault rifles with 40-round magazines. to lightweight pistols, 200 suppressor grenades, an anti-materiel sniper rifle, to small-capacity storage rings, 5,000 suppression bullets, and a set of the latest full-body Special Forces armor with matching equipment. By the end of the transaction, both Lin Yu and Xinyan were grinning from ear to ear, satisfied with the deal. Watching Xinyan's sly smile and Lin Yu's foolish grin, Xiao could only sigh and shake her head helplessly, saying, "Forget it, if both parties are willing, I'll want tea and involved in this mess." After the transaction, it was already 2 and Lin Yu and Su Yao, exhausted like dogs, collapsed into their tent and fell into a deep sleep, their snores echoing. The next day, they groggily climbed out of bed, well past sunrise. Outside, there was a commotion, as if someone was giving a speech. They rubbed their eyes and dragged their feet out to join the crowd. They saw Xinyan standing sternly in front of the students and soldiers. Clearing his throat, he loudly announced, "Students, although this beast tide was ferocious, we successfully repelled it. Thanks to everyone's unity and effort, especially Lin Yu and Su Yao, who diverted the Beast King's attention from the rear and alleviated pressure on the front lines. Everyone knows this. But I've heard some people spreading rumors, saying the spirit beasts were brought here by them." At this point, Xinyan's gaze burned with fury. "Let me tell you, if anyone dares to spread such baseless rumors again, don't blame me for being harsh. We Chinese people just defeated the spirit beast. And instead of rewarding our heroes, we suspect them? If that's the case, then you might as well give up entering spiritual ruins forever. Isn't killing spirit beasts equivalent to evoking them? Should we abandon all spiritual ruins instead?" Xinyan's words were powerful, leaving the mocking students lowering their heads in shame, their faces as red as monkey butts. He continued, "To recognize Lin Yu and Su Yao's bravery, we've decided to reward them with a Ford Raptor pickup truck. This isn't just an ordinary vehicle, it comes equipped with a 3-room apartment setup, making it ideal for use in spiritual ruins. It's practically a mobile luxury villa." As soon as Xinyan finished speaking, the surrounding students all exclaimed, "Wow," their eyes filled with envy. Standing to the side, Lin Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. After all, his pickup truck was something he had spent $1 million to buy. But he didn't dare to say more, only silently grumbling in his heart. After all, Xinyan was a Tier 3 expert. Picking out a weakness and flicking him aside would be as easy as pie. "All right," Xinyan waved his big hand, his eyes sharp, as training continues. "All the resources you gain in the spirit ruins belong to me. Don't even think about handing them over elsewhere. We've added a competition mode. Whoever collects the most valuable resources wins. The top few will receive special rewards. No slacking off, give it your all. The competition can be done in teams of 4, or you can act solo if you prefer. Now, let's begin." Aramis, Lin Yu and Su Yao were overjoyed. Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, smiling as he said to Su Yao, "Hey, Su Yao, we really hit the jackpot this time. Not only do we get to use this pickup truck, but we also get to keep our gains. We have to give it our best shot." Su Yao rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "Your ambitions are really low." Name. Lin Yu chuckled mischievously, suddenly coming up with an idea. Not long after, Su Yao wore an expression of despair, thinking to herself, "I should never have listened to him. A name like Invincible Dino, Beast Team, what the heck is that supposed to mean?" The two walked over to the pickup truck. The vehicle was impressively massive, its body polished to a mirror-like shine, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. It was truly eye-catching. Lin Yu couldn't wait to open the door, hop into the driver's seat, and excitedly examine everything around him. "Wow, this feels like a dream. Quick, hop in, let's take it for a spin." Su Yao gave him a sideways glance before sitting in the passenger seat. Lin Yu stepped on the gas, and the engine roared thunderously. With a vroom, the truck sped off, kicking up a flurry of snow dust. The two barreled through the spirit ruins, enjoying the snowy scenery while searching for traces of spirit beasts. "Su Yao, when we run into spirit beasts later, should we steam them or braise them?" Lin Yu joked as he drove. Su Yao snapped back, "What do you think about us eating? The treasures on those spirit beasts are worth more than their meat. Don't just focus on eating, remember to collect resources." As she spoke, a group of first-tier, level to spirit beasts suddenly appeared ahead. They resembled wild boars, their bodies covered in sharp spikes, slowly foraging in the snowy terrain. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed excitedly, "Money, money, all mine." driving closer to the group. Lanyan jumped out of the truck, clenched his fists, and condensed his blood energy within them. He charged toward one of the spike boars. Sensing someone approaching, the boar immediately retaliated. With a roar, it charged at Linyu. Linyu sidestepped nimbly and landed a heavy punch on the boar's head. With a loud boom, the boar's head tilted, and it collapsed to the ground. Seeing their companion fall, the other boars immediately surrounded Linyu, snarling and baring their sharp teeth. But Linyu remained fearless, weaving skillfully through the group, landing blow after blow, each punch bringing down another boar. Meanwhile, Su Yao stood by the pickup rock, utilizing her water element ability. She summoned countless water arrows in mid-air, which rained down continuously on the boars. The water element ability was incredibly versatile. The water arrows fell like a torrential downpour, striking several boars and causing them to collapse with pain cries. Before long, most of the spike boars have been dispatched. Linyu wiped the sweat off his forehead and said smugly, "How's that? Right?" Su Yao rolled her eyes at him. "It's just so-so. Without my help, you'd have been turned into a pincushion by now. They're called wild boars, but they're more like porcupines. No wonder first tier. Level to spirit beasts can hold their ground here. Most other spirit beasts would find them more trouble than they're worth, with all those spikes." The two began collecting resources from the boars, leaving nothing behind: spirit beads, spikes, everything. As Linyu gathered the items, he mumbled, "Now this is real money. We're rich, we're rich." After finishing their collection, they got back in the truck and continued on their way. Before long, they encountered a pack of wolf-like spirit beasts crackling with lightning, clearly ferocious. "Su Yao, this time you're on a fence, and I'll provide support," Linyu said. Su Yao nodded, quickly forming hand seals. The surrounding moisture condensed into a massive water wall, which surged toward the pack of thunder wolves. The wolves, unimpressed by the water wall, opened their mouths and unleashed bolts of lightning, clashing with the wall and producing crackling sounds as steam filled the air. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Yao dispersed the water wall and simultaneously formed several massive water spheres among the wolves, trapping them. The wolves struggled desperately but couldn't break free. Linyu seized the opportunity, preparing for the next wave of attacks. I charged forward, drawing the Tang blade I had purchased yesterday. The blade cut through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. With one swift strike, blood splattered everywhere. The thunder wolf, taller than a person, had its head lopped off. I grabbed the wolf's head and grinned broadly. "Come out." Su Yao stood aside, unable to suppress the goosebumps strising on her skin. That was way too swift and decisive. The air was thick with the stench of blood, enraging the pack of thunder wolves. They immediately charged at me. One of them, towering nearly 2 meters tall and larger than the rest, was the alpha wolf. Deafening and thunderous, like a clap of lightning. That furious roar struck my heart like a hammer, leaving me momentarily dazed. It was in that instant that the alpha wolf leapt at me. A brilliant blue lightning erupted from Su Yao's hands as she manipulated the surrounding water to swiftly bind the alpha wolf's body. But in less than 3 seconds, the alpha wolf broke free of the restraints. Snapping out of my daze, I rushed forward and swung my Tang blade in a fierce strike. Take out the big guy first. Take down the alpha wolf. I knew in my heart that an enraged alpha wolf was far too dangerous, and even a moment's distraction in this battle could spell death. The pack ferociously lunged at Su Yao. Her face flushed red as she used streams of water to fend off one of the thunder wolves. Seizing the opportunity, I spurted forward, leapt into the air, and drove my Tang blade straight into the back of the thunder wolf's head as she'd just thrown off. The wolf hit the ground dead. The alpha wolf's blood-red eyes burned with fury as it roared again. Both of us were briefly stunned by the sound. The alpha wolf swiped a massive paw, striking the water, shield protecting Su Yao and forcing her back 3 steps. However, the water shield rebound effect pushed the alpha wolf back a few steps as well. I seized the chance, unleashing all my strength to sprint forward, leap onto the alpha wolf's shoulders, and plunge my Tang blade deep into its neck, the entire blade sinking in. Just then, another thunder wolf pounced toward Jiaomin's head. I had no time to pull out my blade, so I abandoned it and turned around, grabbing the thunder wolf by the head and hurling it towards Su Yao. She killed it with a precise water arrow. With the alpha wolf dead, the remaining 4 thunder wolves were no longer a threat. They were all taken down in less than 30 seconds. The entire battle was over in under 2 minutes. The little squirrel on the car roof had been watching the entire scene unfold, squeaking twice in astonishment as the Thunder Wolf pack was completely annihilated. These Thunder Wolves were notorious for their ferocity in this area, their strength rivaling even the now extinct Yellows and Beast pack. Since when had hunting spirit beasts become so effortless, the power of blood energy conversion was simply otherworldly. Skillfully, I used my tang blade to carve out a spirit orb, about the size of a lychee, from the alpha wolf skull. The little squirrel stared in bewilderment. Shall we? The squirrel was dumbfounded. You wiped out an entire pack, and still want to casually bag your spirit orb. Isn't that a bit too much? In the command center, Shin Yan and the other officers and instructors were equally stunned. Just like before, the entire battle was recorded through a wristwatch to ensure fairness. This time, however, the panel of judges included Shin Yan and the officers. The command center was abuzz, voices overlapping in heated discussion. Is Lin Yu really this powerful? Qiankai Mountain is one of the most dangerous places around here, and the spirit beasts there are incredibly strong. Especially that infamous Thunder Wolf pack, which even many college freshmen and sophomores wouldn't bear to hard learn. How is that possible for high school seniors who just awakened a month ago? The blood energy conversion is insane. Fighting while constantly regenerating it is practically divine level combat. This year, our school is definitely going to take first place in the war zone. This is unbelievable. Why not mention the national championship? Because the players from the Central War's own were just formidable. And the national champions almost always came from there. Shenyan lowered his head in thought and gave the order broadcast all the students' combat footage live. I want the people of Xingqiang to see how fearless and capable the sons and daughters of Huaxia are. This was a military live stream platform, and with the participation of Xingqiang No. What high school, the media immediately amplified its reach. The live stream quickly drew in tens of thousands of viewers. Before long, netizens flooded the screen with comments. Did you guys see that? That was a Thunder Wolf pack, right? And a high school seniors just soloed them. The Tang Blade, that clean, decisive strike just now gave me chills. What was that invincible Dino Beast thing? It's hilarious. Absolutely epic. Under the deliberate promotion of Xingqiang's media, the video of Invincible Dino Beast annihilates Thunder Wolf pack into minutes, spread like wildfire. With editing pros working overtime to produce highlights and reels. At home, Lin Yu's parents exchanged incredulous looks, as if they'd seen a ghost. Is that really our Yuer? This. Isn't it way too dangerous? Zhao Yuan T get hurt. Really? Their reactions were starkly different. Lin Yu's father, a retired soldier, had seen countless battle scenes. His eyes were filled with astonishment in his son's skill, unable to believe how formidable his child had become. Lin Yu's mother, on the other hand, was an ordinary person, and her main concern was her son's safety. Lin Yu's father's eyes gleamed with pride. His son's decisiveness in battle, precision in timing, and unhesitating actions were remarkable. If he didn't know better, he would have thought Zhao Yu was a seasoned veteran of the spirit realm. At that moment, Lin Yu and Su Yao were back on the road. Inside the car, the two of them reviewed the earlier battle, both feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Yu felt he had underestimated the power of Furious Roar, the power of this move. If he could do it all over again, he would have taken out that Thunder Wolf King immediately. In this battle, they killed a total of 14 Thunder Wolves and collected 8 Spirit Orbs. One of the Spirit Orbs carried the skill Furious Roar, which had been dropped by the Thunder Wolf King. Yao, do you want the Spirit Orb? Lin Yu joked. Su Yao rolled her eyes at him. A delicate girl like her, if she absorbed the Furious Roar skill and let out a roar during a fight, it would scare away both enemies and spirit beasts. The scene would be unimaginable. Lin Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. This spirit orb could be sold to Zhao Erhu at a high price. It fits perfectly with his ability. If I raise the price a bit, adding 20% in the market price, it wouldn't be too excessive, right? A sly smile flashed in his eyes, looking just like Shin Yan from a previous night. Driving the big pickup truck at full speed, Lin Yu mercilessly targeted any spirit beasts or groups of spirit beasts of a similar level, not giving them a chance to catch their breath. When they later encountered a lone Stage 1, Level 1 spirit beast, he didn't even bother to stop the truck. Su Yao used her ability to control water currents to pull the beast closer, and Lin Yu simply extended his blade from the window and cut it down. Wherever they passed, no living creature was left behind. To be honest, Su Yao's ability was incredibly practical. Whenever the truck got dirty, she would control the water to wash it down. It was practically an essential tool for travel and own life. On a journey, they didn't encounter any spirit beasts as strong as the Thunder Wolf Pack again. After all, the spirit beasts at the foot of Tiankai Mountain were abundant, and their levels were average. By around 6 in the evening, Lin Yu and Su Yao had already reached halfway up the mountain. That day, they collected a total of 19 spirit orbs, 11 worst age 1, level 2, and 8 worst age 1, level 1. Tiankai Mountain truly lived up to its reputation. Even in the outer regions, the quality of the spirit beasts was very high, most worst age 1, level 2. At that moment, Lin Yu didn't realize that many people were already gritting their teeth in hatred towards him. But even if he knew, he would probably confidently think, "It is all because I am them. And they're just jealous, trying to kick me while I am down." The team following behind him was on the brink of losing their minds. Everyone had heard about the abundance and high quality of spirit beast on Yankai Mountain. These teams originally planned to take some risks, kill a few spirit beasts, aim for a good ranking, and earn some rewards. But what happened? All they found along the way were the corpses of spirit beasts that had been cut down, no living ones in sight. There wasn't even grass on the ground. All the spirit fruits and herbs had been picked clean, leaving the place barren. From 10 in the morning to 6 in the evening, they had been running around with nothing to show for it. How could they not resent Lin Yu? These teams were now wondering if they had come to participate in the spirit beast hunting competition or to train as marathon runners. Their legs were sore, their feet ached, but they had no choice but to push on. By around 8 in the evening, they finally reached a flat area halfway up the mountain. Everyone was covered in mud, their clothes soaked through, looking utterly miserable. Especially the 3 men by Zhao Er, who they were practically walking mud sculptures. The 3 of them had returned after recovering from injuries, thinking they were in good shape and not too weak. They came to Tiankai Mountain with the hope of testing their luck. But after a whole day of nothing, they even slipped while climbing the mountain, and all 3 rolled into a mud pit. Although they didn't sustain any serious injuries, their appearance was utterly wretched. The 3 of them just wanted to find a place to rest, but as soon as they arrived, they were stunned by what they saw. A massive tent stood proudly in the central luxurious 3-room tent. Several 500-watt lamps lit up the area brightly. Lin Yu was humming a tune as he crouched by a bonfire. On the fire was a whole roasted lamb, glistening with oil and emitting a mouth-watering aroma. A beach chair was set up on the back of the big pickup truck, and Su Yao was holding a wine glass. Inside the glass was warm milk, exuding a rich milky fragrance. She gracefully admired the snowy mountain scenery and the sunset glow from halfway up the mountain. What the hell, damn it, after an entire day of marathon-like exhaustion. Zhao Er, who's teen, completely exploded. Are you kidding me? A 3-room luxury tent. Drinking milk from a wine glass. Watching the sunset from a beach chair. Is this really Tiankai Mountain Nest Spirit Beast Zone, or did I accidentally travel to Sanya for a vacation? Is this a competition or a vacation? Take a look around. Most people only had basic camping tents with sleeping bags, surviving on military rations, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and snow water. After a full day of trekking, who had the energy left to do anything? Everyone just wanted to collapse and sleep. If it weren't for the fear of freezing into popsicles, they would be already knocked out on the ground. But here, all people were shivering in their sleeping bags. They could smell the aroma of roasted lamb wafting through the air. The military rations, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits in their hands instantly felt tasteless. Damn it. We're all human, but their life is like that of a prince. I always seem like homeless people. No, even dogs are better off than us. At least they have big bones to chew on. If we manage to sneak a bite of food, we don't even dare let it show, afraid others might see. All the students participating in the competition are full of complaints in their hearts. Zhao Erhum and his group of 3 stared at me and Su Yao with wide eyes, their gazes practically spitting fire. Zhao Er, who gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. This Lin Yu is ruthless. He nearly wiped out all the spirit beasts on Yankai Mountain. And now he here feasting away. Isn't this just deliberately provoking us? Beside him, Zhao Meng also said angrily. Exactly. We've been running ourselves ragged the entire day and got nothing. All they ray over there with roasted whole lamb, wine glasses, and milk. The gap in lifestyle is just too much. Liu sighed helplessly. Forget it. They ray capable, and we just have to accept it. I was happily turning to roasted whole lamb, completely ignoring their anger. As I roasted, I even hummed a little to I am a little hunter, roaming the spirit ruins every day. Su Yao was lounging on a beach chair, sipping some milk. She turned her head toward me and said, "Stop singing. Your pitch is so bad. You'll scare off all the spirit beasts halfway up the mountain if you keep this up." I laughed and said, "I am just trying to lighten the mood. The roasted lamb is almost ready, you need to eat." At this point, Zhao who cowed and he take it anymore and shouted at me. "Lin Yu, you're completely unreasonable. You've wiped out all the spirit beasts along the way. How are we supposed to compete?" I paused, finally noticing a crowd of classmates watching us, all looking as exhausted as if they'd been wrung dry. I stood up, scratched my head, and said, "I was just trying to gather more resources. I didn't even think it would cause such an impact. I need the competition about skill. You guys can try harder to catch up." Zhao who was so angry, he stomped his feet. "Try harder? This is a massacre. Look at the trail, you can't even find a shadow of a spirit beast. Not even a single hair left." Despite his words, he immediately fell silent, because I pulled out a purple spirit, or the size of a lychee, the spirit orb of the Thunderwolf King, imbued with a furious howl skill. Zhao whose eyes locked onto the orb, filled with longing. The Thunderwolf's furious howl spirit orb was a rare find. As someone who had reached level 1, Stage 3, before the college entrance exam, Zhao who had been searching for such an orb, but the market had been out of stock for 3 months, and there was no way for him to get one. The orb in my hand exuded a faint pressure, as if the howls of the Wolf King could be heard. This spirit orb even had the potential to evolve into a true wolf-fess howl. Zhao who kept swallowing hard, his eyes shining with desire. Seeing him take the bait, I smirked, flipping my hand to make the orb disappear. Zhao who panicked on the spot, looking at me with a growing sense of dread. He forced himself to ask, "Lin Yu, can you sell me that spirit orb?" I chuckled and said, "If I am not mistaken, this spirit orb has been sold out on the official site for a long time. And this one has a premium Thunderwolf King orb. If I put the word out, people would be scrambling to buy it." Hearing this, Zhao who became frantic. If the news got out, there was no way he'd get it. The live stream chat exploded. "Wow, the Thunderwolf King spirit orb. I am willing to pay double." Forget double, I'll pay for times. I'll pay times. The number of viewers in the live stream hit a new high, and the command center, where Shityan and others were watching, was in shock. "Lin Yu, I'll pay triple, sell it to me," Zhao who shouted. His heart taking. The triple price was all the money he had saved up. I smiled and said, "I can give it to you for free." Instead of being happy, Zhao who grew wary and asked, "There's no such thing as a free lunch. What is your condition?" I snapped my fingers, grinning ear to ear. "Doing business with smart people is always a pleasure. My condition is simple, you 3 become my underlings." Everyone around was stunned, thinking that it wouldn't he want to be his underlings for such a deal. But unexpectedly, Zhao who didn't he agree right away. He sipped. "The 3 of us have always admired those with real skill. We lost to you last time. Oh, we Ray still not convinced. If you can beat us again, we'll become your underlings." Zhao Meng chimed in. "Old Zhao only respects those with true strength." Liu didn't say anything but nodded slightly in agreement. I scratched my head. "All right then. I'll unleash an attack right now. If you can match the level of my punch, you win, and I'll give you the spirit orb unconditionally. If not, you'll become my underlings. Deal?" The 3 of them answered in unison, "Deal." I nodded, walked to the edge of an open area, gathered energy in my right hand, and then threw a powerful punch toward the mountainside. A massive blood-red fist roared forth, and with this punch, I nearly used all the energy in my body. Half of the blood energy. You should know, my blood energy has already exceeded 500, while other enhanced ability users of the same level are only around 100 immersed. The power of this punch is naturally astonishing. Boom! With a loud bang, my fists mashed a big hole, triggering a small avalanche around it. Not sure if it was an illusion, but after the avalanche, Zhao who seemed to hear a scream. Scratching his head, he shook it off, thinking he must have heard wrong. In fact, at the foot of the mountain, a man with a gloomy face was struggling to crawl out of the snow pile, cursing non-stop. I smiled and asked, "So, Zhao Erhu, are you ready to be my little brother now?" Zhao Erhu took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and said, "Big brother, from now on, I, Zhao Erhu, will be your sharp blade. And you too?" I asked the other two. Willing. The two also agreed. "Great, let's go have some barbecue." I excitedly tossed the spirit orb to Zhao Erhu and called them over. Zhao Erhu looked at the spirit orb in his hand, showing a wry smile as he muttered, "Is this thing even real? Let us not overthink it, just go eat some lamb skewers first." Actually, I had originally planned to sell my equipment to Zhao Erhu at a high price and make a killing. And later, I changed my mind and decided to recruit them as my underlings. This was a well-thought-out decision. Even in college entrance exams, teamwork is key. Students form the best teams to achieve top scores. If ordinary people do this, then why not us ability users? Although Su Yao and I can fight a Lair, we simply can't compete with top-tier talent teams. All along, I've had to be an assassin, a tank, and a warrior at the same time. It's overwhelming. Our team lacked a tank, an assassin, and a support. Zhao Ming and Li Yu perfectly fit these roles with their decent ability levels. Zhao Erhu could team up with Su Yao as the main DPS. His attack power is strong, and once he learns the roar skill in the future, his strength will definitely improve significantly, boosting the overall team's output. As for support, I don't have a suitable candidate for Mel. If need be, we can go without a support temporarily since their role is limited in the early stages. Before long, other teams arrived at the camp, and a sight before them left them in shock. They saw Zhao Erhu shirtless, roasting an entire lamb with steam rising from his body. Zhao Ming used his earth-type ability to fashion a simple stove, cooking porridge and stir-frying dishes. Su Yao and I lay on beach chairs, gazing at the starry sky and sipping drinks occasionally. Without turning my head, I shouted, "Erhu, add more cumin and chili." Zhao Erhu cheerfully replied, "Got it, brother you." Just then, Li Yu stepped out wearing a bathrobe, drying her hair. Her face still had a faint blush from her recent bath. "Brother Hu, is the roast ready?" "Almost. Why don't you play a game for a bit?" The other teams were full of question marks. They even brought a gaming console. "Why not just move your whole house here?" Following their gaze, they saw the large tent Lair US group had set up, and called any help but complained internally. Damn, it really did move their whole house to the camp. If only the heavens would strike them with lightning and send them away. A nearby team captain looked at us, and then at his own muddy state. One of his teammates pulled out instant noodles. "Captain, which flavor do you want? Pickled vegetable or braised beef?" The captain's face darkened as he kicked the teammate away. "Eat, go to sleep now." The teammate, dumbfounded, was left speechless after being kicked. I looked at everyone's suppressed frustration and cowed and help the laugh out loud. After all, with limited resources at home, we can't skimp on taking care of my dear Yao out. By the bonfire, Lin Yu used the tamed sword to slice the roast lamb into chunks, savoring the juicing meat with great delight. Zhao Erhu and Zhao Ming each clutched a whole lamb leg, happily gnawing away, looking just as joyful as those who indulge in pure enjoyment. Li Yu and Su Yao ate small bites on the side, their faces brimming with happiness. Spirit beast meat ain't just ordinary meat. It strengthens the body and slightly enhances the flow of spiritual energy and blood energy. Lin Yu dared to sell his lamb skewers at such a high price because buyers who knew its benefits didn't mind paying. They understood its value. Meanwhile, the teams trapped in their shabby little tents wore gloomy expressions. The aroma of roasted meat filled the campsite, making it impossible for them to sleep. Having no choice, they resorted to covering their faces with their socks, forcing themselves to sleep. In the live stream, the atmosphere was even livelier late into the night. Viewers were laughing uncontrollably at the scene. After running all day, they even have to endure mental torment at night. So tragic. This proves that Lin Yu is just here for a vacation. Those teams, using smelly socks to cover their heads, are a complete joke. More viewers were watching with their mouths watering, wanting to crack open a beer and grab some skewers to satisfy their cravings. In the command room, Shen Yan, the others stared silently at their instant noodles for a long moment before. Shen Yan angrily threw the instant noodles out of the window. Get me to spirit beast corpses to roast. Why does that guy get to eat so well? Yan was filled with envy. Back in the spirit ruins, they only had instant noodles on military rations. When had they ever seen such a feast? Who could endure such a test? After staying in the spirit ruins for years, this was the first time he'd seen such exaggerated treatment. It was enough to make anyone dream with jealousy. The next morning, the strong aroma of coffee and the roar of an engine woke everyone up. Opening their eyes, they saw Lin Yu and his team driving off in a big pickup truck, leaving behind a trail of exhaust fumes. The other teams panicked, their hearts racing like ants on a hot pan. They had followed tire tracks all day yesterday without getting a bite to eat. They couldn't let that happen again today. With bloodshot eyes, everyone frantically started packing. Lin Yu, brother Yu, don't leave us. Why are you getting up so early? Why chase after Lin Yu? If you're going to chase anyone, chase Su Yao. Are you out of your mind? Well, then you run ahead, and what will we follow to find tire tracks? Su Yao is in Lin Yu's truck anyway. Lin Yu, slow down. Aren't you afraid of a flat tire running so fast? Hurry up. If we're late, there won't even be any food left. Everyone packed in a rush, with some wearing their pants backward and forgetting to zip up. But in their desperation, no one cared. They just wanted to head out as quickly as possible. This led to a hilariously chaotic scene. A pickup truck sped ahead, while a group of people, starved and looking like zombies, dragged their exhausted bodies in pursuit. Despite their frantic efforts, all they ever saw were iron tracks, piles of spirit beast corpses, and fruit trees stripped bare. The faces of the other teams turned an alarming shade of green. How were they supposed to survive like this? When they reached the next campsite, they once again felt the stark contrast between Lin Yu's luxurious 3-bedroom suite of shabby little tents. The worst part was, they could only stay in those shabby little tents. The teams, filled with jealousy, could only fall asleep to the tantalizing aromas wafting from Lin Yu's camp. At 2 they finally managed to sleep, only to be woken at 6 a.m. by Lin Yu driving off again. The team started cursing in frustration. Some teams decided to head back to the herbal plains of a desert to try their luck. Even though the spirit beasts there were of lower levels, it was still better than following Lin Yu, inhaling exhaust fumes, and chasing tire tracks every day. Only a few confident teams stuck stubbornly to the pickup truck, but even these teams were brimming with resentment. To be honest, after 2 days at Yankai Mountain, they hadn't gained a single thing. Everyone looked like they were fleeing from famine, with dark circles under their eyes. After 2 days of chasing Lin Yu, they felt like they were running a marathon. At this rate, they might as well give up on the examined. Just enter a marathon competition, they'd be guaranteed to win first place. Captain, I can't take it anymore. Let's try a different route. If we keep following Lin Yu, it's hopeless. Are you kidding me? My tactical watch says I walked over 100,000 steps yesterday. I can't do it anymore. I'm done. I'm filing a complaint. Someone's cheating. In the command center, Yun and the others covered their faces, laughing quietly. They couldn't bear to watch any longer. But really, Lin Yu and his team hadn't broken any rules. It was their own pickup truck, and they were simply exploiting a loophole in the rules. Besides, not everyone could exploit this loophole. If it were another team, even if they had a truck, it probably wouldn't last a day before being destroyed by spirit beasts. The strong always find their own way to play by the rules. Yan knew, but if Lin Yu kept this up, the competition would lose its meaning and might even fall apart. He shook his head with a bitter smile. This kid didn't act like a student. He had the vibe of a fearless bandit. Reluctantly, he picked up the radio. At that moment, sitting comfortably in the pickup truck and enjoying Zhao Erhu's exclusive massage, Lin Yu's tactical wristband suddenly vibrated. Lin Yu, watch yourself. If you keep this up, we'll have no choice but to disqualify you. Lin Yu was stunned. What the hell? Why disqualify me? These past 2 days, I've been living the good life, earning a little cash, and enjoying exclusive massages. It has basically been a vacation. I was planning to come back with first or second place. What did I do to deserve this? Was it those tailing teams behind me? Damn it. If I get the chance, I'll teach them a lesson. Lin Yu reluctantly agreed and stuck his head out the window, glancing at the distant teams struggling to catch up. He made a cutting grasp at the rude gesture before pulling his head back in. The teams chasing the pickup truck were instantly dumbfounded. Who is this Lin Ba? We only followed him for a bit, and now he's holding a grudge. Captain, what do we do now? Keep following. We've been at it for 2 days. If we give up now, all our effort will have been wasted. Inside the pickup truck, Zhao Ming, scratching his head awkwardly, he asked, Brother Lin, what should we do next? Lin Yu chuckled, of course, we follow orders. For the past couple of days, we've been suffering through hardships, braving the wind and rain, cold and hunger. We absolutely need a good rest now. Li Yu looked confused. Suffering? Camping out in the wild? Battling through ice and snow? Wasn't that reasoning a little too casual? In reality, over the past 2 days, Su Yao's face had become noticeably rounder. She had practically transformed from a cold and aloof goddess to a soft and sweet cutie. Sure enough, on the 3rd day, Lin Yu didn't rush to hunt spirit beasts, but instead followed along with the teams. When they encountered spirit beasts, no one attacked them. Instead, they admired the snowy mountain scenery together, even occasionally teasing some squirrels. The squirrels whimper, please don't bully me. The squads finally breathed the sigh of relief and started focusing on hunting spirit beasts. To be fair, the squads that insisted on sticking with Lin Yu were top-notch in strength. They were arguably the strongest apart from Lin Yu's own team. Before long, their raking soared, quickly breaking into the top 10. While they were engrossed in their fierce battle with spirit beasts over on Lin Yu's side. Quick, Erhu, defreezed, and right there. Yes, just there. Whoa, Chen Yang. That pose is amazing. Come on, strike a cool pose. Zhao Erhu and Zhao Ming obediently followed instructions. Zhao Erhu instantly ignited in flames, looking like an upgraded version of a flame superhero. Zhao Ming went all out, tearing his shirt off and donning his rock armor, striking a body ballad pose like a steel crab boss. Only Li Yu blushed, repeatedly hiding behind the two men, and she flashed a sweet smile and made a peace sign. The other squads fighting tooth and nail to hunt spirit beasts. What is going on? Aren't they supposed to be in battle? Hunting spirit beasts. The tension of life or death combat was practically palpable. Yet here you are, posing for photos with your crew. Where's your focus? Seriously. And why is such a cute girl standing with the big guys? Step aside. Let me take over. All right, 3, 2, 1, cheese. Click. Lin Yu pressed the shutter and captioned the photo. He waved them over excitedly. Come here, this turned out great. Take a look. TSK. Erhu, you and Zhao Ming make such a synchronized pair, pretty amusing. Huh. And Li Yu, who would have thought you'd be so adorable, such a sweetie. Sorry about slapping you so hard before. From now on, I'll call you, you. As soon as Li Yu heard this, her face turned as a ripe apple, steam practically rising from her head. She quickly slapped Zhao Ming and ran back to the pickup truck, covering her face. Zhao Ming, why am I the one getting slapped? Originally smiling, Su Yao's expression instantly darkened upon hearing this. Her gaze became fierce and menacing. She grabbed my ear without a word and hauled me back to the car. What are you doing now? Inside the vehicle. Chaos erupted, like a scene out of a chicken coop. Seeing this, Zhao Ming immediately grabbed Zhao Erhu's arm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What are you doing? Zhao Erhu blocked him. Zhao Ming, feigning innocence, replied, just watching the drama, Brother Tiger. Boss Lin's drama is a rare treat. He even tried to pull Zhao Erhu along. Zhao Erhu's eyes widened in fear, slapping Zhao Ming hard on the face. Are you crazy? You dare meddle in Lin Yu's draw? Aren't you afraid of getting buried alive? Zhao Ming suddenly snapped out of it, recalling the times he had been miserably tricked by Lin Yu, including that one night when Lin Yu's punch triggered a mini avalanche, nearly costing him his life. He cursed himself for being foolish and nearly courting disaster. But then he noticed a phone Lin Yu had left on the ground and slyly picked it up when no one was looking. On the phone were the photos taken earlier. In one, he stood in his battered armor, his muscles firm, looking exceptionally fierce. Zhao Ming smirked smugly. Turns out I can look this cool too. Suddenly, his hand slipped, and a close-up selfie popped up on the screen. Lin Yu grinned radiantly, flashing his pearly white teeth. Zhao Ming froze. Is this a selfie of Brother Yu? Looking closely, the background matched the scene for earlier. Zhao Ming was speechless. Brother Yu had us pose for photos while secretly taking selfies for himself. But honestly, with Lin Yu's looks, he might be especially popular with rich ladies. If someone used Brother Yu's photos for online dating scams, to attract rich ladies, wouldn't they easily hit the jackpot in life? Thinking this, Zhao Ming owled in resist. He secretly sent the photos through himself, deleted the chat history, and quietly placed the phone back where it was, glancing around to make sure no one noticed. Perfect. Let it go for now. After all, this is a golden opportunity to make a fortune. However, Zhao Ming never expected that this decision would actually help him find a wife. Meanwhile, other teams were grinding their teeth in frustration. They carried heavy responsibilities every day, working tirelessly, while Lin Yu's team was just taking photos and checking in, completely disregarding them. Nighttime. Inside a luxurious tent, Zhao Erhu frowned. Brother Yu, we've saved up quite a few spiritual beads over the past few days. But if you keep slacking off like this, how can we confidently secure first place? Lin Yu smiled. No rush. I've got a clever plan. By now, the competition had entered its 5th day. Everyone was getting closer and closer to the Dian Kai at the mountaintop, and they had finally reached the last camping spot. All the teams noticeably slowed down their pace, knowing that the higher they went, the stronger the spirit beasts would be, and the greater the danger. That day, Lin Yu stopped taking photos and leisurely sightseeing, finally leading his team to start hunting spirit beasts. However, his targets weren't the high-level spirit beasts, but rather wild boars, deer, sheep, and a few medium-level birds. Zhao Erhu was puzzled. Brother Yu, why aren't we going after the stronger spirit beasts? Killing these low-level ones every day, how can we secure first place? Lin Yu grinned slyly. Just watch, Erhu. It won't delay your first place win. That night, the teams dragged their tired bodies back to the camp, only to be greeted by a scene that made them grind their teeth. In front of a tent stood an enormous barbecue grill, surrounded by several tables, resembling a restaurant. Large fans blew the tantalizing aroma all around, filling the entire campsite with the smell of grilled meat. Zhao Erhu stood by the grill, using his special ability to cook skewers, the fragrance wafting through the air. What was originally a high-level B-class ability had now been turned into a barbecue skill set by Lin Yu's team. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming held a loudspeaker, shouting at the top of his lungs. Come, check it out, special skewers are here. Elders say it's great one skewer, and you'll live to 99. Middle-aged uncles love it to one skewer, and you'll feel like an 18-year-old. Don't miss out as you pass by, made with premium spirit beast meat. It strengthens the body and prolongs life. Choose Brother Yu's skewers. You'll regret it if you pass this up. Liu and Su Yao stood to the side, covering their flushed faces with their hands. Who would be thought that one day I'd be selling grilled meat skewers in the spirit rooms? And Zhao Ming's advertising. It was so ridiculous, it was laughable. Live to 99. Feel 18 again. Could it be any more embarrassing? The other teams exchanged bewildered looks. What is going on here? We just reached the campsite and already smell a strong night market vibe. If I hadn't just fought all day and was covered in blood and mud, I would be thought I'd wandered into a snacks tree outside of school. Could Lin Yu really be planning to open a barbecue stall in the spirit ruins? Even Lin Yu's team was at a loss. No wonder he'd been specifically hunting spirit beasts with particularly good meat lately. It turned out he was preparing for this barbecue business. Though everyone found it odd, they had to admit the aroma was simply irresistible. Especially the other teams who had been surviving on compressed biscuits and instant noodles for several days. A smell of grilled meat had them practically drooling. Someone couldn't be helped but ask, how much for the skewers? Lin Yu waved his hand. One first-level spiritual bead, ditsu 10 skewers. The crowd nearly choked on their anger. So this was his plan all along, to go after the spiritual beads in our pockets instead of hunting spirit beasts. And that price was way too steep. Lin Yu, your pricing is outrageous at just skewers. Exactly, 10 skewers for a first-level bead. You might as well rob us instead. And 10 skewers aren't even enough to fill us up. We were ability users after all. After days of fighting, 10 skewers won't even touch our hunger. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. Fair point, not enough to eat, huh? Then I'll take a loss 1 second-level spiritual bead per person. Eat as much as you want. Or if people can share 1 third-level spiritual bead, and it's all you can eat. The crowd was so angry, they nearly spat blood. What loss? Third-level spiritual beads aren't cabbages, they're not easy to come by. This is clearly daylight robbery. Sure enough, Zhao Yu, the captain of the Forever Summit team, stepped forward and shouted at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you've got some nerve. We worked hard to earn these spiritual beads, and you want to fleece us? No way. He turned to the other teams. Brothers, we can't let ourselves be ripped off. It's just grilled skewers. Let us hold out a few more days, and once we ray out of here, we can drink beer and eat all the skewers we want. Zhao Yi never imagined, and his words would not only fail to dissuade everyone but actually make him even hungrier. The crowd thought, yes, right, but getting scammed? But these skewers are just irresistible. Drooling at the mouth, their minds were filled with the aroma of grilled skewers. At that moment, Lin Yu, as if he could read minds, brought out a tub of ice-cold beer. Unlimited skewers. Unlimited beer, all ice-cold. Everyone was completely broken. Their psychological defenses utterly collapsed. Wang Zhe, the captain of the Supreme Squad, kicked Zhao Yi aside, his eyes sparkling as he wiped the drool that was nearly dripping onto the ground. Enough talk. I'll pay with a first-tier third-grade spirit pearl. Bring me 3 tubs of beer and 100 skewers first. As he spoke, he threw a spirit pearl, larger than a lychee, to Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly caught it and carefully wiped it clean. All right, step right in, sir. Serve the beer. Zhao Erhu, grill the skewers quickly, don't keep the customer waiting. Got it. Brother Yu, on it, brother Yu. The beer and skewers were soon served at the table. Wang Zhe twisted open a beer bottle and gulped down half of it in one go, then grabbed a skewer and stuffed it into his mouth, savoring the oily, fragrant taste. Seeing this, who could resist any longer? Everyone rushed forward. Brother Yu. I want some too. Me too. Voices clamored one after another. Zhao Yi tried to stop them, but was once again kicked to the ground by Wang Zhe. As they kicked him, the crowd shouted, whoever stops us from eating skewers, I'll beat them to death. Even Zhao Yi's teammates sneakily added a few kicks. To be honest, after eating instant noodles for 4 or 5 days, their mouths were practically clean. Zhao Yi trying to stop them from eating, what was he thinking? This was ice-cold beer paired with grilled skewers. In this lifetime, the only thing one must not miss is beer and skewers. Realizing this, the crowd kicked even harder. Spitting foam, Zhao Yi could only lie helplessly on the ground. Before long, all the tables were full. Some who couldn't find seats simply sat on the ground. Joking aside, even sitting on the ground was fine, as long as they could eat skewers and drink cold beer anywhere counted as a seat. The group, like starving ghosts, revived, devoured the skewers, iron sticks sparking with flames in their hands. Zhao Er, who was so busy that sweat poured down his face, he felt more exhausted than during training. Zhao Ming couldn't handle it alone. And seeing the booming business, Li Yu tied on an apron and started serving plates, while Lin Yu also became a waiter. Spirit pearls poured in rapidly. And Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with only 3 words, little money money. Why wasn't Su Yao helping out? Come on, who didn't know who the boss of this place was? With spirit pearls flowing in so quickly, Lin Yu was counting so much his hands cramped. Watching Lin Yu laugh so gleefully, Zhao Er, who couldn't help but admire him deeply, he'd been worried they wouldn't get first place. Now with the barbecue stall open, forget everyone else, even Zhao Er, who couldn't resist. This essentially meant the strongest team was collectively working for Lin Yu. Sure, it was a blatant scam, but so what? After eating instant noodles for 5 days, who could resist the aroma of grilled skewers? Plus, ice-cold beer was heaven. When he carried a skewer over to Zhao Yi, who was still dazed from being kicked and spitting foam. Clearly, he'd taken quite a beating. Lin Yu noticed Zhao Yi's face was covered in shoe prints. If I slap him awake, my hand will definitely turn black. Thinking quickly, he nudged him awake with his foot, and sure enough, Zhao Yi jumped up immediately. Hey there, buddy, wake up, have a skewer with some beer, it'll get you going. Lin Yu called out cheerfully. Zhao Yi, his face dark, gritted his teeth in anger, but before long, he couldn't help but cave. Fine, bring me 20 more skewers and bottles of beer. Lin Yu, hands behind his back, strolled over to the crowd, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem, enjoy your food, everyone. By the way, does anyone want to rest in a spacious, 3-room pickup truck? Only 1 first-tier spirit pearl. No one paid him any attention. Thinking, resting costs, spirit pearls, who'd agree to that? But Lin Yu added, oh, and you can take a shower too. As soon as he said this, the girls immediately perked up. After 5 days, who didn't smell? Covered in mud and blood, the chance to shower was like manna from heaven. The boys hesitated, but the girls couldn't hold back anymore. A shower for just 1 spirit pearl? Who in this spiritual realm wouldn't want that? Su Yao didn't slack off either, standing outside the truck to keep an eye out for the girls, finally putting them at ease as they headed into the shower. The first girl to toss in a spirit pearl nervously turned on the hot water, and was so moved she nearly cried. Lin Yu, you're safe. By the time they were done for the night, they had earned over 50 spirit pearls, more than 30 first tier ones, and a dozen second tier ones. Zhao Erhu and Xiao Ming never imagined that Lin Yu would secure first place just by selling skewers and access to a shower. The people in the command room were all stunned, and even Shen Yan hadn't anticipated Lin Yu taking first place with this strategy. Shen Yan had specifically warned him not to mess around on the path of hunting spirit beasts, and Lin Yu had sprinted full speed down the path of gourmet food instead. Shen Yan rubbed his temples in frustration, ultimately deciding to let him have his fun for a few more days. Word from above said someone would come to pick up Lin Yu, probably arriving soon, so it wouldn't hurt to relax a bit longer. Only those who entered the military understood that the army, dared to let tunes drain under the Beast King's nose, had already prepared thoroughly, and crucial points were guarded by fully armed soldiers. However, the soldiers only acted during dangerous moments. At other times, it was up to the team members to keep watch. Carrying beer and skewers, Lin Yu walked up to the soldier on night watch. Bro, worth to try some? Grilled skewers, smells amazing. The soldier cast him a faint glance, ignoring him, and continued standing upright. Bro, you've been standing here for so long, you deserve a little treat. Regulations don't allow us to eat. Really not going to try. The soldier remained silent, continuing to stand. When you sighed regretfully, looks like these skewers will go to waste. Hearing this, the soldier swallowed hard and finally asked tentatively, well, maybe just a little taste. Lin Yu grinned, knowing the discipline of soldiers but also understanding how tempting the aroma was. Hearing the soldier's words, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. He was secretly pleased this was going to work. Lin Yu quickly handed over the skewers and beer to the soldier. Have a try. These are grilled with spirit beast meat, absolutely delicious. The soldier took the skewers, hesitated briefly, but then took a bite. Instantly, the rich flavor filled his mouth, his eyes lighting up. Unable to resist, he ate a few more bites and took a big swig of beer. Lin Yu grinned cheekily. Bro, as long as you like it, from now on, I'll bring you something every night as a little token of appreciation. The soldier stared at Lin Yu, probing. Kid, are you up to something? Let me make this clear, I am not interested in breaking any rules. Lin Yu quickly waved his hands. Bro, you're overthinking it. I just felt that night duty is tough and wanted to give you a little extra. Besides, I am just here in the spirit realm to train and make a few friends. The soldier was half convinced, but relaxed his guard slightly as he enjoyed the delicious skewers. All right, you're a thoughtful kid, but don't come every day, just occasionally. Don't what others notice. Lin Yu nodded like a chick and pecking rice. No problem, bro. Don't worry. I'll go get everything ready now. Take your time eating. Lin Yu returned to the campsite and saw everyone still gathered around the fire, eating skewers and drinking beer, his heart brimming with joy. Not only had he earned a lot of spirit beads, but he had also successfully built trap with the soldiers. This move was a win-win. As night fell, everyone ate and drank their fill before drifting off to sleep. By dawn the next day, sunlight bathed the camp, and while others were still asleep, Lin Yu was already awake, stretching lazily. He looked at the snowy surroundings and began plotting his new business for the day. Need to come up with something fresh today to earn more spirit beads, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Just then, Zhao Erhu walked over yawning. Brother you up so early? The barbecue sold like crazy yesterday, are you continuing today? Patting his shoulder, Lin Yu replied, of course, we'll keep going. But we can't just sell skewers. I am thinking of launching something new. Go call Xiao Ming and Li Yu over, let us have a quick meeting. Before long, Xiao Ming and Li Yu arrived broadly. When he began, we made a lot from barbecues yesterday. Oh, we can't just rely on the same trick. I am thinking of making spirit beast hot pot paired with spirit fruit drinks. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. Brother you, that's a great idea. Uno's and TL of hot pot and spirit fruit drinks will definitely be a hit here. Li Yu nodded. But do we have enough ingredients? We'll need to hunt spirit beasts and gather spirit fruits. Lin Yu chuckled. I'll handle that. Erhu, you and Xiao Ming go hunt suitable spirit beasts for hot pot. Li Yu, find a nearby spirit fruit grove to gather fruits. Su Yao and I'll stay back to prepare other things. Everyone was split up to carry out their tasks, while Lin Yu and Su Yao got busy. Can you? Lin Yu laughed. Making money? No. No. This is just resource optimization. Earning spirit beads will help us secure first place. Besides, seeing everyone enjoy themselves makes me happy. Su Yao shook her head helplessly, but Calden T helped a slight smile. By noon, Erhu and Zhao Meng returned, dragging a few spirit beasts, while Li Yu came running excitedly with a large basket of spirit fruits. Brother Yu, I found a spirit fruit grove not far from here, and there are plenty of fruits, Li Yu said. Inspecting their haul, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Great work, everyone. Erhu processed the spirit beasts. Zhao Meng helped Li Yu wash the fruits and prepare them for juicing. I'll take care of the hot pot base. Everyone got to work efficiently. Lin Yu brought out his secret stash of spices to prepare the hot pot broth, and soon the aroma filled the air. Wow, Brother Yu, this smells amazing. I am already drooling. Zhao Meng exclaimed. Lin Yu grinned. Make sure you eat plenty later. The hot pot broth was ready, and the spirit beast meat was sliced and plated, the spirit fruit. The drinks were also prepared. Lin Yu arranged for someone to set up the hot pot equipment in the center of the camp, added water and seasoning, and lit the fire. Steam rose. The aroma was tantalizing, and it attracted many team members to come over. Lin Yu, what are you up to now? It smells amazing. Someone asked curiously. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Today, we're launching a new product, Spirit Beast Meat Hot Pot and Spirit Fruit Drinks. The price remains unchanged. One low-grade Spirit Bead gets you unlimited hot pot, and one high-grade Spirit Bead allows unlimited Spirit Fruit Drinks. Everyone burst into chatter upon hearing this. Lin Yu, you really know how to do business. Hot pot and Spirit Fruit Drinks. Who could resist? Yeah, but the price is a bit steep. Lin Yu shrugged. You get what you pay for. His spirit beast, meat, and spirit fruit are top-notch. They're immensely beneficial for cultivation. Besides, where else in this spirit realm can you enjoy such a great hot pot? After some hesitation, everyone couldn't resist the delicious temptation, just based on the smell of it. Count me in too. Soon, the center of the camp was bustling, with everyone gathered around the hot pot, eating with great enthusiasm. The spirit fruit drinks were sweet and refreshing, the hot pot spicy and flavorful, and everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. This spirit fruit drink is amazing. I feel warm all over after drinking it. Yeah, and the hot pot is even better. The spirit beast meat is so tender and rich. Seeing everyone so satisfied, Lin Yu was overjoyed. He moved among the crowd, continuously refiling soup and adding food, with spirit bead steadily pouring in. However, not everyone was happy about Lin Yu's success. Zhao Yi, of the Eternal Pinnacle Squad, still nursing his injuries for being kicked yesterday, saw Lin Yu making money again today and was seething with anger. That Lin Yu kid, all he knows is making money, treating everyone like suckers, Zhao Yi said indignantly. A team member tried to console him. Captain, don't be mad. The guy has skills. Besides, the hot pot and drinks really are good. Zhao Yi glared at them. All you know is eating. We can't just stand by and watch him rake in the cash. We need to think of a way to ruin his business. No one had immediate ideas. How about we report him for disrupting the training order? Someone suggested. Zhao Yi shook his head. No, that's not enough. Officer Shen might even think Lin Yu is boosting morale. Another team member's eyes lit up. I've got it. We sabotage his food supplies so he can run his business. Zhao Yi's eyes gleamed. Great idea. Let's find a chance to act. While Zhao Yi and his team plotted, Lin Yu's business was thriving. Suddenly, a loud rumbling came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see several helicopters heading toward the camp. What's going on? Is something wrong? People speculated. The helicopters descended slowly, and several uniformed officers stepped out. The leading officer approached Lin Yu and saluted. Is Lin Yu here? Lin Yu nodded. Puzzled, I am. May I ask who you are? The officer replied solemnly. Lin Yu, we are here under orders to escort you. Please pack your things and come with us immediately. Lin Yu was stunned. Escort me? Why? I'm still in the middle of training. The officer didn't elaborate. It's a direct order from higher-ups. You'll understand the reason once you arrive. Please cooperate. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Lin Yu, what's going on? Yeah, why are they taking you away all of a sudden? Lin Yu was equally bewildered. I have no idea. Su Yao stepped forward and held Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu. Lin Yu gently patted her hand. Don't worry, I'll find out what's going on and come back soon. Zhao Erhu and Zhao Ming also looked at him with concern. Lin Yu forced a smile. Don't worry, I'll definitely return. Once I figure things out, I'll let you all know. Keep up with your training and aim for good results. With that, Lin Yu followed the officers into the helicopter. It slowly lifted off, heading into the distance. Now that Lin Yu's gone, should we still eat the hot pot? Someone asked. Of course. Just because he's not here doesn't mean we should waste good food. Another replied. So they continued eating, though the atmosphere wasn't as lively as before. Zhao Yi, seeing Lin Yu taken away, was secretly delighted. I'm not afraid of anyone anymore. On a helicopter, Lin Yu looked at the camp fading into the distance, filled with confusion. He had no idea what was coming, but he had a vague feeling his life was about to change drastically. Officer, can you tell me? Where exactly are you taking me? I couldn't help but ask. The officer glanced at me and replied mysteriously, you'll find out when we get there. Be patient, I promise it's something good. I leaned back in my seat helplessly, with no choice but to wait. My body is going to fall apart. The room erupted in laughter, but everyone shared the same exhaustion. Hang in there, Lin Yu. It's only the first day. We'll get through this together, roommate encouraged. Lin Yu forced a smile. Lying down on the hard bed, despite the fatigue, he knew this was just the beginning. To become stronger and live up to expectations. He had no choice but to endure. I can't take it anymore, said my roommate cheerfully. Stop complaining. Everyone goes through this. Since you're right here, you have to adapt. You'll all get used to it eventually. The next day, the training turned into wilderness survival. The instructor dropped them off in the middle of nowhere, gave them only basic tools. It told them to survive for 3 days on their own. Lin Yu looked around, shivering as he thought, what am I going to do? I don't even know which way to go. With no other choice, Lin Yu forced himself to find food. He wandered through the forest and finally found some wild fruits. Without much thought, he picked a handful and stuffed them in his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, he spat it out. Theft, what is this? And it's so bitter and astringent. I can't eat it at all. With no food secured, he still needed to find a place to stay. He picked a spot by the river and worked hard to set up a tent. When he finally finished and sat down, his bottom felt what it turned out the tent was set up on a wet patch of ground. Today is just the worst. Just as he was about to sleep that night, he suddenly heard strange noises outside. Startled, he quickly crawled out to investigate. It turned out to be a small wild boar digging at the ground nearby. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. Little guy. But just as he said that, the boar suddenly charged at him. He turned and ran, shouting as he went, help, the wild boar-'s gone crazy. After finally shaking off the boar, Lin Yu returned to his tent and cowled into sleep all night, worried he'd be harassed again. On the third day, it was time to leave. Lin Yu returned to camp in a sorry state, and everyone burst out laughing when they saw him. Did you just come back from a battle? Why do you look so miserable? Lin Yu replied helplessly, you try spending 3 days in that godforsaken place and see how you fare. After a period of basic training, Lin Yu gradually adapted to the environment, and his physique became stronger. The instructor announced that they would conduct a live combat drill simulating the defense against an invading enemy. Lin Yu's squad was tasked with capturing a high ground. As they cautiously advanced, suddenly the enemy fired a barrage of gunshots like firecrackers. Lin Yu shouted, get down, and everyone immediately hit the ground. Lin Yu scanned the surroundings and said to his teammates, this won't work. We need to flank them and launch a surprise attack. They began to take a detour, but halfway through, the enemy discovered them. Over the loudspeaker, the enemy declared, you race around it. Surrender now. Lin Yu's heart sank when he heard this. Thinking quickly, he turned to his teammates and said, let us take a gamble and charge out. He led the charge, and his teammates followed. The sudden assault caught the enemy off guard. Lin Yu and his team seized the opportunity to capture the high ground and complete the mission. Back at camp, the instructor gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Especially you, Lin Yu. You were brave and resourceful at a critical moment. Lin Yu grinned sheepishly. Thanks, instructor. It was a team effort. After this drill, Lin Yu's reputation in the training camp soared, but with fame came trouble. A classmate named Wang Qiang, who didn't like Lin Yu, started picking on him. One time after training, Wang Qiang deliberately bumped into Lin Yu and mocked him. Big hero Lin Yu. Even watch where you're going. Lin Yu knew it was provocation, but he didn't get angry. Smiling, he said, "Sorry, I didn't notice." Still, Wang Qiang wouldn't let it go. "That's it, you think you raised someone special?" Wang Qiang stared at Lin Yu provocatively, almost making him lose his temper. "What do you want?" Lin Yu frowned, his tone cold. Wei Qiang smirked. "What do I want? Let us have a match and see if you're really that great." Lin Yu didn't want to bother with him, but Wang Qiang kept pushing. Finally, he had enough. "Fine, let us have a match. I'll show you what I can do." The two squared off, and their classmates quickly gathered around, eager to watch the show. Wang Qiang made the first move, throwing a punch straight at Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu sidestepped easily and countered with a kick to Wei Qiang's leg, causing him to stumble and almost fall. Embarrassed and enraged, Wei Qiang charged at Lin Yu again. Calm and unruffled, Lin Yu grabbed his arm and threw him forcefully to the ground. Looking down at him, Lin Yu said calmly, "Got it now? Stop causing trouble." Wang Qiang got up and slinked away, humiliated. The surrounding classmates looked at Lin Yu in admiration. "Lin Yu, you're amazing. Not even Wei Qiang is a match for you." Lin Yu waved them off with a smile. "Don't flatter me. It is all thanks to practice." As time went on, Lin Yu learned more and more skills at the training camp and made many like-minded friends. One day, the instructor called everyone together and solemnly announced, "Good news. In a few days, there will be a friendly competition with other training camps. This is a great opportunity to showcase our strength. Make sure you prepare well and don't embarrass our camp." Hearing this, Lin Yu's spirits lifted, and he thought to himself, finally, a chance to compete with other camps. Let us see just how strong I truly am. Back in the dormitory, I immediately started strategizing with my teammates. During the match, I'll rush forward to draw their attention. "You guys take the opportunity to flank them," I said enthusiastically. My teammates nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go with your plan, Lin Yu. You always have great ideas." For the next few days, we trained intensely. I pushed myself even harder, practicing late into the night with the thought, we have to win this time and show everyone our strength. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. We took a bus to the venue, which was surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Looking at the opponents, I felt a bit nervous but mostly excited. The match began, and I executed the plan by charging forward. Unexpectedly, the opponents were killed and quickly saw through our strategy. I ended up surrounded and in trouble. Sensing a dire situation, my teammates rushed to support me. I seized the chance to break free from the encirclement, and together we reorganized our attack. The battle was intense, with neither side willing to give an inch. At the critical moment, I spotted a flaw in the opponent's defense and shouted, "Now charge." My teammates and I surged through the gap and launched a fierce assault. The opponents were thrown into chaos, and we seized the opportunity to secure victory. We won. My teammates hugged each other in excitement as the audience erupted in thunderous applause. "Well done. That was amazing." Watching the cheering crowd, I was filled with pride. After the competition, my status in the training camp quickly rose. The instructor praised me, "Lin Yu, your performance was outstanding this time. Keep it up. You'll undoubtedly become a top-tier warrior in the future." I saluted and replied, "Thank you, sir. I'll work hard." This competition made me more aware of my shortcomings, motivating me to train even harder. One day, a mysterious master arrived at the training camp. He was a powerful superhuman, a legendary figure among experts. My eyes lit up. Getting to see a true superhuman and hear his experiences is a rare opportunity. Standing before us, he smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. I am here to share some combat experience. Superhuman abilities require not just strength, but also skill and intelligence." He began demonstrating some superhuman techniques. I watched intently, thinking, so this is how abilities can be used. This is eye-opening. After the demonstration, he invited us to ask questions. I was the first to raise my hand. "So how can we better utilize our abilities when facing multiple enemies?" He smiled, ready to answer. "Good question," he said. "When facing multiple enemies, the first thing is to stay calm and observe their movement patterns. Then, use the surrounding environment and teamwork to distract the enemies, taking them down one by one." Hearing this, I immediately grasped the key points. "I see. Thank you, sir." My classmates followed with their questions, and the mysterious master patiently answered each one. After this experience-sharing session, my understanding of superhuman abilities improved significantly. It is clear that training can't rely solely on strength. I need to focus on enhancing my skills and intelligence as well. Time flew by, and my progress in the training camp became increasingly evident. One day, the instructor called me to his office. I felt a bit nervous. "Sir, is there something you need?" The instructor smiled and said, "Lin Yu, based on your recent performance and observations during training, the higher-ups have decided to send you to an advanced training program. This is a rare opportunity and a significant challenge. Are you willing to go?" I was so excited I nearly jumped up. "I am willing. So I'll do my best." The instructor patted my shoulder. "I knew you'd step up. Remember, this training will be extremely rigorous, so prepare yourself mentally." I nodded firmly. "Don't worry, sir. I am not afraid of hardship or exhaustion." Leaving the office, I called in wait to share the good news with my teammates. They were all thrilled for me. "Lin Yu, you're amazing. Do your best." I smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I'll bring back good news for you all after the training." Before long, I packed my belongings and set off for the advanced training program. As I looked back at the training camp, I felt both reluctant to leave and full of anticipation. Advanced training, here I come. I am going to become even stronger. Little did I know that by joining the advanced training, I would finally get the chance to participate in the legendary blood burn project. The so-called blood burn accelerates blood flow, enhancing physical fitness and reaction speed across the board. Honestly, the blood burn project seemed like a tailor-made enhancement plan for my abilities. Just imagine if I succeeded in the blood burn project. Combined with my nearly limitless blood energy growth, how powerful could I become? In fact, the blood burn project had been proposed long ago, but previously, there are people like me with supernatural abilities appearing, so the plan can only be delayed again and again. With excitement and anticipation, I embarked on my journey to the advanced training camp. Along the way, my heart was pounding like a little rabbit, thump, thump, as my mind kept envisioning myself sweeping through everything at the camp and becoming an incredibly powerful supernatural being. Finally, I arrived at the entrance of the training camp. The gate was extraordinarily grand, towering so high it seemed to pierce the sky, with a row of mysterious runes engraved on it, exuding an enigmatic aura. As I approached the gate, a stern soldier blocked my path. "Stop. What is your business here?" I quickly put on a smile. "Big brother, I am here to join the advanced training. You rest my notice." As I spoke, I offered a document as if presenting treasure. The soldier took the notice, scrutinizing it closely, as if trying to see through the words. After a long while, he finally said slowly, "All right, go on in. Follow this road straight to the main square and ask someone there." I thanked him profusely and hopped inside like a cheerful little rabbit. The road was long, and my legs were almost giving out. As I walked, I muttered, "This place is too huge. If only I had thought to bring a skateboard, I could have gotten there faster." After much effort, I finally reached the main square, only to be dumbfounded. People were packed together as densely as ants. I randomly approached a passerby and asked with a big smile, "Brother, where's the training area?" The man sized me up slowly before replying, "Take the road on the left side of the square. Go to the end, turn right, and walk a few hundred meters. You will see a big sign that says training area. That's the place." "Grateful," I said. "Thanks, brother. Really appreciate it." And then I resumed my long march. Following the directions, I finally found the training area. As soon as I entered, I was greeted by a massive room filled with all kinds of strange training equipment. At that moment, a burly instructor walked over. His muscles, as solid as mountains, startled me instantly. "You must be the new recruit, Lin Yu." The instructor shouted loudly, his booming voice practically making my ears buzz. Yes, that's me, sir," I responded quickly, feeling a bit nervous inside. The instructor circled around me, scrutinizing me like I was some rare specimen, nodding as he muttered, "Not bad on the outside. I'm gonna see if you're actually any good." Then, with a wave of his hand, he pointed to a pile of strange equipment and said, "See these? These are what you'll be dealing with for the foreseeable future. Start with this, give me 50 reps. I followed his finger and saw a massive barbell, adorned with intricate patterns. Walking over, I grabbed it with both hands and pulled with all my might. But it didn't budge an inch. My face turned as red as a ripe tomato. I tried again, but it still wouldn't move. The instructor burst into laughter, doubling over. You want to join advanced training? Put your back into it. Use every ounce of strength you've got. I was so frustrated I almost coughed up blood. But I had no choice but to keep trying. Summoning all my strength, I finally managed to lift the barbell slightly. But as soon as I did, my arms gave out, and the barbell crashed heavily back to the ground with a loud clang, nearly smashing my foot. The instructor laughed so hard he was in tears. "Oh boy, I thought you'd be impressive, but this is all you've got." Fuming inside, I thought, just you wait, I'll make you eat those words. The days that followed turned into a nightmare of training. Every day, I wrestled with those bizarre contraptions, either getting flung into the air or tripping over something. While practicing with an elastic rope, I lost my grip and shot off like a cannonball, slamming into a wall. Stars danced before my eyes. And it took me a while to recover. "This thing is practically trying to kill me," I grumbled, clutching my head, the pain making my teeth ache. Despite the grueling training, I had no intention of giving up. Every day, I cheered myself on. "Lin Yu, you're destined to become a top-tier supernatural being. This little bit of hardship is nothing." One day, the instructor suddenly announced a test. The test involved navigating a trap-filled maze to retrieve a specific item. But I had no choice but to brace myself and go in. As soon as I entered the maze, a chilling atmosphere enveloped me. I moved cautiously, eyes wide open, afraid of missing any traps. Suddenly, my foot slipped. I tumbled into a deep pit. "What kind of place is this, with traps everywhere?" I shouted from the pit. Climbing out, I continued onward. Before long, the barrage of arrows shot toward me from above. I dodged left and right, scraping my skin in multiple spots. "This is just my luck. This training is pure torture," I muttered as I dodged and complained. When I was about to lose hope, I spotted a passageway straight ahead. I realized that was the path to my goal. My eyes lit up, and I rushed inside. As soon as I entered the passage, the door slammed shut with a click. A thick smoke began to rise around me. "That's it. Am I really going to die here?" I panicked like an ant on a hot pan, frantically pacing inside the passage. Just as I was about to pass out from the smoke, I suddenly noticed a small button on the wall. I reached out and pressed it, and the door miraculously opened. I dashed out, finally found the designated item, and dragged my exhausted body out of the maze. The instructor looked at my disheveled appearance and laughed. "Not bad, though it was a bit chaotic. You completed the mission. Keep it up, there will be more challenges ahead." Panting heavily, I replied, "Instructor, don't joke with me. I thought I was going to lose my life in there." This test made me realize how much I still lacked. So I trained even harder. Before dawn, I would sneak into the training ground, practicing various skills relentlessly. Sometimes I got so focused that I even forgot to eat. One time, while practicing my abilities, I accidentally blew up the small house next to the training ground. The scene was spectacular, with thick smoke curling and dust flying everywhere. Hearing the commotion, the instructor rushed over. Seeing the house blown to smithereens, his face turned red with anger. "Lin Yu, what on earth are you doing? Is this training or demolition?" I quickly bowed my head and explained, "Instructor, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see if I could make my abilities stronger, but couldn't control them properly." The instructor, clearly annoyed, said, "Couldn't control them? Look at that house, there's nothing left. If you acted like this on the battlefield, you might end up leveling an entire city." I carefully replied, "Instructor, I know I was wrong. I'll make sure to control it next time." The instructor sighed, "Fine. Let this be a lesson. Be more careful during training from now on." Day by day, the training grew tougher. But I was like an indomitable button on it and increasingly resilient. Over time, my abilities improved rapidly. I could now easily control blood energy to form various weapons and even attack from a distance. One day, some mysterious visitors arrived at the training camp. They were said to be leaders sent from above to select exceptional trainees for advanced missions. Hearing this news, my eyes lit up. I thought, this is my chance to stand out. I need to perform well and leave a good impression on the leaders. So I trained even harder, exhausting myself to the point of collapse. But the thought of being selected filled me with endless energy. On a day of the inspection, I got up bright and early, cleaned myself up, and stood in the training ground waiting for the leaders. Soon, luxury cars slowly drove into the camp. The leaders, dressed in impeccable military uniforms, exuded an air of authority. The instructor lined us up in neat rows, and the leaders began their inspection, carefully observing our performance as they walked by. I stood straight, my eyes fixed ahead, my heart pounding like a drum as I silently encouraged myself. Lin Yu, stay calm, don't make any mistakes. Suddenly, the leaders stopped in front of me. One of them asked, "What's your name?" I quickly answered, reporting to the leader, "My name is Lin Yu." He scrutinized me for a moment and said, "You look spirited. I hear you've been working hard and have made great progress with your abilities. Show us what you can do." Nervous yet excited, I took a deep breath, gathered my blood energy, and instantly formed a crimson blade in my hand, radiating an eerie and sharp glow. I wielded the blood blade, displaying a series of high-level techniques. The leaders nodded in approval as they watched. "Not bad. This kid handles his abilities skillfully, and it's quite the imagination," one leader remarked. Hearing their praise, my heart soared with joy, though my face remained serious. After the demonstration, leaders asked me many questions about my abilities and training. I answered each one thoroughly, sharing my insights from this period without holding back. The leaders exchanged a few words, then smiled at me and said, "Lin Yu, you have great potential. We decided to let you participate in the upcoming advanced mission. Don't let us down." I was so excited I nearly jumped up, immediately saluting and shouting, "Yes, leader, I won't let you down and will complete the mission." The other trainees looked at me with envy. Although I felt proud, I still smiled humbly at everyone. From that moment on, I prepared even harder for the advanced mission, not just improving my abilities, but also studying tactics and teamwork, enhancing myself in all aspects. Finally, the day of the mission arrived. Together with the other selected trainees, I boarded a helicopter heading to the target location. The helicopter landed in a desolate mountain range. Looking at the unfamiliar and mysterious surroundings, I felt both nervous and excited. This mission must succeed. I, Lin Yu, will become a true hero. I silently vowed to myself. The task was to investigate the sudden appearance of abnormal energy in this mountain range. Flowed out, surging gently like ripples on water. He tapped lightly on a rock with one finger. A crisp crack echoed. The massive rock shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. The entire training camp fell silent. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. Lin Yu's jaw dropped, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. "See?" Wang Lao turned around casually. "This is the power of precision. Strength is important, but control and efficiency determine a room master." Lin Yu nodded earnestly, his admiration for Long Lao skyrocketing. "Please, teach me," he said earnestly, bowing deeply. Long Lao chuckled. "All right, but remember, skills are honed through practice and understanding, not shortcuts. You must prepare yourself for hard work." From that day on, Lin Yu trained even harder. Under Long Lao's guidance, he began to understand the intricacies of his abilities. No longer relying solely on brute force, he learned to channel his energy with precision and finesse. Time passed, then Lin Yu's skills improved by leaps and bounds. His comrades were amazed by his transformation, and even the instructors at the camp couldn't hide their admiration. One evening, after an intense training session, Long Lao sat beside Lin Yu under the starry sky. "Lin Yu," Long Lao said, his tone serious, "you have great potential, but potential alone is not enough. The path you've chosen is fraught with challenges, and every step forward will test your resolve. Are you ready to face it?" Lin Yu looked up at the stars, determination burning in his gaze. "I am," he replied firmly. "No matter how tough it gets, I won't back down." Long Lao nodded, a faint smile on his face. "Good. Remember, true strength lies not just in power, but in the heart that wields it." With these words, Lin Yu felt an unshakable sense of purpose swell within him. He knew the road ahead would be arduous, but with his newfound skills of unwavering determination, he was ready to face any challenge that came his way. This was just the beginning of his journey into the unknown. They scattered, winding around the surface of the rock as if alive. He lightly moved his fingers, and the energy immediately seeped into the cracks of the rock. Then, with a sudden clench of his fist, a cracking sound erupted. The massive rock shattered instantly into countless small fragments, scattering like flowers falling. Lin Yu and the other trainees were stunned, their mouths agape. Excitedly, Lin Yu exclaimed, "Master Long, you are incredible. Please teach me, how did you do that?" Master Long smiled and patiently began explaining the techniques and principles involved. Lin Yu listened intently, his eyes never leaving the master, occasionally asking questions, which Master Long answered one by one. Under Master Long's guidance, Lin Yu seemed to reach a new level of understanding, immediately elevating his grasp of supernatural powers by several tiers. From that point on, Lin Yu frequently sought out Master Long, pleading for more techniques to learn. Master Long admired his eagerness to learn and often gave him individual lessons. As time passed, Lin Yu's supernatural abilities grew increasingly powerful. Not only could he easily shadow rocks, but he could also skillfully manipulate his energy to create various complex offensive and defensive techniques. Without hesitation, shared everything he had learned, entering the camp with an enthusiastic atmosphere for learning. However, the good times didn't last long. One day, the instructor summoned everyone with a serious expression. "We have received orders from above. A mysterious organization is causing destruction at the border, clearly preparing for something major. You, the top trainees, have been assigned to investigate and stop them. This mission is no easy task. Be extremely cautious." Everyone's expressions turned somber, but Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Finally, a real challenge. This time we'll catch these guys and show them what real power looks like. Soon after, Lin Yu and his team boarded specialized transport and swiftly headed to the border. Lin Yu frowned and said, "According to the intel, every member of this mysterious organization possesses unique supernatural abilities. We cannot afford to underestimate. It is crucial that we work together seamlessly and give it our all." When they finally arrived at the border, the scene was desolate and eerie. Sandstorms swept through the barren land, and the dilapidated villages and abandoned buildings exuded an unprecedentedly chilling atmosphere. Lin Yu divided the team into groups, and his group discovered strange marks in an abandoned town, and unfamiliar symbols were scrawled on the walls. Squatting down, Lin Yu examined them closely. These symbols appear to be ancient and mysterious, as though they are conveying some kind of message. Just then a piercing alarm echoed through the air. Lin Yu's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Damn it, we've probably been discovered. Everyone, stay alert." Before his words finished, a group of men in black surged from all directions. They moved with agility and exuded a cold, enigmatic aura. Steeling himself, Lin Yu noticed that each of these men in black wore eerie masks, revealing only a pair of chilling, sinister eyes. The tension in the air became palpable. "Who are you? Why are you causing trouble here?" I shouted. The men in black didn't answer, instead letting out cold, bone-chilling laughter before rushing toward us. My teammates and I immediately assumed combat positions. I focused my energy, forming a sturdy shield in front of me to block the first wave of attacks. My teammates also unleashed their abilities, some firing jets of flame, others summoning vines as we engaged the men in black in fierce combat. Seizing an opening, I dispelled my shield and charged at one of the men in black, the blood energy blade in my hand, gleaming coldly. However, didn't he panic? A black longsword suddenly appeared in his hand, blocking my attack head-on. A sharp metallic clang rang out, sparks flying. I felt a jolt in my arm and thought to myself, "This guy's really strong." As I clashed with him, another man in black quieted circled behind me, attempting a sneak attack. A sharp-eyed teammate immediately warned, "Lin Yu, behind you." I quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Regaining my footing, I realized that fighting them individually wouldn't work. I needed to identify their weaknesses. I closely observed their movements and abilities. After several exchanges, I noticed that while these men in black were strong, their coordination was terrible. Each fought on their own, showing no teamwork at all. An idea struck me, and I shouted, "Dante, spread out, focus our strength, and take them down one by one." My teammates quickly responded. We adjusted our tactics, concentrating our attacks on a single enemy. Within a few moves, one of the men in black collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining men in black grew visibly flustered. Seizing the opportunity, I launched an even fiercer assault, transforming my energy into countless fine needles that shot outward. The men in black scrambled to dodge, but a few were struck, leaving bloody trails on their bodies. After the intense battle, the enemy could no longer hold their ground and began retreating in all directions. Furrowing my brow, I said, "We continue to let them escape, follow them, and uncover what's really going on behind the scenes." We pursued the fleeing men in black, following their trail to a mysterious, before the secret valley. The valley was shrouded in thick fog, blocking out the sun, and the atmosphere was faintly filled with danger. I cautiously said, "This is definitely not simple. Stay alert and stick close to me." Carefully stepping into the valley, I was met with a strong wave of energy. A massive energy array was faintly visible in operation, with black-clad figures guarding it vigilantly. I whispered to my teammates, "It seems this is the key to their steam. We need to find a way to destroy this array." Just as I finished speaking, one of the black-clad figures spotted us and shouted, "Intruders! Stop them!" Instantly, a large group of enemies charged at us. This time, I decided to fight fire with fire. Concentrating all my blood energy, I formed a massive blood energy battle axe in my hands and roared as I charged into the enemy ranks. Wherever the battle axe struck, the black-clad figures fell one after another. My teammates were not to be outdone, each displaying their unique abilities and fiercely battling the enemies. After a grueling fight, we finally broke through the defenses and reached the energy array. Examining the array closely, I found a glowing crystal at its core, clearly the key to controlling the entire formation. Without hesitation, I raised the battle axe and struck down hard. Boom! The crystal shattered. The energy array was instantly paralyzed, and the surrounding energy fluctuations dissipated. The black-clad figures, realizing the battle was lost, fled in all directions. We successfully completed the mission and returned to the training camp with the joy of victory. This operation earned me great fame in the world of supernatural abilities, making me a hero in the eyes of young ability users. However, I did not let this make me arrogant. I understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the mysterious organization, which might be hiding even greater conspiracies and challenges. So I threw myself into even more rigorous training, continuously improving my strength to prepare for tougher battles ahead. In the days to come, you will strive forward with unwavering determination to face the destiny that awaits me. Lenyu not only worked hard to enhance his supernatural abilities, but also began studying various tactics and leadership skills, learning how to effectively lead a team. A top-notch leader would be the key to victory. At the same time, he didn't forget to help other trainees, often organizing group training sessions and sharing his combat experiences. Thanks to Linyu's influence, the training camp became more united, and its overall strength improved significantly. One time, a group of foreign ability users came to the training camp for an exchange program. These foreign ability users were exceptionally powerful and had come specifically to engage in exchanges and sparring matches. The instructor decided to have Linyu lead a few trainees in a friendly competition to showcase the true strength of the training camp. Upon receiving the task, Linyu immediately worked with his teammates to devise detailed strategies and analyze the opponents. He confidently said, "This time, let's show them we're not to be underestimated." On the day of the competition, the training camp was bustling with excitement. The foreign ability users looked spirited and confident. Linyu and his teammates stood on the field with unwavering determination. The match began with the opponents launching the first attack. Their abilities were diverse. Some controlled lightning, others could instantly freeze objects, and some manipulated wind. Linyu and his team responded calmly, skillfully using their unique abilities to fend off the attacks. Seizing the right moment, Linyu gathered his blood energy and dashed like a shadow toward the core members of the opposing team. The opponents quickly teamed up to attack him, but Linyu maneuvered nimbly among them, using his blood energy to form sharp blades for a fierce counterattack. Taking advantage of the distraction, his teammates launched counterattacks against the other foreign ability users. The entire field was ablaze with flashes of supernatural light and deco and with the sounds of battle. While fiercely fighting the core opponents, Linyu spotted their weaknesses. He deliberately exposed a vulnerability to lure them in. As the opponent struck with full force, Linyu sidestepped and swiftly swung his blood energy battle axe at their legs. Unable to evade, the opponent fell heavily. Not giving the opponent a chance to recover, Linyu pressed the attack. Ultimately, the core opponent was defeated by him. Witnessing Linyu's victory, his teammates' morale soared, and their assault became even more relentless. The match ended with Linyu's team claiming victory. The foreign ability users gave them a thumbs up, impressed by their strength. Linyu smiled and said, "We're all ability users. Let's continue to exchange and improve together." This victory earned Linyu some recognition in the international ability user community, but he did not become complacent. He was well aware that his journey was far from over, and that greater challenges lay ahead. Returning to the training camp, Linyu continued his rigorous training, tirelessly experimenting with integrating different abilities to develop more powerful attack techniques. After numerous failures, he eventually created a brand new ultimate skill, Blood Energy Storm. This skill allowed him to spread his blood energy in all directions, forming a powerful storm that attacked enemies comprehensively. To master it, Lin Yu dedicated countless hours to practice every day. Lin Yu never slacked off, always being the first to wake up and train. Before the first rays of sunlight touched the training field in the morning, he was already warming up. He arrived at an open space and began practicing his blood energy. The storm. Taking a deep breath, he awakened the surging blood energy within him, like a slumbering beast coming to life. With a fierce swing of both arms, he roared, "Rise!" A massive red storm quickly formed, accompanied by a piercing howl, akin to countless vengeful spirits roaring. Lin Yu exerted all his effort to control the storage of power, striving to make it more precise and ferocious. Training wasn't always smooth. Once, he attempted to expand the scope of his attack, but failed to manage the flow of blood energy, causing the storm to rush toward a section of the training camp buildings. Chaos ensued as the red storm swept through, stirring up flying sand and dirt, uprooting trees. Lin Yu turned pale with fright, doing everything he could to control the out-of-control blood storm, but it seemed to have gone mad, refusing to heed his commands, just as the storm was about to crash into a nearby building. The instructor arrived at the critical moment. Displaying his formidable abilities, the instructor forcefully subdued the rampaging storm. Looking at the still shaken Lin Yu, the instructor said sternly, "Lin Yu, cultivating abilities requires steady progress, step by step. You cannot rush for quick success. Every breakthrough carries risks, and you must always hold a sense of reverence." Lin Yu lowered his head, full of shame. "Instructor, I understand. I'll be more cautious in the future." After countless training sessions and adjustments, Lin Yu finally mastered the blood storm. His skills saw a significant leap. Not only was this move astonishingly powerful, but his grasp of other ability techniques also became increasingly adept. Meanwhile, there were more and more reports about an evil abilities organization known as the Shadow Alliance. Its members came from all over the world, each possessing unique and formidable powers. They were secretly planning a shocking conspiracy, aiming to use a mysterious energy to dominate the abilities world and even the human world. Lin Yu's training camp received orders from higher-ups to join hands with other abilities organizations to combat the Shadow Alliance. Lin Yu and his teammates formed a vanguard team, infiltrating one of the Shadow Alliance's strongholds to conduct reconnaissance. They snuck in quietly, discovering that the stronghold was heavily guarded, with patrolling figures in black everywhere. Lin Yu and his team carefully avoided the guards as they advanced deeper. A teammate triggered a trap, setting off an alarm. Lights instantly illuminated the area, and black-clad figures swarmed in, encircling Lin Yu's group tightly. The leader of the black-clad figures was tall and imposing, wearing a menacing skull mask. He sneered coldly. "How bold of you to trespass on our turf. Today will be your death day." Lin Yu showed no fear and shouted, "Brothers, don't be afraid, fight." He took the lead, condensing his blood energy into a massive war halberd and charging straight at the masked leader. The leader waved his hands, unleashing black flames that surged toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu swung his halberd, deflecting the flames as he accelerated toward the leader. The teammates also unleashed their abilities. One controlled water, turning it into sharp water blades, aimed at the enemies. Another summoned vines to entangle the black-clad figures. However, the Shadow Alliance's strength was equally formidable. They quickly stabilized their position, engaging Lin Yu's team in a life-and-death struggle. Lin Yu's battle with the masked leader grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, the leader vanished without a trace. Lin Yu warily scanned his surroundings, sensing a powerful energy attack from behind. He quickly turned, used his halberd to block the strike. But the tremendous force pushed him back several steps, numbing his arms. Knowing he couldn't stay on the defensive, Lin Yu focused intently on the leader's movements. The leader darted like a phantom through the flames with incredible speed. Seizing an opportunity as the leader approached, Lin Yu suddenly withdrew his halberd and quickly condensed his blood energy into a sturdy shield in front of him. The impact so strong that Lin Yu's feet carved deep marks into the ground. Taking advantage of the leader's obstructed attack, Lin Yu countered by forcefully pushing his shield forward, crashing it into the leader with immense blood energy. Unable to dodge in time, the leader was sent flying several meters. Lin Yu chased after him, slashing his halberd toward the leader. The leader raised both arms, black flames engulfing them, to block the attack, while Lin Yu and the leader were locked in fierce combat. His teammates' situation worsened. Many were injured, and the sheer number of enemies overwhelmed them, leaving him struggling to hold on. Lin Yu grew anxious, realizing he had to defeat the leader quickly to help his teammates. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu decided to unleash his ultimate move, Bloodstorm. Without holding back, he released all his blood energy, causing the surrounding air to ignite with a sizzling sound. The blood energy rapidly coalesced into a massive storm, brimming with unstoppable power. The blood storm surged violently toward the black-clad figures. The leader's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly summoned all his black flames to counter the oncoming storm. The blood storm collided with the black flames in an explosive clash, the deafening boom echoing through the air, as if it might collapse at any moment. The blood energy within the storm slashed through the black flames like sharp blades, while the black flames desperately fought back with all their strength. Counterattack, attempting to devour the surge of blood energy. Under the raging storm, several weaker black-clad figures were instantly swept into the tempest, their bodies covered in countless wounds inflicted on the sharp edges of the blood energy. The leader of the black-clad group gritted his teeth, using all his strength to maintain the defense of the black flames. But the storm of blood energy was too powerful, and he was struggling more and more to hold on. At that moment, I spotted his flaw. Concentrating my blood energy, I formed a spear of blood energy within the storm and hurled it forcefully at the leader. The blood energy spear, like a red lightning bolt, pierced through the black flames and struck his shoulder, unable to dodge in time. The leader's shoulder was impaled, and the black flames dimmed significantly. Seizing the opportunity, I intensified the storm of blood energy. The leader of the black-clad figures could no longer withstand it and was swept into the storm, letting out a miserable scream before collapsing. Seeing their leader fall, the other black-clad figures were thrown into disarray. My teammates took the chance to defeat the remaining enemies one by one. In this battle, we successfully repelled the black-clad figures' attack. But everyone knew in their hearts that this was only the beginning of the Shadow Alliance's plot. Greater challenges lay ahead. Looking at my injured comrades, I firmly declared, "Brothers, we can't retreat. We must completely destroy the Shadow Alliance and protect our world." My teammates nodded resolutely, their eyes filled with determination. Afterward, we found clues about the Shadow Alliance's conspiracy at their base, and were tracking an ancient artifact of extraordinary power, the Heart of Chaos. Legend has it that whoever possesses the Heart of Chaos can wield the power to destroy the world. I immediately reported the situation to my superiors. The higher-ups decided to summon more individuals with extraordinary abilities to form a powerful coalition force to fight against the Shadow Alliance and stop them from obtaining the Heart of Chaos. Subsequently, I was appointed as a Vanguard commander, responsible for devising battle plans and leading the charge. During the assembly process, I worked to coordinate and bond with the gifted individual from various places and organizations. Each person's abilities were unique. Some could control elements, summoning storms, or rain. Others possessed immense physical strength. I carefully analyzed everyone's strengths, devising the most effective strategies to maximize their potential. Finally, the coalition force was fully assembled and was set out for the Shadow Alliance's headquarters. As we entered the valley, we found the area shrouded in a dense, dark energy, like a black fog enveloping everything. Visibility was poor, and danger lurked everywhere. Taking a deep breath, I said, "Everyone, be careful. This dark energy is strong and likely concealing various threats. Maintain a tight formation and advance slowly." The gifted individuals nodded cautiously as they stepped into the dark energy. Before long, a group of shadows suddenly emerged from the darkness, moving in astonishing speed and appearing right before us. Upon closer inspection, I realized these shadows were monsters formed from concentrated dark energy. Grotesque bodies exuded a foul stench. I shouted, "Prepare to fight." The gifted individuals unleashed their abilities. Those controlling fire released blazing fireballs to dispel the darkness and illuminate the surroundings. Those controlling water hurled condensed water spheres at the enemies. The valley was ablaze with flashes of light, and explosions from extraordinary powers echoed continuously. Wielding my blood energy halberd, I charged into the swarm of shadow monsters, dispersing them wherever the halberd struck. However, new shadows quickly filled their place, seemingly endless. The relentless waves of attacks left us overwhelmed. Individually, the monsters weren't particularly strong, but their sheer numbers made the battle exceptionally grueling. At this critical moment, an idea struck me. I shouted, "Listen to me. Stop fighting separate me and focus your abilities on a single direction. Break through and force a gap in their formation." Understanding my instructions, the gifted individuals quickly regrouped and prepared to act. And gifted individuals responded to Lin Yu's call immediately. They concentrated their various powers, launching a combined attack in the same direction. Flames, water currents, lightning, and other forces merged into a torrent of immense energy that surged toward the shadow monsters. Under the impact of this overwhelming energy, the shadow monsters finally faltered, and a gap was forcibly torn open. When you commanded, "Charge," the coalition force of gifted individuals swiftly broke through the gap. However, just as they escaped the swarm of monsters, an even more formidable enemy appeared. A man clad in a black robe emerged, exuding an oppressive aura of darkness and wielding a black magic staff. He sneered, "Did you really think you could easily break through my defenses? Today, all of you will die here." As soon as his words fell, he waved his staff, and a massive beam of dark energy shot toward us. Lin Yu immediately condensed blood energy to form a massive shield in front of him. The other gifted individuals quickly activated their defensive abilities, combining them with Lin Yu's shield to block the dark beam. The dark energy beam collided with the shield, erupting in a deafening explosion. The immense force of the impact caused cracks to spread across the ground. Lin Yu could feel the immense pressure on the shield as it. Under immense pressure, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hold on, don't back down." The ability users united, holding the defensive line with all their might. Just as the shield was about to give way, Lin Yu had a sudden idea and shouted to his teammate adept at lightning abilities, "Get ready to synchronize with me. Wait for my signal and channel lightning into the shield." The teammate nodded in understanding. Lin Yu seized the moment, concentrating the shield's energy into a single point, and shouted, "Now!" The teammate immediately unleashed a powerful surge of lightning into the shield. The fusion of blood energy and lightning erupted with even greater force. Lin Yu forcefully pushed the shield toward the dark beam. In an instant, the beam shattered into fragments, rebounding back toward the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe did not anticipate Lin Yu's move. Unable to dodge in time, he was struck by the rebounding dark beam, letting out a scream as his body shook violently. He quickly steadied himself, his eyes flashing with fury as he raised his staff again to summon a group of Dark Knights. The Dark Knights, mounted on black war horses and wielding long spears, charged madly toward the ability users. Lin Yu shouted, "Scatter and adapt to your targets flexibly." The ability users quickly dispersed and engaged the Dark Knights in close combat. Lin Yu headed straight for the man in the black robe. He knew that defeating the man was the key to breaking the enemy's defenses entirely. The man in the black robe sneered disapprovingly as Lin Yu approached. With a wave of his staff, he unleashed a beam of dark energy at Lin Yu. Lin Yu sidestepped, dodging the attack, and accelerated toward his target. As he neared, the man suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu froze, warily scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a strong energy fluctuation above him. Looking up, he saw the man in the black robe hovering in midair, his staff emanating an eerie glow. "Did you think you could get close to me so easily? Dream on," the man said coldly, before the words had fully left his mouth. He waved his staff, and countless dark meteors rained down from the sky toward Lin Yu. Undeterred, Lin Yu unleashed his blood energy, forming a massive blood energy barrier around himself for protection. The dark meteors collided with the blood energy barrier, producing continuous crashing sounds, but the barrier remained unyielding. When he focused on the man's vulnerabilities, channeling his blood energy to form a blood energy bound arrow. The blood arrow, like a red streak of lightning, tore through the void at incredible speed. The man in the black robe hastily waved his staff to defend, but the arrows overwhelming for spears through, striking him in the shoulder. With a scream, the man plummeted from the sky. Lin Yu seized the opportunity, rushing forward to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, the man in the black robe pulled a black crystal from his robes and crushed it in his hand. A dare of dark energy exploded outward, blasting Lin Yu away and sending shockwaves that knocked back the other ability users as well. Amid the chaos, the man in the black robe fled the battlefield. Lin Yu watched the enemy retreat, clenching his teeth in frustration, but he knew now was not the time to pursue. The ongoing battle grew increasingly intense, with his teammates struggling more and more against the Shadow Alliance members. Some teammates had already fallen, severely injured. Lin Yu's heart burrowed with urgency. He knew he had to turn the tide immediately. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu gathered all the blood energy within him, unleashing it in a powerful blood energy storm. The crimson blood energy storm, centered on him, surged outward like a massive tsunami, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The Shadow Alliance members scrambled to defend. Some raised dark shields, while others summoned dark creatures to block the storm. Lin Yu's all-out attack was overwhelming. The dark shields, shadow like paper, and the dark creatures were torn apart by the storm. Once Crony Shadow, Alliance member, his face marked with a sinister scar, frantically waved his hands, releasing countless black threads to weave a massive defensive net against the storm. They were shredded into dust, and the member was sent flying, coughing up blood from the impact. An elder among the Shadow Alliance observed Lin Yu's powerful attack, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he quickly regained composure, its surface shimmering with an unsettling dark glow. The blood energy storm collided with the black barrier, producing an earth-shattering boom. The hull shook violently, as though it might collapse at any moment. Veins bulged on Lin Yu's forehead as he pushed the stroke to its limits, locked in a stalemate with the Elder's barrier. Seeing Lin Yu exerting himself to the fullest, his teammates were inspired, those skilled in earth abilities. The teammate pressed both hands on the ground, and suddenly the floor of the hall surged upward. Summit earth and walls erupted from the ground, adorned with sharp stone spikes, crashing heavily into the members of the Shadow Alliance. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the enemies scrambled to evade, throwing their battle line into chaos. Eight teammates skilled in wind abilities summoned a howling gale, blowing the enemies off balance and creating opportunities for others to attack. The teammate with lightning abilities seized the moment, unleashing thick bolts of lightning like silver vipers darting through the enemy ranks, striking them repeatedly and eliciting a chorus of painful screams. Lin Yu took advantage of the opening, amplifying the power of his blood storm with all his might and roared, "Break!" The storm finally shattered the Elder's dark barrier and surged toward him, continuously deploying dark abilities to defend. But the storm still grazed the edge of his robe, instantly reducing it to ashes. Just as Lin Yu was about to press the attack, a tall, burly, bald man from the enemy's side suddenly charged him from the flank. His body was covered in black scales, his hands had transformed into sharp claws, and his speed was like a shadow in motion. Lin Yu quickly sidestepped to dodge, though was still slightly slow, and 3 gashes were carved into him by the sharp claws, staining his sleeve red with blood. Ignoring the pain, he swung his blood-imbued battle halberd fiercely at the bald man. Lin Yu leapt backward, simultaneously gathering blood energy to form a shield in front of him. A bald man's claws raked against the blood shield, producing a harsh screeching sound as deep claw marks appeared on its surface. Lin Yu took the opportunity to shove the shield forward, forcing the bald man back several steps. The Elder, regaining his composure, rejoined the fight, swinging his black longsword sword energy shot toward Lin Yu like meteors. Lin Yu raised his blood halberd to intercept, and the clash between the sword energy and the halberd sent out a powerful shockwave and numbed his arms and forced him several steps back. While Lin Yu was locked in a fierce struggle with the Elder and the bald man, his teammates were gradually gaining the upper hand in their battles against the other Shadow Alliance members. Adept in water abilities, conjured a massive water sphere, compressed it into a sharp water blade, and drove it into an enemy. The enemy, unable to dodge in time, was pierced through the shoulder and let out a sharp cry of pain. Elsewhere, a teammate skilled in fire abilities lifted both hands, launching a barrage of flaming arrows like shooting stars at the enemies. The arrows set their black robes ablaze, and the enemies struggled in agony as flames engulfed them. Seeing the tide of the battle turning, my heart swelled with joy, and my resolve grew stronger. I took a deep breath, ignoring the pain in my arm, and focused all my attention on the Elder and the bald man. I infused blood energy into the halberd, which began to glow brilliantly. Charging forward, I confronted him head-on. The Elder and the bald man exchanged a glance and immediately launched their attacks. The Elder swung his black longsword, sending countless sharp sword energies my way, while the bald man, moving like a shadow, lunged at my flank with his claws gleaming coldly. I didn't need flinch. winning skillfully through the sword energy and claw strikes. When the bald man's claws were about to reach me, I suddenly sidestepped and swung the halberd, slicing deeply into his arm with a sickening crack. Black blood spurted out. The bald man roared in pain and prepared to bounce again. At that moment, the elder's sword energy closed in on my back. I quickly blocked with the halberd, but was still struck by the powerful attack, stumbling several steps and coughing up blood. Just as I found myself injured and teetering on the brink, other Shadow Alliance members seized the opportunity to surround and launch a killing blow. My teammates, noticing my plight, abandoned their own battles to rush to my aid. The wind-wielding teammate summoned fierce gusts, blowing away the enemies closing in on me. The earth-wielding teammate quickly erected a wall of soil in front of me, shielding me from their attacks. Seizing the moment to steady myself, I realized I had to come up with a decisive move to defeat the enemy. Scanning the surroundings, I quickly formed a plan and shouted, "Everyone, focus your abilities on the ground beneath them and break the terrain." My teammates immediately understood the command. The earth-wielding teammate pressed their hands to the ground, causing the floor to loosen. The water-wielding teammate drenched the soil, turning it into a muddy quagmire. The enemies were thrown into disarray, struggling in the muck and shrieking as they were struck by a stray lightning bolt. I seized the chance to unleash another bloodstorm, this time narrowing its range and concentrating it on the densest cluster of enemies. The blood storm ravaged the muddy ground, intertwining with the lightning in a devastating display of power. One by one, the enemies fell, their combat strength completely shattered. Seeing the tide turn against him, the elder began retreating toward the stone platform holding the Heart of Chaos, hoping to escape with the treasure amidst the confusion. Realizing his intent, I immediately gave chase. Just as the elder was about to touch the Heart of Chaos, I roared, "Don't even think about it," and swung my halberd toward him. He hurriedly raised his black sword to block. The clash of weapons sent triples of energy scattering through the air. We engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, and I, stopping him from taking the Heart of Chaos. Every move was executed with full ferocity. The elder desperately defended, looking for an opportunity to steal the artifact. I noticed he deliberately protected his left side, and an idea came to mind. First, I focused my attack on his right side to draw his attention. As he frantically defended his right, my blood-key battle halberd suddenly shifted, striking like a venomous snake toward his left shoulder. He called in T, dodge in time, and blood gushed from the wound as he let out a painful roar. I seized the moment, unkicked him to the ground. Quickly turning around, I protected the Heart of Chaos, staring at him vigilantly. The elder struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with resentment and rage. He glared at me fiercely and said, "You think you can? With such petty tricks, you think you can stop us? The power of the Heart of Chaos is far beyond your imagination. Even if you protect it for now, you can change the outcome." Lin Yu said coldly, "Whatever your plans are, I want to let them succeed. Today marks the end of your Shadow Alliance." At that moment, Lin Yu's teammates had already defeated the other members of the Shadow Alliance and gathered around. Realizing the dire situation, the elder's eyes flashed with determination. He suddenly pulled out a black pill from his chest and swallowed it. His body began to swell, and the dark aura around him grew stronger. He laughed maniacally, "If I can't have the Heart of Chaos, we'll all be destroyed together. I'll take you all with me." With that, the elder charged toward Lin Yu and his team at an accelerated speed. Lin Yu knew the elder was going all out. He shouted, "Everyone, be on guard and defend with all your strength." The teammates quickly formed a formation, each unleashing their abilities to erect a solid barrier in front of them. The elder crashed into the barrier like a black cannonball, producing a deafening burn. The protective screen trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu channeled his blood-key defense to its limit and shouted, "Dante, let him break through. Hold on." The teammates gave it their all, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Seeing the barrier about to give way, Lin Yu suddenly came up with an idea. "Unleash your strongest lightning attack." The teammate nodded and began gathering lightning energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu charged at the elder, engaging him in close combat. During the fight, he deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing the elder to knock him back. Using the momentum of being struck, Lin Yu propelled himself into the air. The elder, thinking Lin Yu was helpless, followed him upward. As the elder reached mid-air, Lin Yu shouted, "Now, The lightning-wielding teammate immediately unleashed a massive bolt of purple lightning, like a towering violet pillar, striking directly at the Elder. Unable to evade, the Elder was torn apart by the lightning, his screams echoing across the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu condensed his blood ki into a long spear and hurled it with great force. The blood spear, carrying immense power, pierced straight through the Elder's body. The Elder's body convulsed violently before plummeting to the ground like a falling star. As he fell, the chaotic and dark energy surrounding him gradually dissipated. Lin Yu and his teammates finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully thwarted the Shadow Alliance from seizing the Heart of Chaos and defeated their most dangerous enemy. Walking towards the Heart of Chaos, which emitted an eerie glow, Lin Yu felt a surge of emotions. He knew this battle was only the beginning. Greater trials awaited him and all the righteous ability users in the future, but he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they could protect the world and thwart the forces of evil. Carefully securing the Heart of Chaos, Lin Yu prepared to hand it over to higher authorities for safekeeping. After successfully thwarting the Shadow Alliance's plot to seize the Heart of Chaos, Lin Yu and his team returned to headquarters with the artifact. Though exhausted, the light of victory shone in everyone's eyes. Back at headquarters, Lin Yu solemnly handed over the Heart of Chaos to the senior leaders. The leaders highly praised their bravery, recognizing their efforts in safeguarding peace. But Lin Yu didn't allow himself to grow complacent. He knew that although the Shadow Alliance had been severely weakened, their remnants still posed a threat and could strike again at any time. This incident made him realize that the evil lurking in the shadows of the world was far more complex and powerful than he had imagined. To face the challenges ahead, Lin Yu decided to enhance his and his teammates' abilities. In the days that followed, Lin Yu fully immersed himself in training. Unsatisfied with his current abilities, he began experimenting with merging different elements, searching for greater power. Spending entire days in the training camp's laboratory, he collaborated with researchers to study the nature of potential abilities. Through continuous experimentation, he discovered a way to perfectly combine blood ki and spatial abilities, creating a brand new attack technique, the blood ki spatial slash. To master this move, Lin Yu practiced tirelessly, striving for perfection. In a specially designed training space, he worked on concentrating his blood ki, using his spatial abilities to compress it into form, ultimately transforming it into a blade capable of tearing through space. The process was extremely challenging, and the slightest mistake, blood energy would spiral out of control, causing damage to the surrounding environment. During one practice session, Lin Yu's control over spatial abilities was still unsteady. As soon as the blood energy blade formed, it veered off course and tore a massive hole in the training hall's wall, leaving the on-site staff pale with fright. However, Lin Yu did not give up. He continuously learned from his failures, adjusting his training methods. After nearly a month of arduous practice, he finally mastered the blood energy spatial slash. With a wave of his hands, blood energy rapidly condensed, a space subtly distorted, and a blade emitting an eerie glow suddenly appeared. With a gentle slash, a massive alloy target in front of him was instantly cleaved into, the cut as smooth as a mirror. At the same time, Lin Yu encouraged his teammates to tap into their potential abilities and design personalized training plans based on their unique traits, creating an ice shard shield that could be used for both long-range attacks and close-range defense. The teammate proficient in wind abilities focused on enhancing the speed and cutting power of a wind. Through relentless training, they achieved the ability to make wind blades fly faster than the speed of sound, with edges so sharp they can easily slice through hard objects. In a simulated battle, they shattered a metal mannequin into fragments with a single slash, showcasing astonishing combat strength. Just as Lin Yu and his team were pushing themselves to improve, strange reports began emerging worldwide. Mysterious energy fluctuations were detected in remote areas, with local residents frequently witnessing eerie light and shadows, and numerous people disappearing under mysterious circumstances. Lin Yu keenly sensed that this might be related to remnants of the Shadow Alliance, or perhaps a new sinister force operating in the shadows. He immediately reported to his superiors and volunteered to lead an investigation team. The team first arrived at a mountain village. Once peaceful, the place now exuded an eerie atmosphere. With barely a pedestrian in sight, the few residents they encountered appeared panic-stricken, hurrying by without a word. Lin Yu sought out the village chief for information. The chief spoke with concern. It started a few months ago, strange noises at night, and every few days, someone would disappear, leaving no trace of their body. Everyone is terrified and refuses to go out after dark. Lin Yu decided to begin their investigation in the surrounding forest near the village. The team proceeded cautiously along the mountain paths, remaining alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, a teammate ahead stopped and pointed toward a bush, saying, "Something seems to be moving over there." The group immediately grew vigilant and approached slowly. Upon closer inspection, they found an injured wild rabbit struggling in the underbrush. Just as Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp cry echoed from deep within the woods. It sounded like a creature in distress, but there was something distinctly unnatural about it. Lin Yu led the team in the direction of the sound. After navigating through dense forest, they arrived at a valley shrouded in a faint mist. The silhouettes of strange structures could be vaguely seen within. Lin Yu frowned. "Be careful. Something is not right here. There could be danger." The team members nodded in agreement, sticking close to Lin Yu as they entered the valley. Before them stood ancient ruins, with walls covered in bizarre symbols. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu realized that these symbols resembled those he had seen at Shadow Mayan strongholds. There were subtle differences. At that moment, a growl resonated through the valley. Suddenly, a horde of towering, spine-covered monsters charged out from every direction. These creatures stood over 2 meters tall, their glowing red eyes radiating malevolence. Their mouths revealed sharp fangs, and they exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines. A rancid stench filled the air. Lin Yu shouted, "Prepare for battle." The teammates immediately sprang into action, unleashing their respective abilities. The wind-based teammate struck first, whipping up fierce winds that sent the monsters staggering. The fighter-based teammate followed up, unleashing raging flames into the horde. The flames spread wildly, and the agonized screeches of burning monsters echoed through the valley. Lin Yu focused his blood energy, forming a long blade in his hands. Like a streak of black lightning, he charged into the fray, each slash of his blade striking at the monsters' vital points. Despite their size, the monsters were agile and quick to counter. Some attacked with their sharp spines, while others lunged at him with gaping jaws. Lin Yu dodged deftly, searching for weaknesses. After a fierce exchange, he discovered that the monsters' abdomens were relatively vulnerable. Fixing his sights on one creature, he sidestepped its attack and drove his blade deep into its abdomen. The monster let out a piercing scream, swayed, and collapsed. But the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, with wave after wave surging forward. Lin Yu and his teammates began to struggle. In a flash of inspiration, Lin Yu shouted to the Earth-based teammate, "Set up traps on the ground. We'll lure them in." The Earth-based teammate immediately understood. Pressing their hands to the ground, they began chanting under their breath, "The Earth Trouble Bass," sawing up the cracks among the horde of monsters. The monsters, unable to evade, fell into the fissure one after another. Lin Yu seized the moment and shouted, "Everyone, focus your firepower. Attack the monsters in the trap." His teammates responded immediately, unleashing their powers in unison. The trap lit up with radiant flashes, accompanied by constant explosions. Before long, the monsters that had fallen into the trap were completely annihilated. The remaining monsters appeared to become wary. No longer charging blindly, they growled lowly, as if awaiting something. When he fixed his gaze on them, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed to the depths of the valley. A monstrous creature, twice the size of the others, slowly emerged. Its body was covered in black scales that shimmered with an eerie light, and its eyes glowed like the massive red lanterns, exuding an aura of fear. The colossal monster opened its bloodthirsty maw wide and let out an earth-shaking roar, its voice echoing like thunder throughout the valley. Its gigantic claw awored Lin Yu and his team. Lin Yu shouted urgently, "Dodge quickly." The team members scattered in all directions. The massive claw struck the ground heavily, creating a huge crater in an instant. Lin Yu realized this was the real trouble. He called out to his teammates, "Stay calm. Let's attack its eyes together. That might be its weak spot." As he spoke, he gathered his blood energy, forming a blood energy spear, and hurled it toward the giant monster's eyes. The blood energy spear streaked through the air like a crimson meteor. The massive monster sensed the danger and slightly tilted its head, the spear grazing its cheek and sparking off its scales. Unwilling to be outdone, the teammates also launched attacks on the monster's eyes. The teammates skilled in lightning unleashed a massive bolt of electricity aimed directly at the monster's eyes. The monster quickly raised a claw to block, and the lightning struck its scaled claw with a piercing crackle, leaving its claw rumbling slightly. Another teammate, adept in water abilities, summoned a giant water sphere and hurled it at the monster's eyes. The sphere burst into countless water needles as it neared, raining down like a storm. Most were blocked, but a few pierced around its eyes, causing it to shake its head in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Linyu once again gathered his blood energy, unleashing the blood energy space slash. A blade of blood energy radiating an ominous glow materialized, and Linyu swung it forcefully toward the monster's eyes. A monster clearly sensed the deadly power of a strike and raised its guard, its scales standing erect to form a hardened defense. The blood energy blade struck the scales with a crisp clang, leaving a deep gash but failing to penetrate. Linyu's heart sank. He knew they needed a way to break through its defenses. A flaw in the monster's defense emerged. At that moment, a teammate skilled in wind abilities suddenly shouted, "Linyu, I can use wind to disrupt its defense. Strike when the opportunity arises." Overjoyed, Linyu shouted back, "Good, get ready, I'll count to 3, and we'll attack together." Linyu took a deep breath, gathering his blood energy space slash once more, and fixed his gaze on the monstrous creature. 1, 2, 3, at his command. The teammate manipulated a fierce gale to sweep toward the monster. The wind, like an invisible giant hand, struck the monster's heavy scales with force. As the scales began to loosen slightly under the wind's assault, Linyu swung the blood energy blade with all his might, aiming directly at the monster's eye. This strike successfully pierced through the horned scales, driving the sharp blade deep into the monster's eyeball. Linyu and his teammates seized the opportunity, launching an all-out attack. Fire abilities ignited the monster's body, lightning crackled and surged, and earth abilities firmly immobilized its movements. Under the relentless combined assault, the monster finally collapsed with a resounding crash. With the giant monster defeated, the remaining smaller monsters seemed to lose their morale and scatter in retreat. Linyu chose not to pursue them, understanding that the priority now was to uncover the origins of these creatures and their connection to the Shadow Alliance or any new sinister forces. Meeting his team deeper into the valley, Linyu carefully investigated the ancient ruins. Inside the grand hall of the ruins, and discovered a massive stone tablet engraved with its extant intricate patterns. Through meticulous study, they gradually uncovered a shocking secret. These monsters were actually guardians of an ancient evil force. The seal had weakened, and an unknown power had released these monsters. The stone tablet hinted that this evil force might be intricately linked for the Shadow Alliance. It was possible that the Shadow Alliance, in their pursuit of the Chaos Heart, had accidentally triggered the seal, awakening the monsters. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Linyu immediately reported to his superiors. The higher-ups decided to deploy more ability users or researchers to thoroughly study the ruins and reinforce the seal, preventing the resurgence of the evil force. In the days that followed, Linyu and other ability users assisted the research team in exploring the ruins further. They discovered materials and methods to strengthen the seal and began. Preparation for resealing was underway. However, just as everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, Linyu received even more shocking news. On the other side of the world, a strong wave of dark energy was detected. This wave bore an extremely high resemblance to the one previously sensed at the Shadow Alliance headquarters. Moni lead an elite squad to the source of the dark energy without delay. The atmosphere during the journey was tense, as everyone understood that this mission would be far from easy. Upon arrival, they found an abandoned mine, shrouded in thick, dark mist. Eerie whispers echoed faintly around them, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing in pain. Frowning, Linyu warned his team, "Stay alert. This dark mist could confuse our abilities or even corrode our powers." Da Ti let her guard down. As soon as they entered, the dark mist grew thicker, reducing visibility to almost zero. The ground shook violently, and countless sharp black rocks shot up from underground, aiming directly at them. Linyu shouted, "Scatter and evade." The team quickly dispersed, using their agility and powerful abilities to skillfully dodge the attacks. One team member, adept at earth abilities, let out a roar and drove his hands deep into the ground, solidifying the surrounding rocks to temporarily block more spikes from emerging. A swarm of dark creatures resembling bats emerged from the mist. They spread their wide wings, bearing sharp fangs, their eyes glowing with ferocity as they fiercely attacked the team. A wind element teammate quickly summoned a gale, attempting to blow the dark bats away. However, a creature seemed resistant to the wind, still struggling to push through the storm toward them. The team gathered together. A fire element teammates won his hands, unleashing roaring flames that ignited the approaching dark bats. The flames flickered in the darkness, accompanied by the bats' shrill cries of agony. I concentrated the blood energy within me, forming a crimson blood energy bow in my hands. Drawing the bow, I released arrows of blood energy that streaked like meteors toward the dark bats. Each arrow hit its target with precision, pinning the creatures to the ground. But the sheer number of enemies, continuously emerging from a thick mist, gradually pushed us into a dire battle. Amidst the fighting, I observed the surroundings, searching for the source of these dark creatures. Soon, I spotted a massive black vortex deep within the mine, from which the dark creatures were pouring out endlessly. I shouted, "Stop wasting energy here. Focus all your strength and charge toward the black vortex. Destroy the source." Hearing a command, the team unleashed their strongest abilities, advancing toward the vortex. The lightning element user blasted thick bolts of lightning, carving a path through the darkness. The water element user shielded the front, raising a water curtain to block attacks while providing cover for the team. I lead the charge, wielding my blood energy spatial slash to cut down any dark creatures in our way. After a fierce battle, we finally broke through the encirclement and reached the black vortex. The vortex emitted a powerful suction force, trying to pull us in. I shouted, "Hold your ground." Date, a dragon. The team worked together, using their abilities to resist the overwhelming pull. I spotted a black crystal continuously releasing dark energy, sustaining the vortex's rotation. My heart's sake, I knew that only by destroying the crystal could we eliminate the threat and its core. Taking a deep breath, I gathered all my blood energy, preparing for a full force strike. Suddenly, a massive dark hand emerged from a vortex. Towering in size, its knife-like fingers exuded a chilling aura as it reached out to grab me. I swiftly unleashed a blood energy spatial slash, colliding with the dark hand in a deafening explosion. The hand faltered momentarily but quickly struck again. Seizing the opportunity, the team launched their attacks, unleashing abilities that exploded on the dark hand, scattering black sparks. With the hand momentarily suppressed, I concentrated my blood energy again, combining it with spatial power to form an enormous, razor-sharp blood energy spatial greatsword. With a powerful swing and a loud shout, I struck down with all my might. Boom! The dark hand shattered, disintegrating into black smoke. I didn't need stop. Leaping toward the vortex's center, I closed in on the crystal. As I approached, a surge of dark energy attempted to erode my blood energy. Gritting my teeth, I resisted with all my strength and swung the greatsword down hard. With a resounding crack, a fracture appeared in the crystal. Seeing this, I intensified my strikes, slashing repeatedly. Finally, the crystal shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. The black vortex dissipated, and the dark mist gradually cleared. The surrounding dark creatures lost their power and collapsed to the ground, motionless. With the crisis averted, we remained vigilant. During our search, we discovered an ancient book hidden in a secluded corner of the mine. Its cover was engraved with mysterious runes, emitting a sinister aura. Carefully opening it, we found records about a long-lost evil organization. As it turned out, this organization had been sealed away long ago, but had left behind numerous hidden bases and energy cores. Once activated, dark forces would rise again. The Shadow Alliance was the one in possession of this. Some secrets, constantly creating crises. I realized that we were not only facing the Shadow Alliance, but also a powerful evil force hidden in the darkness, seeking a way to eradicate the evil forces. Upon returning to headquarters, I gave a detailed report on the mine battle and the discovery of the ancient book. The higher-ups took it very seriously, immediately convening elite gifted individuals and top researchers from around the world to discuss countermeasures. After several days of continuous discussion and preparation, a new battle was about to begin. Through in-depth research, they finally found a crucial clue in the ancient book, a mysterious building at the center of the world called the Tower of Destiny. Legend has it that this tower contains the key to controlling the source of all evil forces. Only by finding this key, and the harmful dark forces threatening the world be completely sealed. Unfortunately, the exact location of the Tower of Destiny remained elusive. The hints in the ancient book were vague. To locate it, Lin Yu assembled a team of gifted individuals and formed a vanguard unit to embark on a long and perilous journey of exploration. Their first destination was an abandoned ancient desert city. According to the clues, this place was once an important stronghold connected to the Tower of Destiny. The city was filled with crumbling buildings, steeped in the passage of time and secrets. Lin Yu and his team carefully searched for anything that might lead them to the tower. Suddenly, a team member discovered a stone slab engraved with strange patterns in the ruins of a dilapidated palace. Lin Yu quickly rushed over and analyzed the slab, realizing it was an ancient map pointing to a mysterious location deep within the desert. With the map in hand, Lin Yu led the group into the boundless desert. The scorching sun baked the earth, and sandstorms filled the air, presenting them with immense challenges. Yet, no one wavered. Relying on their unwavering willpower and powerful abilities, they overcame one obstacle after another. A few days later, they finally reached the map's destination, a massive sand pit. The pit emanated a faint, mysterious energy. Lin Yu and his team cautiously descended along the pit wall to the bottom. There stood a massive stone door, covered in glowing runes. Lin Yu infused his blood energy into the runes. Suddenly, the stone door trembled violently and slowly opened. Beyond the door was a long corridor, its walls embedded with glowing stones that illuminated the entire path. As they advanced, a group of guardian statues suddenly appeared. The statues were massive, wielding weapons, and exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. As Lin Yu approached, the statues came to life, brandishing their weapons and charging at them. Lin Yu quickly gathered his blood energy to confront the statues. Each attack was immensely powerful, forcing Lin Yu to rely on his agility and strong abilities to withstand them. Seeing the situation, the team members joined the battle. 8 teammates skilled in earth abilities used strokes to immobilize the statue's legs, while a wind manipulator disrupted their movements, creating opportunities for Lin Yu to attack. Seizing the chance, Lin Yu unleashed a blood energy spatial slash, severing one statue's arm. The statues seemed tireless, continuing their frenzied assault. Lin Yu realized that brute force alone couldn't win the fight. They needed to find their weakness. Through observation, he noticed that the runes on the statues glowed before each attack. An idea struck him, and Lin Yu shouted, "Attack the runes on their bodies." The team quickly coordinated, with an electricity manipulator teammate sending bolts of lightning to precisely hit the runes. As the runes were disrupted by the lightning, their glow flickered, and the statue's movements slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu fused his blood energy with the lightning ability, forming a blood energy sword crackling with lightning in his hand, shattering into scorching fragments. After defeating the Guardians, they continued down the passage. At the end, they discovered a massive teleportation array, its complex runes radiating a mysterious glow. Lin Yu realized this teleportation array was the key to reaching the Tower of Destiny. They cautiously stepped onto the array, and as the runes glowed, their bodies gradually vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a strange space. Countless islands floated in the air, connected by light bridges. In the distance, a towering structure piercing the clouds stood on the largest island, exuding a powerful, mysterious aura. This was likely the legendary Tower of Destiny. As they set foot on a nearby island, they were immediately confronted by a group of eerie arch-elves. The elves emanated an aura of darkness, wielding bows and quickly firing dark arrows at Lin Yu and his team. As the arrows flew toward them, Lin Yu swiftly gathered his blood energy, forming a blood energy shield in front of him to block the attack. The team immediately launched a counterattack. A water manipulator teammate conjured a water shield to deflect the arrows a fire manipulator unleashed. Intense flames surged toward the mysterious creatures. These creatures agilely dodged the fire, continuing to shoot arrows incessantly. Lin Yu observed carefully and realized that although these enemies were numerous, their individual strength was not formidable. He decisively changed tactics and commanded loudly, "Don't spread out your strength. Focus your attacks in one direction and charge toward the Tower of Fate." The team obeyed, gathering their various powers to launch a fierce assault in one direction. A team member's skilled and wind abilities manipulated fierce gales that sent the mysterious creatures tumbling. A member proficient in lightning unleashed bolts of electricity, striking the enemy's heart. Lin Yu wielded his blood energy spatial slash, carving a path through the enemy ranks. The team quickly passed through the cleared path, heading straight for the island where the Tower of Fate stood. They discovered a powerful energy shield surrounding the tower. Lin Yu attempted to attack the shield with his blood energy, but it only caused a faint tremor with no effect. As Lin Yu pondered how to break through, a team member discovered a peculiar groove at the base of the tower, shaped remarkably like a key described in an ancient text flame he had once seen. He immediately understood that this must be the key to unlocking the shield. But where was the key? Just then, a massive shadow streaked across the sky. The group looked up to see a colossal dark dragon diving down, spewing searing black flames as it charged toward Lin Yu and the others. "Watch out," Lin Yu shouted. The team quickly employed their abilities to defend. A water user created a dense water curtain to extinguish the flames, while the earth user erected a solid earthen wall for added protection. However, the dark dragon's fire was overwhelmingly powerful, evaporating the water curtain instantly and gradually melting the earthen wall. Lin Yu realized they had to take down the dragon first to continue searching for the key. Gathering all his blood energy, he launched his most powerful blood energy spatial slash. A massive blade of blood energy cut through the air toward the dragon. Sensing the threat, the dragon flapped its wings to create a whirlwind in defense. But the blade's immense power were through the wind and struck the dragon's wing. The dragon let out a pained roar as black blood poured for its deep wound. It glared angrily at Lin Yu and spewed flames at him again. Lin Yu stood firm, combining his blood energy with spatial abilities to form his whirling vortex of blood energy in front of him. The flames were instantly absorbed and dissipated upon contact with the vortex. The vortex began to pull the dragon toward it, causing the beast to lose control. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu swung his massive blood energy spatial sword, striking at the dragon's neck. With a loud crack, the dragon's neck was severed, and it let out a piercing cry before crashing heavily to the ground. With the dragon defeated, Lin Yu and his team resumed their search for the key on the island. After a thorough search, they finally discovered a glowing key within a hidden cave. Lin Yu took the key and inserted it into the groove beneath the Tower of Fate. As the key slid into place, the energy shield surrounding the tower gradually dissipated. The group entered the tower, greeted by an ancient and mysterious aura. At the top of the tower, they found a crystal orb emitting a general light, within which the image of a massive key faintly appeared. Lin Yu understood that this image represented the true key to controlling the source of all evil forces. However, to obtain the key, they first needed to solve the puzzle within the crystal orb. Just then, a deep voice echoed through the tower. Only those with pure hearts and steadfast can solve the puzzle and claim the key. Lin Yu took a deep breath, focusing his mind, and began solving the puzzle. It was incredibly complex, involving ancient runes, mysterious mathematical patterns, and principles of supernatural abilities. Using his intelligence and unwavering determination, Lin Yu meticulously worked through the challenges. After a long and grueling effort, Lin Yu finally solved the puzzle. The crystal orb emitted a dazzling light, and a key radiating immense power slowly emerged. At the critical moment, Lin Yu firmly grasped it, ready to take the next step. I tightly held the key, feeling the immense power contained within it. Suddenly, a strong wave of dark energy emanated from outside the tower. My heart tightened as I realized the enemy had discovered our actions and was coming to stop us. I shouted to my team, "Prepare for battle. We cannot let the forces of evil take this key." Everyone nodded resolutely and followed me out of the Tower of Fate. Outside, countless dark creatures had gathered, led by the remnants of the Shadow Alliance's leader, accompanied by several enigmatic figures radiating powerful dark energy. The leader smirked coldly and said, "Lin Yu, do you think you can easily claim the key to controlling evil forces? Today will be your end." As his words fell, he waved his hand, and the dark creatures surged toward us like a tidal wave. I shouted, "For the peace of the world, fight." The team unleashed their abilities. I wielded the massive blood energy spatial sword, slashing through the dark creatures, each strike taking down a large swath of enemies. The wind user manipulated fierce gales, scattering the enemies, while the lightning user released bursts of electricity. Lightning pierced through the darkness, illuminating the entire battlefield. The battle was fiercely intense, with both sides giving their all, knowing that defeating him was the only way to permanently dismantle the enemy. After a hard-fought struggle, I broke through the encirclement and confronted the leader face to face. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly consumed by madness. He gathered dark energy in his hands and launched an attack at me. I raised my sword to meet him, and each clash sent powerful energy waves rippling outward, shattering the ground beneath us. During the fight, I gradually discerned his weakness, feigning an opening. I lured him into a trap. As he launched a full-force attack, I sidestepped and drove my massive sword into his chest. The leader let out a terrible scream and slowly collapsed to the ground. At the moment he fell, the morale of the dark creatures plummeted, and they scattered in retreat. We successfully repelled the forces of darkness and safeguarded the key that controlled the power of evil. Clutching the key, I felt a surge of emotion. This was just the beginning. Greater challenges awaited us in the future. But I firmly believed that as long as we stood united, we could protect this world, utterly vanquish all evil, and bring peace to the land. Afterward, my team and I departed from the mysterious space of the Tower of Destiny and returned to reality. We handed the key over to headquarters. Through the combined efforts of researchers and individuals with special abilities, the power of the key was used to seal the global source of evil forces. The remaining forces of the Shadow Alliance were also eradicated in subsequent purging operations. Victory had finally arrived,